safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, Just like that. Isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Meronero, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. O umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless. No matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of Chairman.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless. No matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metro Sec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metro Sec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metro Sec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronimo, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Magsha-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobra niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that. Isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, mga ka-TJFI from all over the world. Welcome to the Financial Literacy Summit 2022, Financial Resiliency Day 2. Again, my name is Eric Castillo, and I'll be your host for this two-day wonderful event brought to us by the Global Filipino Investors. Yes, this is the biggest financial literacy online conference. Is now on its 8th year, and we are grateful that we've reached this far in promoting financial literacy, not just in the Philippines, but also all over the world. First of all, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our sponsors, BDO, First Metro Securities, and Sun Life, and our official media partners, CNN Philippines, Inquator Group of Companies, and the Manila Times. Our official community partners, Financial Literacy PH, Junior Confederation of Finance Associations Philippines, Kumu, TikTok for Business, and the Bright Millennial. Good day to you again, and welcome to the last day of Financial Literacy Summit 2022. And before we start the program, let's begin with our doxology and the Philippine National Anthem. In today's time, being financially literate is more important than ever. In times like this, we need to be resilient and know how to manage our money well. And that's why we are here, to help you learn how to be financially literate and resilient, especially in these difficult times. Get ready as we will talk today about personal finance, entrepreneurship, investment, e-commerce, real estate, insurance, and many more. Again, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at TJF Investors. So you may use our official hashtags FinLitSummit 2022, Hashtag Financially Literate PH and hashtag TGFI sa inyo pong mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. At dahil nanonood po kayo ngayon sa amin, syempre hindi mawawala ang aming surprise. And we are giving away 2 sets of Sappy Squirrel books valued at 2,000 pesos each set. Raise Money Smart Kids with this 5 children's book, and these books aim to teach families money values and habits. Sappy Squirrel is launching on June 25 at 11 a.m. via Facebook Live. So make sure to follow Sappy Squirrel on Facebook or Instagram. And we are also giving 200 pesos or 250 pesos GCash credits. And here's to win. And here's what you're going to do. All you need to do, guys, mga ka-TGFI, mag-photo lang kayo, mag-take a photo of your selfies, no? And while watching PhilLit 2022 live, post your photo on your Facebook and Instagram with our official hashtags. Again, ang official hashtags po natin, it's PhilLit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI. And don't forget to tag at TGF Investors and also at Sappy Squirrel and also 3 of your friends. And lucky winners will be announced on our Facebook page. So stay tuned and keep those posts coming. Okay, so what's in store for us today, mga ka-TGFI? Later, we'll hear from Mr. Floyd Bicoco, the president and founder of TGFI, for the opening remarks and to give us an overview of the program. Followed by the director of Lichu Property, Mr. Tam Angel, for his keynote speech, Financial Behaviors for Building Resilience. Well, we also have our esteemed speakers who will join us today to give us more learnings and tips about financial literacy and resiliency. We have Coach Yanni Moya to talk about investing in your friend, tips to avoid friendship over in business. We also have Cesar V of We Community Developers and Charlie Tan of OSHDAP for the Farside Chat, Bound for Rebound, Real Estate Investing After the Pandemic. And this would be moderated by Mr. Emil Aguila. Followed by Thermina and Akram of Go Negosyo to discuss 3M of Entrepreneurship Framework. That's money, market, and mentorship. Dr. Mary Gauso for the session Leveraging on Real Estate and Property Management. Carlo Biglang-Awa of the Now Finance to talk about optimizing income for future business venture through financial planning. And next we have Neil Dimapilis of 5 Minutes Social Media Tips to talk about SEO Hero, how online stores can drive organic traffic. And lastly, we'll hear from Mr. Andoy Beltran of First Metro Securities to talk about how to invest in the right stocks. So it's a very exciting lineup, mga ka-TGFI, and we can't wait for you to experience today's remarkable learning opportunity. And to officially begin this event, we are pleased to have Mr. Floyd Bicoco, the founder and president of the Global Filipino Investors, to deliver the welcoming remarks.
Good morning for those who are within the Philippine time zone. Magandang tanghali, magandang hapon, magandang gabi, magandang araw sa iyo mga ka-TGFI, because that's what we're always saying, no? Here in TGFI, we're all over the world, no? So we're all over the globe, and we are happy to have you once again for our day 2 of our Financial Literacy Summit. Again, the theme of the event is financial resiliency. No, we have done a lot of events in the past. No? So there's Financial Revolution, there's Money and Family. So this time it's financial resiliency, and based from our topics itself, no, we are working our way so that we can also make sure that the topics we can cover is not just within the investment scene, but at the same time also investment in yourself, no. So how you can have a better financial and mental health. No? So it's very important, especially in today's time, A lot of us are still having that nagsa-start pa lang tayo to recover from this pandemic. It's not yet done, but people started to have confidence to go out, to meet friends once again, and of course to build that career na we have all aimed to achieve. So, and we are happy that we've been doing Financial Literacy Summit for it's already on our 8th year for Financial Literacy Summit for TGFI conducting events. In fact, actually, nagulat nga rin ako. I have checked when TGFI started. It was 2012. So it's been what 10 years already since we've been doing our advocacy, and so far naman we are within our goal, no, to provide quality. Well, of course, we want to give as much as free content to all of you, and then at the same time, nandun yung puso, kumbaga, in dedicating this kind of events, no. And we are happy that you are with us, TGFI, for being part of this advocacy. And once again, of course, already gave you a glimpse of what will happen in today's event. I will not go through there anymore. We are very much thankful to all of our speakers, to all of our attendees, of course, to our sponsors for making this event possible. Kasi nga, again, imagine, you're attending an event. It's like you're an event that we have here. We make sure that there's quality. The speakers are well known. Then at the same time, we give you the best contents that we can give. No, but the things that you don't need to pay for anything. No, and that is made possible because we have our sponsors helping us to make sure that tuloy-tuloy yung ginagawa natin in TGFI. And we're happy in doing these events. So all of you, again, gusto ko lang magbasa ng konti in our comment section. Good morning to all of you. Hi, Jomar. Jasmel, good morning. Good morning kay Superfish. Haba ng yung username niya. Hindi ko na mabasahin, haba nun eh. Okay, good morning kay Catherine, Justin. May gusto akong comment dito. Bihira na lang yung free event na madaming matututunan. Sabi ni Ara de los Santos. Kilala ba natin to? Yeah. Bago, okay. Thanks, TGFI daw. We're happy. Kumaga, from the bottom of our hearts, we're very much thankful that you get to appreciate all of our efforts in TGFI. So, once again, we have the whole day to do this event. Yun nga pala, we also have viewers from Kuma. I'm just reading through our YouTube comment section. Hi to our communicants out there. Enjoy lang po if you are feeling generous in giving your diamonds. Feel free to give your diamonds as well. No? So, to our ka-TGFIs, once again, maraming salamat po for joining our Day 2 of Financial Literacy Summit, Financial Resiliency. To all of our speakers, thank you. And we hope that you learned something new today. And of course, enjoy ka-TGFI.
Thank you, Sir Floyd, for the opening remarks and for welcoming our online viewers. Again, that was Sir Floyd, the president of the Global Filipino Investors. Now that we are all geared up for this event, let's welcome our keynote speaker for today, who will talk about the right mindset in building financial resilience. He has over 10 years of experience in the industry and has been involved in all types of real estate transactions throughout his career with Ayala Land Sales in 2009, JLL in 2011, and LPZ in 2016. He has accomplished financial studies for more than 100 real estate projects covering all investment strategies and across all segment types: office, residential, retail, logistics, and mixed-use township developments. He obtained his PRC Real Estate Broker's license in 2012 and obtained his Series 7 and Series 63 stock brokerage licenses under FINRA of the USA in 2010. Currently, he is the director of Lichu Property Consultants. I am pleased to introduce to you Mr. Tam Angel.
TGFI, Aaron, thank you so much. Maraming salamat for that introduction. Good morning to everyone. And like Flo and Aaron said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are in. My name is Tam Angel, and I'm very happy to be with you guys this morning. And today, I am going to lead with numbers, but I promise you, it will not be boring. So grab your coffee, and I will dive right in, okay? So the PSEI, the Philippine Stock Exchange Index, closed at around 6,300 yesterday. It's a very far cry from our peak of around 9,000 in early 2018. That's around Jan 2018 to be exact. But at the same time, 6,300 is actually quite a decent recovery from the trough of 4,700 sometime in March of 2020 when they started to impose the COVID lockdowns. Okay, and to add one more layer of perspective, 10 years ago, before that 4,700 trough in March 2020, in 2010, we were just celebrating the first time we breached the 4,000 mark for PSEI. That is actually a whopping 400%. Since 1987, yes, 1987 is a long time ago, but since 1987, the first time it actually ever breached 1,000. Which, by the way, is the year I was born. So I've always had that reference, 1987, PSEI 1000. So let's just say you put your savings in the market in 2010 and you're still sitting on it today. That's a solid 57.5% return to you. It's just there sitting. You're doing nothing at all, 57.5%. So let me just allow you to absorb that. Okay. My first job was with Ayala Land sales specifically, and that was in 2009. Quite literally, just when we were coming out of the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2008, and here I was going for a sales job. So when we were told to sell Park Terraces Makati for 135,000 per square meter, we were just stunned. Because that same year, I had bought an entry-level condo. I got peer pressured actually by my siblings to buy this entry-level condo for 60,000 per square meter. So that was my basis for condo pricing, 60K. And here was Ayala telling us, ito, Park Terraces, Makati, sell it 135,000 per square meter, wala pang parking. Okay, 135K, we just all thought, that's ridiculous. Who is gonna buy this and where can prices go pa from here? But you know what? By the time they launched the third tower of that development in 2011, they were pushing it for 170,000 pesos. 170K from 135K. That's already 25% in less than 2 years since they launched the first tower of that development. And yes, it's not just Ayala pumping the prices. These condos, mind you, they were sold out. They were sold out at the time. And Ayala's just so good at that, In 2011, when I joined David Lichu, David knew a lot of the landowners in BGC. And we actually did a lot of the BGC commercial lot deals there at the time. In 2010, the price of an FAR 15 property was 200K. And just to keep everyone on the same page, FAR or floor area ratio dictates how much you can build on a piece of property for that will dictate the height, the number of floors, etc. Basically, the amount of gross floor area or amount of square meters you can build on a piece of property. And for the purposes of these numbers, I'll just reference all of these properties at FAR 15, which is the highest you can go in BGC anyway. So again, in 2010, when David, Henry, and I, and the rest of the LPC team, JLL team, were pushing these properties, 200K in 2010, right? In 2011, it was 250,000. In 2012, it was already close to the 500,000 mark. The year after that, it was 600K, 750K. The year after, 800,000. The year after, then a couple of years after 800, it was 1.2 million pesos per square meter. And where we are today, we are at 1.7 million per square meter today. 1.7 million per square meter. This is about, one side of a square meter. 1.7 million per square meter of land in BGC was once a flat army base, and mind you, year after year after year, we always had property there to offer to our clients since 2010, even earlier for Sila David. And I kid you not, easily 90% of them, easy 90% of these clients, they always told us it was too high. Too high, where the price is gonna go from here? We cannot sustain these price levels. At every single price marker, guys, they said that. They said it at the 200,000, they said it at 250K, 500K, 1.2 million, and today, 1.7 million per square meter. And by the way, we have something for sale then, so let me know. But today at 1.7 million, they are still telling us it's too high. I mean, and who can blame? I can't blame them. Who can blame them, diba? I hear 1.7 million per square meter, and the wires in my brain, they just really go 1.7 million for a square meter of land. That is a very big number. Very, very big number. Very big and scary number. So yeah, one more story. So in 2018, a year before getting married and a year right before COVID-19 pandemic hit us, my wife and I made the very brave decision to buy a property in Rockwell's Proscenium project. It was one of Rockwell's new development at the time. We were very excited. It was 230,000 per square meter. When we shared that with my wife's parents, they said that they were offered Proscenium when it was launched in 2013 at 190K. So we were buying 230K, launched 190K. And they thought, and I'm sure you can guess by now, at 190K, they already was thinking it's too high. Where the price gonna go from there? And so there we were, my wife and I, oh my God, our parents think it's too high. We might have bought too high. Oh no, we were kind of, doubting ourselves at that point. But you know what? 4 years on, and notwithstanding 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, that same building is trading at an average of 330K per square meter today. So despite the pandemic, we're up 44%. And let's just backtrack a bit with the same community, right? In 1999, when Rockwell launched one of their first towers, the Rizal Tower, it was 92,000 pesos per square meter. That was in 1999. A month from now, they are positioned to launch a new building, just a stone's throw away from this one of the first towers they built, the Rizal Tower, just meters away from it. And they're saying it's their last building here. That's what they're saying. And they're talking to look at prices at 500,000 per square meter. So those original buyers at 92K in 1999, they are well over 500% by that metric. So can you guys just imagine then what folks who could have bought at 135K in Park Terraces or 60,000 in a DMCI or SMDC project in 2010, or 500,000 for a commercial lot in BGC in 2012, 190,000 na lang in Proscenium in 2013 might be thinking, so easy to think about. In hindsight, I should have bought then. But you know what will rule most people's minds, myself included? Honestly, 500K per square meter, 1.7 million per square meter. That's just way, way too high. It's just so hard, so hard not to think that all these numbers are just so overwhelmingly big and scary. And in uncertain times like these, even more so, we're just reeling back in from a pandemic. A new administration is coming in, global markets showing some major cracks. They're hiking up interest rates to mitigate inflation. It's so easy to just shy away. But guys, take a step back. Look at all those numbers I just shared. in almost any of those instances, if you had bought anything with even just a morsel of investment grade quality nest to it, if you put in stocks in the 90s, or just pick a random year, 2008, 10, 15, if you took a real estate position of anywhere from 1999 to even up as recent as 2018, despite the Asian financial crisis, despite the global financial crisis, despite COVID-19 pandemic, despite whatever financial crisis or crisis that we are gonna run into, the truth is your position that you took then is very, very likely up today. You are ahead today. You are looking back and saying, thank God I have a position. And you know what, guys? The major factor is not likely because you read or projected the market right. The major factor is actually simple. It's that you took a position. And secondly, second to that, also very important, is that you had a very long-term perspective. And I think these are the two major messages that I really want to impress on you today. I want you guys to carry throughout the rest of the sessions for the day. Number one, take a position. I cannot impress that enough. Take a position. Number two, time heals all. So in taking a position, yes, be responsible, do your research, talk to experts, read all the resources available to you. Attend TGFI talks, attend our talks at Lichu Property Consultants. Don't be the guy that doesn't take a position because it's too high. Because that statement that it's too high, guess what? It's only true up until it isn't. And just like in the examples I shared, it didn't stay true very long. So be that person that is fortunate enough to say, I'm glad I took a position and now I'm reaping the benefits. Because again, number two, time heals all. And this is especially true in real estate. In the examples I shared with you earlier, it's not like prices didn't move up and down in the short term. They did. In fact, I think in one of our examples, the first Rockwell Towers went from 90,000 to 60,000. It dipped before it started to go back up again. Sure, you can try and time the dip. We hear that a lot, let's time the dip, but that's hard. We all have lives, we all have day jobs. Often we just don't have the time to be the expert at timing the dips at any of these markets. Buying the dip at 60K, sure, is better quantitatively than buying at 90K and hitting 500K. But when the market hits 500,000, do you really think you'll be obsessing over, shucks, I should have bought at 60K in 2003 instead of 90K in 1999, a full 4 years earlier? You're not a wizard. You can't read these things. We can all do our best by being informed, but you're not likely to obsess over that. You'll just be happy that, guess what? You'll just be happy that you had a position at all, that you're holding on to that position and you're reaping the benefits. And guys, that is why we're here in TGFI today, this morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. We're here to listen to Yanni Moya, to talk to us about personal finance, hear from Cesar Wee and Charlie Tan to learn which real estate products to invest in, Andoy Beltran to tell us which stocks to buy, because we want to remove that cloud of doubt so we can collect ourselves, get tooled up with the right information, the right skills, and take a position and reap the benefits. So thank you for your time. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Enjoy the sessions, and I hope to see you guys in the market. Please call us. Bye-bye, guys.
Again, that was Mr. Tam Anghel, the Director of Lichu Property Consultants. Thank you, Sir Tam, for that very informative and insightful talk to our ka-TGFIs. And before we move on to our next speaker, again, shout out po sa mga nanonood sa atin via YouTube Live and also Tumo sa ating po mga communities. So let me just read some messages. Again, if you do have any comments, please type in our chat box. And I'll be more than glad to pull them up, no? So, hello po, good morning, kina Jessa Kasidsid, kina Mariana Bantog. Ayan, hello po, good morning sa inyo. Again, we are nationwide, we are worldwide. At syempre, sa mga most likely estudyante po to na GM BCC 1D BS Entrepreneurship. Good morning po sa inyo. Thank you for watching. Yan, kina Jovi Serrado, Miss Alvin Serrado. Ayan. Hello po, hello. And ayan, kina Rodcar, Sunshine, Cres Solano, Jimalin Calustre, good morning po sa inyong lahat. Okay, so to our next speaker, she is a financial coach, businesswoman, and content creator. She is the CEO and founder of Peridot Consulting, the first premier personal finance firm in the country, leading a team of 50 coaches to practice their expertise as professional life and financial coaches. She is also a member of the prestigious $1 Million Roundtable. Let us all welcome Coach Yanni Moya to talk about investing your friend, tips to avoid friendship over in business.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction, Aaron. Good morning, everyone. Anyone here, just like me, nakarinig na ang business ay nakakasira ng friendship? Go ahead, type in the comment section, me, kung narinig nyo na yan. Or meron ba dito na naniniwala that the best businesses are built with your friends? Comment mo naman dyan, true, if you believe that. No? Thank you. Whether you have negative beliefs around starting a business with your friend or you're simply just curious as to how friends with businesses make it work, I'm sure you will leave this session with a lot of new learnings. Today's topic is very interesting simply because I know a lot of people who want to start a business with their friends. Kaya lang, natatakot sila na if it doesn't work out, baka mag-FO sila. Pag di rin nag-work out, baka naman kumita nga sila, yumaman nga sila na wala naman sila ng kaibigan. And madami din akong friends na ganyan din, and personally before ako napunta with having a business or starting a business with my friends, ganyan din yung belief ko. Medyo natakot ako at first because I thought that if I start a business with my workmate or with my best friend, maybe may possibility I lose the friendship or mag-away lang kami or mag-clash lang kami kasi friends kami tapos business partners na din kami. But yeah, even if I was scared before, after I graduate college, I started a business with a workmate who I consider a close friend. Kaya naman I'm here today to share with all of you what worked for us almost 4 years after starting our brand. So bakit ko nga ba nasabi na narinig ko na yung mga salita yan? Yan yung mga pictures namin as business partners, okay? Bakit ko ba nasabi na narinig ko na yung mga salitang ang business ay nakakasira ng friendship, Quick background story, my single mom has always been a business owner. And as a business owner, halos lahat ng businesses niya that she started with different friends didn't really last. And they chose to close their business than lose their friendship. So I thought growing up, maybe it's really impossible for me to start a business with my friends or with a friend or with my best friend. Kasi sabi ko, based, syempre, nakita ko growing up, it didn't work. Maybe it wouldn't work for me as well. And however, in 2019, I really wanted to start my own business. Because sabi ko, even if I graduated industrial engineering, sabi ko, mas gusto ko talaga mag-run ng business. And napag-usapan namin ng office mate ko at that time, yung close office mate ko who I consider my good friend, to start a small business after I graduate. Pumayag siya, we agreed on the amount, we agreed on the products, we agreed on the business model, etc., etc. So sabi ko, sige na nga, itry natin, There's nothing I would lose naman. Hopefully not the friendship, Again, I was very aggressive to actually start it, because I really wanted to have my own business. And I'm so happy that 4 years since I started my first business with my old colleague, si Celia, yung nasa picture, you can see at Little Big Help PH, that's our brand. I'm very proud to say that I already had the guts to start another business, this time with my best friend Gab. So siya naman yung nasa lower right na photo. We recently started our small business called The Flow Life. And we have a flagship item called the Abundance Journal, which is a simple, undated, and structured money journal that is created to help you manage the flow of your life. And yeah, we started early this year. And I think the reason why our relationship as friends and business partners is flowing easily, smoothly, and happily is because we managed to hack our way to making it work. So, gusto nyo din ba yan? Type nyo naman dyan sa comments. Gusto ko din yan. If you're here to learn how I was able to hack working with friends as my business partner. So, in a moment, I will be sharing the top 3 tips that allowed me to harmoniously run a business with my friends. No, dalawang business na yan. Because the last thing you want to happen is to have a business but lose a friend. Or keep your friendship but also lose opportunities because you're scared to take risks. Take risks with your friend or start a business with your friend. So the next slides will be all about 3 powerful tips that will set you up to win in starting a business together as friends and as business partners. So let's start if you're ready. The first tip is to set clear purpose, goals, and roles. In every business kasi, there will be a lot of obstacles. And all you have to do at the beginning is to really set start to lay it all out in terms of the conditions. No? Kumbaga, dapat may sarili kayong terms of conditions as friends and business partners. Ibig sabihin, from purpose of why you intend to start a business, dapat clear na. Is it for profit lang? Is it because you want to be a pillar of, let's say, change in that specific industry? Or is it because you want to be the first one to create that certain product? What is the main intention? What's the main purpose? Because having clarity of purpose in your brand will help you and your friend to set expectations with how big you want to see the brand coming. No? So parang, is it gonna be a small time business your whole life, or do you intend to create, let's say, franchise? Alam mo yun, you have to have clear goals, clear purpose in your business. No? So for example, for us, when we started, our clear vision is to have our own shop. Yung sarili talaga naming shop, standalone shop for our environment friendly products. However, sabi namin, wala pa tayong capital to do that. So the way we would do it is to enter shops and magiging supplier kami sa mga shops. So that's what we intended at first, and we agreed to that. So even if I really wanted to have my own shop, may sarili kaming place where we can do our business, because we were starting and because we agreed on how aggressive we intend to be in the business, we had to start small muna, no? However, the pandemic started and happened, no? That's why we didn't push through with our shop. Naging online na lang kami, which is also a good move for the both of us. So again, you have to be clear kasi baka naman kapag hindi kayo pareho, i-push mo yung gusto mo mangyari, no? Gusto ko may shop ako, gusto ko may shop tayo. However, your other business partner naman or your friend, intense naman, wala naman akong, let's say, that big of a capital to start that with you. So you have to really be clear with your goals, your purpose, and your roles. No? Setting clear roles and knowing what will be your contribution in running the business. This is very, very important, especially when starting, because pag nagsimula kayo, wala pa kayong staff. For us, we only have one mananahe and everything else is done by us. Even the quality check, even the trimming of our items, even delivery, logistics, everything. Kami lahat gumagawa. Marketing, social media, operations, buying of supplies, lahat kaming gumagawa. And expect that when you start a business, you will be doing everything on your own at first. So it's important that you set expectations in terms of your roles. Are you gonna be doing the operations? Are you gonna be doing the marketing? Are you gonna be doing the, let's say, finance, etc., etc.? This way, may specific tasks kayo and you don't expect others to help. Baka naman sabihin nyo, no? Grabe, wala ka man lang tinulong sa social media natin when we're building it. That's why it's important that you have clear roles, okay? Also, having clear intentions or clear objectives, no, with your business, you would be answering these questions. How much time would you be putting in, no? Kung meron kang full-time work, this is just your side hustle, you have to state it to your business partner, to your friend, just so the expectation is there, no? Na set, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na hindi pwedeng sabihin sa'yo ng business partner mo na lagi ka na lang wala sa meeting. If at the onset, you already set na, okay, weekends lang ako pwede pag meetings. Kasi let's say, weekdays, I have full-time work. So, really being clear, really being honest with your situation and setting it straight at the start of the business. How aggressive are we in this business? How much money are we putting in this business? How much money are we willing to lose, or how much do we want to gain? All of these things, you have to be as clear as possible. The more clear you are with your roles, with your goals, with your intentions or your purpose of the business, the more it would be easier for you to run the business smoothly with your friend. Okay, so again, you have to be as clear as possible. The clearer you are, the better the relationship. You will not end up in FO. You will not end up in friendship over, no? And you don't have to fear na mawawala mo yung connection, relationship ninyo, friendship ninyo just because you started a business. If at the start pa lang, you already set it straight na, okay, this is how much time, energy, effort, money I'm willing to put in this business, no? Also, for us, what worked for us is also sharing what our priorities are apart from the business. So let's say hierarchy is number one, let's say full-time work. And then we have the business, or if you want your family, your relationships, etc., etc. Why? So that kasi maraming times na you will be placed in a situation where you have to choose. So your partner should be able to understand if nasabi mo na, again, I will go back, set expectations, clear expectation. If you have clear expectations, if you set clear expectations with your business partner or partners, these will lessen the number of misunderstandings you will have as business partner. Okay, so I want you to comment. Okay, I want you to comment your biggest learning so far, no? Kayo ba nag-clear expectation din, nag-set din kayo ng clear expectations with your business partner, or hindi nyo pa to nagawa? Maybe that also caused a lot of misunderstandings between you and your partner. Share nyo naman dyan so others can also learn in your experiences. Alright, and now we will go to number 2. Okay? Number 2 is values matter. Ibig sabihin, no, arguments kasi is something that you cannot avoid, especially during decision making, especially when you're just starting, and especially if money is involved. Okay, again, our arguments is something that you cannot avoid, especially if money is involved. Of course, naglagay ako ng pera, nag-invest ako dyan. I want to make sure that I get something in return. I want to see the value of my money, etc. No, so it is the most, if not the most important, to know truly matters for the person you're working with or for your business partner. I wrote their values matter. Partner with someone who share the same values as you. Learn to keep your word. Do what you need to do. Because, okay, if you're not sharing the same values, I promise talaga, baka 2 days pa lang kayo in the business, FO na kayo. No? So you have to know what are their values. Is your relationship built on trust? Baka naman first week pa lang, puro akala mo niloloko ka na ng business partner mo, ng friend mo. Or is it just all about fun, no? Puro fun na lang, no? Nakalimutan nyo na that there's a business around it, there's money involved. Or how much do you respect each other, let's say, no? It's important that you share the same values, and I cannot stress this enough. I think the reason why I have maintained a good friendship and also working relationship with my two friends, Celia and Gab, is because we have the same values. As in, halos magkaparehong tao na kami. So we know what each other doesn't want and at the same time, what's applicable for each other. That way, it gets easier to work with your friend. It gets easier to decide on business matters if you have the same values. So if you have the same values as a person and as a business owner, no? Do you have compassion for your people? Baka naman, no, mapagalitan niya lang yung staff, talagang inis na inis ka na. And because you want to be, let's say, very compassionate when it comes to your employees, etc. So it's important that you share the same values with the person. Kasi we have friends who are good as friends lang. Alam mo yon, may mga ganyan din ba kayong friends na hanggang friendship lang to, hindi kami talaga magmamatch pag nag-business kami. If you have that gut feel or if you know that your values are not that aligned, don't try to do business with them anymore. Keep them as your friend, keep them as your kachikahan, kamarites, and kabanding, maybe kainuman, but maybe not as a business partner because trust me, it will not end up good. Now, even with your romantic relationship, if you feel like hindi kayo same ng values, especially when it comes to business, I wouldn't suggest that you start it right away unless you fix the values, the relationship around starting a business, no, and setting setting everything straight talaga, setting clear expectation talaga from each other. So important that in setting values, okay, you check right away, am I aligned to this person, no? Am I aligned to the values of this person? Because if not, maybe you would want to think about it again, no? Before you go through it, before you invest, you put money, time, energy, effort, ayaw mong masaktan, no? Just a quick example, me and my sister, we were supposed to start this business, itong The Flow Life. It didn't have a name pa at that time, and we were in the planning stage already. We were sourcing for suppliers already. However, in the middle of the planning, I realized that even when we started, parang hindi talaga match yung gusto naming mangyari. She wanted this and I wanted another path for the business, which is yun nga about journals, about manifesting, about flow, and she wanted a different business. So I said, and sabi ko, kaysa lumaki na yung business, tapos naglabas na tayong malaking pera, we have supplies, instead of letting my thoughts be heard ng malaki na and nakalabas na kami ng pera, I wanted to say it at the start pa lang, no, nagpa-planning. Sabi ko, teka lang, parang magkaiba pala tayo ng gusto. So, it didn't ruin our relationship as siblings, as sisters. And at the same time, we're happy. She has her own business now. I have my own, another new business now. You know, we get to do other things. Pero it's because we were very sure of what we wanted and we tried to align. However, it didn't align, okay? Di kami talaga nag-away, parang, as in, it was just a message na I think it's not gonna work if we work together for this business. It was just very casual, no? Because again, mas madali kapag sa start pa lang nasabi mo na, match ba tayo or mismatch, no? Unlike if you already put in money, especially kung we're talking about big amount of money, it might be harder for you. So sige, in number 2, comment your biggest learning. Or maybe ganyan ka din ba na hindi kayo match sa values ng business partner mo and it didn't work for you. Thank you. All right, number 3, we have my personal favorite, which I think really was the key to make it work. Working with my friend or starting a business with my friends. No, set boundaries and stay objective. This is very important to set boundaries in your friendship. Why, no? When we started, in our business, yung Little Big Help, I remember we would go to the office earlier, or we would stay longer just to talk about the business, or aalis kami ng office, pupunta kami ng coffee shop after work so we can talk about the business. You know, parang yung boundaries of, okay, we are friends, okay, we are colleagues, we are workmates, but we are also business partners. And sometimes we have to we have to wear our business partner's hat, no? Kasi we cannot maybe move forward faster if we stay in the friendship zone. Anong ibig sabihin ng friendship zone, or ng if we stay in being friends? Sometimes, no, you would have a hard time calling out your friend. You will have a hard time telling your friend, uy, seryoso na tayo kasi business meeting na to. No, baka mahirapan kayo. But if at the start, you're already setting weekly meetings, you know, you're talking about business, not randomly through the chat, but actually really putting time to sit down and talk about it, it would be easier for you. That's the kind of boundaries. At the same time, no, ayaw mo naman din ng friend mo na nag-iinuman kayo tapos ang pag-uusapan business ninyo, no? Baka it's not gonna work, especially if hindi pa talaga established yung business ninyo, no? Paano kung yung office mate mo pala ang gusto lang yung business partner mo pala ang gusto lang puro fun, no? And you're the one doing all the operations, all the legwork of the business. You have to set boundaries, no? That maybe sometimes we are friends, sometimes we are business partners. So one of the things that I learned also from a good friend who has her own advertising agency is, she says, now we are friends, but when we enter the office, the studio, we are workmates and business partners. And I think that's very powerful because you want to draw the line between friendship and also business partners for it to be a healthy relationship and working environment, no? So when can you allow them to bail out, no? Baka naman as a friend, gusto mo lang bilhin lahat ng excuses nila kasi friend mo sila. Or, when are you supposed to run a meeting? When do you know if it's a real meeting or a friendship giving advice to each other? Alam mo yon, parang you have to set boundaries as business partners. So, ako, tip ko dyan, number 1, set weekly meetings or regular meetings with your business partner na alam niyo ang pag-uusapan nyo lang during that time is the business and not about the romantic relationship, the jowa, the iyakan, the kwentuhan, no? Set that aside because you have goals for your business, no? So very important that you have that. Even if, no, narala ko noon, 2018, dalawa lang naman talaga kami, kaya yung isa naming staff is our mananahe. But we would meet as if it's a big meeting, ano, in a room full of, let's say, corporate people. Pero kaming dalawa lang, we are in a coffee shop, let's say, and upo kami doon. Pag meetingan namin, we have our notebooks. We set aside our chika. We talk about our business. Same with me right now with my best friend Gab. We have a weekly schedule for our meets. That way, we have alam mo yun, parang alam namin that we won't be talking about our chikahan, but our business and how we can perform better in our business. So, my only mindset is we are not friends during work hours. No, I'm very lucky that these two businesses that I have are virtual. So, kung gusto namin mag-usap about BTS ng isa kong friend, we can set that aside during friendship hours, during Numan, or we can also talk about the business, set a meeting and talk about just the business. So, staying objective naman, on the other hand, meaning you have to be fair when you're giving feedback to your friend or to your business partner. Sometimes kasi we tend to hold back. Ay, di ko na lang sasabihin kasi baka masira yung friendship namin. Ay, di ko na lang sasabihin na mali. Sige, ako na lang gagawa kasi alam ko may pinagdadaanan siya ngayon. Alam mo, sometimes rescuing people is not healthy. Rescuing your friends is not healthy for you. And then maiipon sa'yo internally and then magagalit ka, no? It's not nice as well. So be objective in giving feedback, in calling out, in supporting your friend or your business partner, and then just giving the roles and respecting the roles of others. So yeah, it's important that we have to set and stay objective, no? Draw the line between your relationship as friends and as business partners. And I want to know, no, meron ba dito, no, na ganun din yung na-experience nila. Hindi na nila alam kung meeting pa ba yun or nagtatawanan na lang sila or wala na silang time to meet because puro na lang minit yung barkada na hindi na ninyo napag-usapan yung business ninyo. May mga ganun din ba dito? Kasi when we started the business, we were experiencing that. Kaya we addressed it by actually creating a regular meeting schedule. Thank you. And with that, no, I hope you get tips on how you can build lasting relationships and also friendships and business partners. And I'll leave you with this quote of Alfred Montaper: all lasting business is built on friendships. And I totally believe that, no? Either you start a business with your friend or you end up becoming friends with your business partners. And at the end of the day, friendship is relationship, and relationship can bring good success to your business. Thank you. And again, my name is Yani, and you can follow me on my social media pages. I have a YouTube channel, I have my TikTok, Facebook page, Twitter, and Instagram. I create videos and contents on personal finance, self-development, and lifestyle. Thank you. First question is, as an entrepreneur, how can I balance warmth and relationship with professionalism? Wow, I love this question because I love the word balance, no? Being able to be good with your relationship at the same time being professional if it's business hours. Personally, what I did with me is learning all 4 quadrants of work ethics, I think, or personal mastery, okay? So ano yun? You have to learn how to, number 1, when to put the relationship hat, no? Kailan ba kayo friends? Kailan ba kayo business partners? Learning about when to put the relationship hat. Number 2, when to put fun. Kailangan din naman may fun ang business part, no? So, kasi kapag ka naman masyado kang stiff, baka hindi mo naman na-enjoy na yung business life mo. Hindi mo na naayos yung friendship. Di na kayo friends ng friends mo after, no? Also, learning when to be analytical. When do you want to start analyzing things? When do you really wanna dive deep in the business? And at the same time, being a leader. When do you know you are a leader? So, balancing all 4 quadrants and knowing how to play around them is very powerful because that will help you have a better relationship as friends and as business partners if you work all 4, no? Hindi naman pwedeng laging ikaw na lang yung leader or laging business partners na lang kayo, nakalimutan nyo na how to have fun, nakalimutan nyo na that you have a relationship or that you have to also be analytical when it comes to the business, no? So yeah, learning how to balance all 4 quadrants. Next question: where are the healthy places to draw those lines with my business partner? Personally, how we did it is, again, yung kinuwento ko kanina, no, that sometimes we go to a coffee shop and we know that we are business partners when we're in the coffee shop. For some people, they have their offices. That's better, no? That when you enter the office, you're not friends anymore. You're business partners who want to win in this business, no? And having that kind of space where you can do that. At the same time, even online, no, how can we draw that line? Maybe if you have, let's say, a different messaging app where you do the business, you know that you're only going to be talking about business in that group, that messaging app, no? And for example, kapag sa Messenger naman kayo, as friends kayo, chikahan kayo, no? So, kayo din yung magsiset ng healthy boundaries, again going back to the boundaries, where you could be friends and where you could be business partners. That works for us, no? So for me, for Little Big Help, we have WhatsApp, so we really talk about the numbers, the finance, the stocks, the a supplier, etc. in WhatsApp. Pero pagdating sa Facebook Messenger, lahat na lang pinag-uusapan namin as friends. When are we gonna meet as friends with the other workmates, for instance, or BTS, we talk about that, or elections, etc., etc. So, knowing talaga when to even with my team, with my business Peridot, our team talks in Discord. So in Messenger, puro chikahan lang, no? Everything urgent, announcements, anything professional on the professional side, we talk about it in Discord. Even in my management, we do it in our Telegram, pero pag Instagram kami mag-uusap or Messenger, chika-chika lang yan, diba? So really knowing creating boundaries, and maybe pag virtual, my suggestion is through messaging app, choosing a good messaging app. Yan. How do we avoid mixing personal and business matters? So, yun na nga, no? So, I noticed that sometimes it's hard to mix personal and business. So, again, number one, set a regular meeting for your business. That way, you have a day or a time, an hour to really just talk about the business and see how you can move forward, what are the updates, etc. And in your friendship naman, no, kung friends kayo with the business partner, then you can just continue doing what you do as friends. Pero yun lang, importante that you have a meeting day or meeting out time, regular schedule for your meets, just so you know that during that time you're not only friends, or you're not friends but your business partners who want to get their money back, or who want to earn profit, or who want to make sure na mapapasweldo nyo yung mga taong nagre-rely sa inyo. So, yeah. Also, no, ito yung pinaka-unhealthy talaga, I think, when it comes to mixing personal and business matters. Yung kunwari, no, alam mo yung pinagdadaanan ng tao personally and you'll use it against them. Do not do that, please. If you want to keep your friendship and your business, try not to parang use that against the other person. Because baka sabihin mo, kaya pala hindi ka nagpe-perform sa business dahil let's say, broken-hearted, no? And you take it personally na dapat hindi, you're professional, ganito, ganyan. Try not to use it against the person and just be objective, no? I hope I answered your question. Next one is, how can you say that you are ready to start a business with a friend? So I think I gave good tips earlier. One of the most important tip is knowing if you have the same goals and same values with the person you want to start a business with. Kasi sometimes talaga, you are better off friends than business partners. Huwag nyo nang ipilit, no? Like the story with my sister, na-realize ko hindi talaga kami aligned. So, kaysa ipilit ko, you have that gut feel of, isa-start ko pa ba to? Baka isa-start ko na lang kasi gusto ko silang pagbigyan kasi nakapag-start na kami mag-plan. Pero, eventually, when the energy is maybe dragging, sabi ko, nako, hindi na talaga healthy. I had to be honest with myself and I said, parang ayoko na talaga kasi hindi kami aligned. So, being honest with yourself and deciding talaga kung ano yung internalizing how if this is a good decision. Because again, what's at risk or at stake here is risking your money, making time for it, putting so much effort. So of course, you want it to work as much as possible. Next is, how do you balance friendship with leadership? This one I'm very proud to say because I have friends in my team. So many friends in my team, mga classmates ko or classmates or blockmates or friends from kababata, etc. I have people in my team who are super friends kami, no? And I have to be their leader. Ako, I just set the expectation when it's time to do coaching, when it's time to wear my leadership hat and setting aside my friendship hat. Okay, or it's time to just be a friend. Sometimes I get feedback like, I just need you to be a friend and not a leader or not as my coach, but as my friend. I love that because you also want to keep the relationship as friends. So, how do you balance it? Just removing your leadership hat, okay? Mamaya naman, no, inuman lang kayo or lalabas lang kayo ng friends mo and you think you are still the leader and you wanna decide for everything that's happening or take ownership with everything that's happening. Set it aside, no? You're still a regular person when you're with them. You're still friends with them. At the same time, when you're friends, no, sometimes when I started becoming a leader, it was hard for me to, set the expectation, alam mo yung parang set aside the chikahan and just be on purpose during the meeting. Because sobrang friends ko talaga yung mga tao. But yeah, it's easier to balance if you know when to wear your leadership hat, when to wear your business partner's hat, when to wear and remove your friendship hat. So, yon, removing the title, removing the money may be involved, and yeah, just being true to your friendship or your leadership during that moment. You will learn it as you go on with working with your friends. Yan. So we have a lot of questions, but we're running out of time and I don't want to get the time of other speakers as well. So again, maraming salamat for having me. And I hope that you learned a thing or two from my talk. And if you have, please do message me because I want to get to know your thoughts. I will also be reading other questions and try to reply to you guys in the comments once I can. And yeah, once again, I'm Yani Moya. You can follow me on my social media at Coach Yani Moya. Thank you, the Global Filipino Investors, for having me here. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Coach Yani Moya. No? Talaga namang those are wonderful tips on how to avoid ang friendship over sa pagdating sa mga businesses natin. No? So really have to set limitations, no? Know our priorities, at set boundaries as well, sabi nga, di ba? So again, thank you so much, Yani. That was indeed a very helpful talk sa ating mga TGFI, and especially sa mga mag-start pa lang ng kanilang business with their friends. Now, let us welcome Emil Aguila, and he will be joining us today to introduce the panelists of our fireside chat, Bound for Rebound, Real Estate Investing After the Pandemic.
Thank you, Aaron. Hello, mga ka-TGFI. I'm Emil Brian Aguila from the Global Filipino Investors, and I'll be moderating this fireside chat about Bound for Rebound, Real Estate Investing After the Pandemic. Today is truly a great day to learn, mga ka-TGFI. For those of you who already learned a lot since yesterday, we're not done yet. I would like to introduce our esteemed panel speakers who are joining us today to answer your questions, mga ka-TGFI. Our first speaker is a founder and CEO of We Community Developers Incorporated, or WeCom. He is relentless in offering more than the standard and beyond what is expected in real estate property. Ironically, during the pandemic in 2021, WeCom had its best-selling year at 5.5 billion in nationwide sales. This year, they are averaging around 1 billion in sales per month. He's also the founding director of W Group, the biggest commercial and office landlord in Bonifacio Global City in Taguig. Prior to his current position now, he worked as a project director and managing consultant to ProFriends in 2003. With his out-of-the-box thinking, his achievements in the property development sector are duly recognized on a national level. Recom brought home 9 major awards at the 8 Property Guru Philippines Property Awards in 2020, including Best Breakthrough Developer. Through his radically creative ideas, his mentorship style of leadership, his collaborative style of management, he is undoubtedly setting a new standard and leading Recom into becoming an emerging disruptor in the property industry. Mga ka-TGFI, let's all welcome Mr. Cesar L.V. Jr. Good afternoon, Sir Cesar.
Hello, hi. Good afternoon to mga ka-TGFI ko. So, hello, Emil.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's nice seeing you here. And let me introduce our second speaker. This Thomasian graduate started his career in healthcare, particularly for the elderly in San Francisco, California. But in 2010, he took a huge swerve and entered the housing industry. Currently, he is the Assistant Executive Director of the Freedom to Build Incorporated, a non-profit developer of affordable housing. A dad, a husband, a property developer, and the current Vice President of OSHDAP, or Organization of Socialized and Economic Housing Developers of the Philippines, Mr. Charlie Brown Tan. Good morning, Sir Charlie.
Hi, good morning, Emil. Hi, Cesar. Nice to be here. Hello sa mga ka-TGFI.
Okay, so mga ka-TGFI, now we will proceed with the question and answer. By the way, you may use our official hashtags, #Finlit2022 and #FinanciallyLiteratePH sa inyong tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. If you have any questions, just comment below and we'll bring them up. Okay, so Sir Cesar and Sir Charlie. My first question for any one of you can answer this one. What's your take about virtual real estate investments in Metaverse? Is this something your respective organizations will venture into in the near future, or do you think it's advisable to invest in it? Sir Cesar?
Okay. I have 2 answers for that. Number 1, my advice would be don't invest in something that you don't know. So yung Metaverse kasi is, again, something that's tinatawag natin parang new technology, diba? Same as yung mga cryptocurrencies. So, if you're looking for an investment that's sound and an investment that is tried and tested, personally, I mean, as an advice, I won't tell you to get into the Metaverse. My second answer to that is, ako kasi medyo, I have this gambler's mentality eh. So mahilig ako mag-invest sa mga hindi ko alam. But I only invest the money that I can afford to do. So I invest some money in cryptocurrencies, I invest some money in the stock market. But again, it's money that's that I consider tinapo ko na or sinet aside ko na for risky investments. So to answer that question, if you don't have money to risk, if you don't have extra money, don't invest in things like the Metaverse and cryptocurrencies.
Okay, that is your advice for our KTGFI. But you mentioned that you yourself, you're okay investing in it if willing ka. Lagi naman natin sinasabi, di ba, na if you invest only the amount that you are willing to lose.
Yes. Number 1, you have different investment avenues. So this is the least important or the least priority in terms of investment. So these new technologies like yung mga cryptocurrencies, mga metaverse, if you will invest, don't invest a lot. Konti lang. Pang for the boys lang, di ba, Charlie?
Paglaro.
Paglaro lang. Because nga, investors in general, diba, they like to be risky eh. So, feeling mga tao, pag risky, mas maganda yung return. So, that's not always the case, diba? So, just be careful.
Okay, so thank you for that, Sir Cesar. How about you, Sir Charlie? What's your take about the virtual real estate investment in Metaverse?
Actually, I for the most part agree with Cesar. I just started reading about this recently. When I think Facebook changed their name to Meta, diba? There was that interest in what this was all about. And I learned about the virtual real estate. It's actually very lucrative. The last 4 to 5 years, 1,000-fold ang appreciation ng pagbibili ng real estate, virtual real estate sa Metaverse. It's actually pretty cool and very exciting to watch. But of course, it's like what Cesar said, diba? I think it's very speculative rather than prospective when you talk about real estate in the Metaverse. Not to mention, it is blockchain based, and as we all know, crypto is very volatile. So yun, I think you just have to understand and know what your level of the risk you're willing to take. Kasi I wouldn't invest money I am not willing to lose, considering the nature of the investment. But of course, that's not to say that virtual real estate investing is not a good investment. As we can see, if you invested in it, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, you would have made a very nice profit right now. But of course, we don't know if that's an upward trend or, for all we know, it will become a bubble. And when the bubble bursts, it can be catastrophic for a lot of people. They lose everything, not only people but even companies. So that's my take on it. And I think you were asking if we would, in our institution or our company, would invest. Short answer there is definitely not. As you know, we're a non-profit, non-stock, so that's one thing we wouldn't really get into. Baka matanggal ako ng board namin. So again, I wouldn't advise if you don't have the money to spend. If you're not willing to lose that amount of money, I wouldn't invest in it.
Okay, thank you, Sir Charlie. Anyway, mga TGFI, if you have any questions, just type in the comment there in the comment box, in the comment section. So we will try to have Sir Cesar and Sir Charlie answer those questions. Okay, we have a question here. This is actually for Sir Cesar. Sir, the mantra in investing has always been buy low and sell high. Do you think that this mantra about investing in real estate after COVID has not changed?
Okay. In terms of real estate here in the Philippines, siguro my advice would be, if you can buy it as early as possible, buy it. It's not like real estate in the States that sometimes prices are very volatile, or you pick a property in a city and then biglang nagbagsakan yung presyo. Here in the Philippines, basically, if you buy property early, like what I mentioned in my last talk, diba, Emil, na you buy it during certain times, like pag pre-selling, early pre-selling, that's the time to buy. Don't buy right before turnover because price increase na namin lahat yan. Again, these are secrets that I'm sharing to your viewers because these are things we don't want people to know, our buyers to know, diba? But my advice would be, especially after the pandemic, but if you can buy now rather than later. Maybe one aspect to consider is a lot of things happened during the pandemic. Surprisingly, land prices went up here in the Philippines. You add that with the war in Ukraine, so costs to construct also went up. Bakal, semento umakyat, gasoline prices went up. So technically, the projects that developers built in the past 2 years, yung replacement cost niya medyo mataas na. So for us to develop the same type of property, yung cost namin to do that would be much higher than 2 years before. But we're still selling it with the prices that we have na hindi namin inangat, hindi na namin kinonsider yung replacement cost. So, kung ako yung buyer, I'm going to buy now because if mag-launch ako ng project next year, buying a new property next year, and building again with increased prices, your replacement cost go will be much higher. So more than before, I think now is the best time to buy.
Okay, so mga TGFI yan, ha? Narinig niyo from Sir Cesar, it's a good time to buy now. Okay, next question for Sir Charlie. Sir, is it advisable to buy or invest in commercial real estate?
Definitely. If you have the money, it is always it's definitely advisable to invest in commercial real estate. No? Of course, there's several types of commercial real estate. You have office spaces, industrial, retail, maybe a multi-family dwelling, and all that has very high potential of income. But of course, with the high potential, there's also risk. There's also things to be careful with. The risk of, say, for a more chances for problems, accidents, maintenance costs. But at the end of the day, I think it's if you have the funds for it, definitely. As a matter of fact, you see a lot of companies right now building warehouses outside the Metro Manila area, and I think that's a great investment, especially with businesses coming in, with manufacturing coming in, or expanding, companies expanding. They need warehouses, so that's one investment that could be looked at by people that are willing to invest or put a lot of money in commercial real estate. But again, may mga risk yan. And I think one of the biggest risks there is the money. You'll put the money there, malaking pera ilalagay mo dyan, and you'll have to wait for your return on the investment.
Okay. Sir Cesar, you want to add something on that since, yes, we know that you are actually, W Group is one of the biggest commercial landlord in BGC.
Actually, I completely agree with what Charlie mentioned, especially when Charlie mentioned something about yung warehousing. Prior to the pandemic, obviously may mga warehouses na, but the sexy commercial investments would be yung mga retail, di ba, Charlie, di ba?
Yeah.
Retail, or sabi mo mall, or commercial units in high traffic areas. Those are the sexy investments. But now, because of the pandemic, I think yung logistics is very important. Marami ng mga deliveries, yung mga Grab, Lazada. So all of these companies that are connected to logistics need warehouses. To get into warehouses is actually not as expensive as buying a commercial property in BGC. So I agree with Charlie. I mean, for investors, if you want commercial properties, tama si Charlie. Warehouses is the first thing you think of. Don't try to go for the super high-end ones. Charlie was very correct on that aspect.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Cesar. Okay, another question for Sir Charlie. Sir, do you agree that the pandemic did not affect the home buyers' payment capacity?
Okay, that's I don't agree. And I say that because of my personal experience in our company. As you mentioned earlier, we're a non-stock nonprofit, and our focus is all affordable housing, socialized housing. And this pandemic, the last 2 years, we've actually seen a lot of withdrawals from their application. We've seen a lot of denials for funding from Pag-ibig. Kasi nga hindi nila makuha yung clearance, yung when they checked on their jobs, wala na silang jobs. And there was a handful, unfortunately. You asked that question out. Just today, I signed a check for a refund check because the buyer's main income earner passed away because of COVID, diba? So I don't agree in terms of the market we provide for, no. Maraming na-affect, maraming nawalan ng capacity. We have to understand this is siguro sa lower income Filipinos. Talagang mawalan ka lang ng work. Talagang you cannot afford to pay your amortization anymore.
Correct. Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Sir Charlie. Okay, this question is for Sir Cesar. Sir, what is your prediction for the real estate market after the pandemic is over?
Well, like what I mentioned earlier, definitely prices will go up. So developers will increase prices moving forward because of material costs that went up. Unlike previous recessions, hindi naman masyado bumaba ang real estate market in terms of land costs. So we don't expect na, there are a lot of good deals in the market. Probably the good deals in the market were eaten up during the pandemic. But post-pandemic, which I think we are now, di ba? Medyo, hopefully, after the pandemic na tayo, prices will still go up, definitely. And I hope with this new government na parating na, hopefully they will help developers like us, siguro parang mediate the effects of increases in supplies, maybe help developers like me and Charlie to have more incentives for clients. Syempre, diba, we're both in the housing industry, in the development industry, mainly because we want to give decent and quality houses to Filipinos. So, yeah, the fact that prices will go up, I think it's a no-brainer. Not only because of the pandemic, because real estate prices in the Philippines naturally really just go up. Rare naman, Charlie, diba, that it goes down 10%, 20% like sa America, diba? Here, it's just goes steady bucket. Whatever happens.
So somehow it's constantly increasing for real estate.
Correct, Amir.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And this question may be answered by both of you. Okay, sir, we saw a growth in different industries going digital. How did this change help your businesses? Again, we saw a growth in different industries going digital. And how did this change help your businesses? Sir Charlie?
Okay. Well, to begin with, I think digital is, for the most part, a good thing. And this digital age has really helped us, at least helped us conduct our day-to-day business. Marketing, for instance, we're able to reach more potential customers thanks to social media. And there are also online providers out there that you can tap that will not only help reach customers, but also help showcase the product. Furthermore, the buyers nowadays, iba na the younger generation, they are so tech savvy and they could navigate the net with ease. Having said that, it allows them to verify information and also compare products at the comfort of their own homes. So even before coming out to see, say in our case, the houses, diba, alam na nila, they know everything na, they know the community the development belongs to, they know where the schools are, what the schools are, they know whether there's a church or not, the hospital, the healthcare system, what kind of barangay it is. They already know that even before talking to us. And that's for me, that's technology right there. And that's a good thing, not only for the customers, but also for us developers. It keeps us honest. It keeps us transparent. And I think one exciting thing also is the options that's given to us by this technology age and this digital age. We're able to streamline. We have options in streamlining our operations and improve the products we have. So it's just a matter for us finding what technology fits our company. I was talking about operations. In terms of operations, I think Cesar, you would agree, medyo slow pa Kasi our work as developers involves a lot of interfacing with not only clients but also with government offices. Though some processes have been digitalized, but the bulk of it still remains manual or laborious. No? Dami pa yung paperwork and all of those stuff. But it doesn't mean it has to remain that way. Sa akin, I believe a lot of these processes can be digitalized.
Na, okay, I'm putting my trust on my broker, on the company's representative. So, feeling ko, yes, digital helped us a lot, definitely. But parang the human factor na I see you, we're talking, I shake hands. I think, Charlie, tama, correct me if I'm wrong, it's something that mahirap itanggal sa real estate. I mean, in our industry. What do you think?
You know, I 100% agree, Cesar. No? Kaya nga yung wish ko talaga is to see more of the, say, I just call it the government transactions, go digital. That will give us a lot more time with our clients, di ba? At yung interfacing natin with our clients is really trying to show them, no, this is what we built, this is what you chose, di ba? Iba yung they breathe the air of the development, di ba? Rather than just seeing a virtual rendition of it. Iba yung pagpunta nila doon, iba yung simoy ng hangin, nakikita nila yung tao, they actually see the greenery that you have in your development. It's different, and for them to actually stand inside the property or the house, diba? And say, oh, this is where I'm going to be living. I agree with you. And you cannot do that virtually. You cannot do that in the digital world. You have to be there, like you said, hold their hand, shake their hand, guide them through the process. Kasi it's very, buying a house is very daunting, diba? You're talking about money that's life-changing for these people. Whether you're talking about socialized housing or you're buying open housing, in the 10 million or whatever it is, when people bring out that kind of money, there is an expectation na, diba, parang magbabago ang buhay ko. Diba? And we can't do that digitally. You really can't. There's no way. I think that's one part of the digital world that the digital world cannot replace, is the human aspect of it. So I agree. I totally agree with Cesar.
So iba talaga pagka lahat ng senses mo gumagana, no?
Definitely.
Yun guys, for Cesar, maamoy mo yung simoy ng hangin, marinig mo talaga kung gaano kaingay or gaano katahimik ang isang lugar. Natitirahan mo for a longer period.
I agree. Kaya kami sa company, we always encourage our buyers to go to the site, not only them, to bring their kids, to bring their family to look at it, to appreciate it, diba? But end of the day, iba talaga, like sinabi ka ni Charlie, when you're there, when you see yung environment, pag makilala mo mga neighbors mo, it completes the experience, kumbaga.
Okay. And another thing is, we are not, for you guys, you're just not selling the house. It's like you are selling a home. That's why kailangan itong bagay na ito.
Definitely.
Okay, this question is for Sir Cesar. Sir, how can I maximize my investment property profits?
Investment property profits. Okay, so I'm assuming a client bought a house and then they want to sell it or they want to rent it out. Maraming ways actually. Number one is probably market forces that, let's say I buy a house in this area, nabili ko for 2 million and then now it's selling for 3 million. So may appreciation on the area, the value of the property. If I used to do this before when I was starting up in the real estate industry. I would buy old houses and then renovate it and then sell it for something higher. So it's called, I think we call that, Charlie, a fixer-upper, diba?
Yes.
And it goes sa States, mga fixer-upper. So when I was starting before, maybe mga 15 years ago, I used to do that. I used to buy mga old townhouses, tapos ayusin ko, bebenta ko. It's an easy flip, but you're putting more value in the property that you bought na medyo, number one, nakalimutan na or maybe naging luma na. So that's my advice for people who want to get into real estate na hindi masyado mabigat. Maybe buy a property na medyo luma na, fix it up, make it nice, dagdagan mo ng mga smart gadgets, smart devices, di ba? Tawagin mo si Charlie, pupunta si Charlie doon, picture ka with Charlie, di ba?
Tatas ang value.
Di ba? I-approve ni Charlie, sabihin, okay to, di ba? So things like that, di ba? Those small things are the ones that really help people maximize their profit.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Sir Cesar. Okay, for Sir Charlie, sir, what are the pros and cons of commercial and residential property investing?
Ako, that could be a whole segment on its own. No?
Parang malalaman ko ano
Parang masyado yun, Charlie. Masyadong broad yung tanong, no?
Oo nga, parang kailangan ko ng ng maraming experts, no? Pero let me try my best, no? And I hope Cesar will help me out in answering this question. Let's just talk about real estate in general, real estate investing. No? For the most part, it's very stable. Well, at least for residential, it's very stable. You definitely know that your property value will appreciate, but the problem is it's pretty stagnant, diba? Kasi baga nakapara lang yung pera mo dyan. That's why I always try to tell people when they invest in something like that, try to find ways to monetize it, diba? Either rent it out if it's not going to be your primary home naman. Try to rent it out, lease it out for events or whatever it is. And then for commercial, I think one con for commercial is very capital intensive, as we mentioned earlier kanina, no? It's management intensive. I think one person cannot do it alone. You'll really need a lot of assistance, and I know Cesar would have better answers for that question for commercial. He's into it. There's also a lot of liabilities, of course. But in general, I think if you have the know-how or you have the resources to help you in managing the property for commercial real estate, okay siya, diba? I think I discussed that earlier. Basta you have the proper tools, I think it's a very lucrative investment. For residential, like I said, of course there are tax incentives, there are there's really no downside to it unless like Cesar said, it's the Philippines, we really don't have that kind of market tips like the United States would have, no. And I want to add, I think one reason for that is unmet demand for housing in the Philippines. It's just too enormous, diba? I think our housing backlog, Cesar, nasa what, 6-7 million?
True, 6-7, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good bet as long as you can afford it, diba? I think that's the pinaka key there. As long as you can afford it, it's a matter of being able to pay for the property, invest in it. So yun yung pros doon talagang there's limited cons for real estate. In all honesty, very limited. Of course, meron pa rin, but hindi masyado marami.
Okay. Actually, I have a follow-up question on that. Sir Cesar may answer this one. Why is real estate investment good for entrepreneurs this 2022?
Okay, let me just add sa sinabi ni Charlie. No?
Okay.
I'll just give a short answer. No? Again, real estate in terms of investing in residential and commercial, I think the short answer is it's easier and simpler to invest in a residential real estate. There are more people doing it. There will be more people that will guide you. I'm sure may mga kaibigan kayo nakabili na ng real estate na residential, and pwede mo tanong sa kanila, ano ba, pinaparentahan ko ba tong long term, short term, Airbnb, ano yung appreciation for this property, magkano nyo nabili before, magkano na ngayon. In terms of commercial real estate naman, that's a more complicated investment. You have to pick the right area. Again, it's not easy to manage. You need more people to manage it. And yun nga sa real estate cycle kasi, like for example, this pandemic happened, a recession happened, some of the first properties na bibitawan would be commercial properties. Because hindi naman ako nakatira doon eh. Unlike, di ba, Charlie, nakatira sa bahay, let's say we're paying amortization, babayaran ko yan parate.
Yes.
Pero may investment ako na commercial unit na binabayaran ko ng amortization, bibitawan ko yun. Kasi hindi siya essential sa akin, di ba? Hindi lang yun. Malamang yung tenant ko, umalis na.
Yes. Ang daming
Nag-default na yan,
ganun.
diba? Correct. Di ba? I mean, it's really, it's for the short answer kasi it's really a big boys game, kumbaga. When you're doing commercial, if you're not big, if you don't have deep pockets, don't go into commercial. Ang residential kahit paano is resilient, Charlie, di ba? We know people need houses.
Absolutely.
You put the 6 to 7 million Filipinos who don't have houses, that multiplies more reason to invest in real estate na residential more than commercial.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, what's the question again?
Sorry, sir. For the follow-up question of that is actually for entrepreneurs this 2022. Why is real estate investment good?
Okay. Well, for me, there are many areas to invest in. You can invest money in stocks. You can put money in your bank. You can put money in your business. And also, you can put money in real estate. I guess the nice thing about real estate is every time you put money in real estate, for me, parang blue chip yan eh. Blue chip in terms of like the stock market, diba? It rarely goes down. If it goes up, tama nga si Charlie, sometimes medyo mabagal na constantly mabagal. So if you're an entrepreneur and you have extra money and you invest in real estate, let's say you invest in a condo na paparentahan mo, number one, it gives you passive income. Secondly, there's price appreciation. Thirdly, it's an investment that you can liquidate eventually next time. It's not as easy to liquidate like the stock market, but it's also not as volatile as the stock market. As everyone knows, yung stock market bumagsak. In the past ilan months. And the pandemic just proved something na, okay, yung stocks nag-bottom nung pandemic. Even yung crypto, tumaas na ng konti, but now half na siya from the all-time high.
Right.
But now, when you talk about real estate, yung nabili kong condo sa isang developer na nabili kong 5 million pre-pandemic is actually going for around 5.5 right now. So, hindi siya bumaba, but it's also not easy to liquidate. So, again, I'm just summarizing everything that Charlie also mentioned earlier. It's your rental income, it's the price appreciation, it's the easy to get into. So, as an entrepreneur, you also don't want to put everything sa business mo lang diba? What if something bad happens? Or yung yield mo sa business mo, you want to invest it somewhere else, diba? So, that's why real estate is a very powerful investment option for entrepreneurs.
Okay. So, this our next question. Any one of you can answer. At what point would you say rates are too high for real estate investing to be generally feasible? Sir Charlie?
Honestly, is there such a thing? I don't know. Cesar, would you agree na? Kasi I think the only time investing in real estate is not feasible is when you cannot afford it. What I mean is, provided you have done all the research and the due diligence regarding the property, your research shows that the property will meet your investment goals in the foreseeable future, then the investment would be worth considering. Provided, I think the key there is provided you are financially capable, diba? Regardless of the rates. Kasi I think just earlier, since we started talking, we've I think one bottom line is we've established is real estate is very stable. It's a very sound investment. So, but I just also want to point out, it's just not about purchasing the property that needs to be considered when you're considering, especially for the first-time investor. There are several other costs involved in maintaining a property, such as utilities, maybe some home ownership dues, annual taxes, etc. You know, siguro when you look at the price of your investment, the millions, then you see, ito, mura lang to, kaya ko to. But you have to understand, these maintenance costs adds up, and it's a monthly, it's a recurring event, no? So you have to make sure na you can afford that also. So these things should be factored in when you're investing. So having said that, when considering investing in real estate, I would urge the buyer to also consider finding ways, like I said earlier, to monetize the investment. But generally, I don't know. I don't think there's really.
So there's no wala po talagang point that we will say that rates are too high.
Yeah, I talk about when I say this, it's about Philippine real estate. Kasi I think I'm not familiar with in general. But the Philippines, it's at least in the last 15 years, it's been very stable. Diba? So if interest rates goes high, historically it balances out eventually. Bumabalik din naman diba?
Okay.
Sir, would you? I'm not. If you have anything to add, no?
Yeah. Sa akin kasi, well, when I started my business before, walang bangko nagpapautang sa akin. So when I finally found a bank that would lend money to me, my interest rates that time were 15%. Yun yung first bank na nagpautang sa akin. And this was around 2008. The rates that time were roughly around mga 7 to 8, 9%, diba? But yung rates are not relevant in terms of if there's an opportunity. Diba, Charlie? Parang, like what you said, diba? If interest rates go down to, let's say, 1% or sabihin mo na 0%, pero wala naman ako paglalagyan ng pera, it's useless to me, diba?
Yes.
If I have an investment or a project that will make more than 15%, so I'll get a loan for 15%, mag-work siya, it makes sense to me. So rates are irrelevant, number one. Sa stocks nga, diba, people say there is no amount too high or there amount too low, diba? It always depends on what will happen, diba? But again, if you know what will happen in the future, then ikaw na pinakamayaman na tao sa buong mundo, diba? so there's always a risk, but it's not about rates when you're investing. It's as simple as properties in BGC. The first property we bought in BGC around 2007 was 45,000 per square. The last property listed in BGC recently, I think, was around already, I think, 1.4 million per square. So again, is it high? Is it low? No one knows. So if there's an opportunity, don't think about the rate. Just do your research.
Okay. So, for my next question is, maybe Sir Charlie can answer this one. Alam kong kanina, isa sa mga nasagot nyo is nadaanan itong topic na to. But let me still ask this question. What are your expectations and hopes for real estate industry this year, knowing we have new elected government officials?
Wow. That's actually, that's a very timely question. Kasi I was recently in talks with some of our officers or staff. We were talking about the new government hopes and wishes. One of them would definitely to revisit the effectiveness of the Balanced Housing Development Act, to introduce hopefully alternative compliances that will capacitate the government to develop its own housing projects. We'd like to see the introduction of rental housing program that will integrate the participation of the private sector. Hopefully review BP 220. It's pretty much outdated. That's the law on socialized housing requirements, the standard socialized housing standards. We'd like to see that review. Of course, extend the term and expand the powers and budget of the National Housing Authority. and I think Cesar would 100% agree with me. Continue and really simplify the process in permitting. It's so tedious when you apply for permits to develop. I think you go over hundreds of signatures, repetitive, paulit-ulit in different government agencies. We'd really like to see that kind of mainstream, kind of simplified. Hopefully, magka one-stop shop, so to speak. So top of our head, those are the reforms we want to see, or our wish list as developers. Unless I'm not sure if Cesar has anything to add to that list.
Actually,
anything you want to add to that wish list?
What Charlie mentioned is what we also. I mean, I'm also part of OSHDAP, so it's been yung battle cry natin, Charlie, ever since, diba?
Yes.
We're not pro developer naman. We're actually pro housing for everyone, diba?
Yes, definitely.
These things that we are asking for, it's really for the clients talaga. Less taxes for clients.
Yes.
For developers to be able to start building these houses for everyone as early as possible. So hopefully, mga permits ka, it doesn't take us a year or two, diba? But feeling ko naman the government, the previous governments, there's a learning curve. I think it's been improving. I remember when yung VAT threshold, Charlie, was from 3.2, binaba nilang 2.5, and then they put it back to 3.2, diba? Which is at least medyo proactive sila. They listen to us developers, but yeah, we're hoping for more cooperation between the private sector and the government in terms of a simple request to deliver houses faster to more Filipinos.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you for those answers. So we will just keep on praying and hoping that they will hear us out. Okay, and this question is a very interesting question. Maybe I can ask Sir Cesar about this one. Okay, Sir Cesar, are there any programs or initiatives that can support first-time home buyers, especially in those uncertain times? Okay, again, the question is, are there any programs or initiatives that can support first-time home buyers, especially in these uncertain times?
Well, okay. So number one, when you talk to your brokers, they should be able to educate you on steps on how to acquire properties. That's one. When you talk to developers, they should also have counseling sessions with clients, so clients know what they're getting into. In our company, we have this parang client journey seminar. So when you buy the property, kailan kayo magbabayad, kailan lalabas yung bahay, what are the important dates you should remember. So these are things that brokers, developers should provide for their clients. Again, there are a lot of ways to learn for first-time buyers to learn about how to acquire a property. For me, the simple answer is really talking to your trusted broker. Hopefully, a broker that helped a friend of yours already acquire a property. So, ganun naman yun eh. So, trusted na, kakilala na. Charlie, in OSHDAP, do we have programs like that for first-time buyers?
No, wala eh.
Wala, no?
Wala. No, we have nothing in the pipeline either for first-time home buyers, no. Pero is it true though? Says I was reading in some site, no, I can't remember which site, but it's a Philippine journal. During this pandemic, diba, there's actually incentives actually given by developers. I heard that they're lowering the price for now, may mga limited time offers. Tapos yung isa nagulat ako was more they would offer in-house financing interest free for like up to 3 years. Have you heard of that also? Siyempre,
Yeah.
I read, did not mention who the developer was. Natatawag na sila.
Pero, well, end of the day, again, when we go to, every time I'm on the show, we tell secrets that developers do, diba? So, I doubt it's interest-free. It's probably naka-inject na, naka-tuck in na sa pricing niya, diba? So,
yeah.
Not saying it's a marketing ploy, but it sounds like a marketing ploy.
I was gonna say it.
But you guys, I mean, ako naman as a client, and let's say I'm a potential client, I have to do my research.
Yes.
If developer A is telling me he's selling something to me na interest-free for the next 3 years, and developer B is selling me the same product, pero hindi naman niya sinasabing interest-free, and it comes out cheaper, then
at the end of 3 years, diba? Tignan mo dapat. You have to do the ano.
Correct, correct.
Kinuha ko yung article na yun, tapos hinanap natin yung developer, tapos bigla tayo.
Pare, dadaming away natin, Charlie. We're here to help people, not look for more enemies.
So I guess for the buyers, sirs, we still have to do the math dahil yun nga interest-free, but maybe it's a same product from this developer, pero pagka tinutal mo after 3 years, baka naman mas mababa pa rin yung isa. But then again, it's always due diligence for the part of the home buyers.
Definitely.
Correct.
Okay. You know what, guys? So, grabe, sobrang dami ko pang gustong itanong and same for our viewers, but we are running out of time. We really wanted to take this opportunity sana na masagot ang mga tanong natin about real estate investment, especially that Sir Charlie and Sir Cesar is here. But then I have to ask the last question for this session. Any one of you can answer this. So, okay, Sir Cesar or Sir Charlie, when should I pull out of real estate investing? Sir Charlie, do you want to go first?
Sige. Nakakapansin ako, Emil, ako lagi na una.
Mag-agree lang naman ako sa sasabihin mo, di ba? You do the heavy lifting.
No. Top of my head, so when, again, the question is when to...
Okay, when should I pull out of real estate investing? Yeah.
Okay. Good question. First thing that comes to mind is when you retire. When you know your regular income has stopped, di ba? Wala ka ng sweldo. When you have an investment and you need to have a steady cash flow, especially if you're maintaining a lifestyle, doesn't have to be a luxurious lifestyle, but of course you have needs. It's a good time to liquidate maybe an investment, and cash it or invest it in something that will give you a monthly income. That's one thing. Of course, another reason I would pull out, personally, I would pull out of real estate investment is if the property is depreciating in value for whatever reason. Sometimes we buy something, it's all parang you're speculating, bibili ako dito, ganon, pre-selling or hindi pa nakatayo, di ba? Yeah, pre-selling. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't really live up to the promise or to your expectation, and then you slowly see na the value of the property or the investment is depreciating and you don't see an improvement in the foreseeable future, I would probably pull out. And of course, if there are better investments, di ba? All of a sudden, binigyan ka ng deal ni Mr. Cesar Wee, so I'll sell something else just to get into that, di ba? And most importantly, the reason we invest also is we want to save for a rainy day, di ba? Sometimes we have medical emergencies or unforeseen need for funds. It would be nice to have an investment that you can actually pull out of in order to provide for that need, whatever it is. Yun lang naiisip ko, top of my head. And I'm sure there are other reasons why somebody would pull out of real estate investing.
Okay. So how about you, Sir Cesar? When do you think should I pull out of real estate investing?
Okay. Again, si Charlie is correct. I would just want to emphasize on yung better investment. So, for example, may cycles yan eh. If you were able to invest in a property early, you bought something pre-selling, or you bought land na medyo mura pa, when you should always have goals eh. Let's say, sinabi ko sa sarili ko, sige, pag umakyat na yung price by 20% or 30%, I'm going to sell it. But I think the most important lesson in this exercise siguro is whenever you sell properties na kumita na, I always advise people na, okay, kumita ka na doon, you reinvest in something. Kasi like what we've mentioned the whole show, diba? Prices of real estate in the Philippines, especially in residential or safe investments, always goes up, diba? So if I sell a property na kumita na ako ng 20%, then I hold on to it like na cash lang. And the properties begin to go up. Usually, you're hoping na bumaba siya. That's very unlikely na bababa. Unless you know someone na nawala ng pera, there's an emergency, like what Charlie mentioned, na okay, swerte. But yun nga those things don't happen that often. It's not like the stock market na you put money in, and then you sell, tapos bumaba siya, bibilin mo siya ulit. Unlikely yung mangyayari in real estate. So that's my advice. Have goals, investment goals. Pag umakyat siya ng the certain amount na gusto mo, ibenta mo na siya. But before you sell, maghanap ka na ng property na paglilipatan mo ng pera. And some people would always say, lalagay mo lang doon yung kinita mo or iwan mo yung profit gastusin mo yung konti, and then yung balance ng profit mo, you reinvest it. So that's my advice in terms of like pulling out, but not completely pulling out. Parang, but yeah, I also learned something new today from Charlie na yun nga, hindi ko naisip the point na magre-retire na ako, no? I might not be able to completely monitor my real estate investments by that time. Baka nga I would think about just selling everything and just enjoying my retirement, no? Tama yun, Charlie. I never thought of retiring to begin with. Kasi feeling ko parang real estate, I mean, Charlie, kasi for us, real estate is not, I mean, hindi ko alam if it's the same with you, parang it's our passion. It's something we like to talk about.
Yes.
It's something that, kumbaga, parati natin iniisip. It's not a burden to us, diba? So, yeah, I will, the better advice would be what Charlie mentioned. When you retire, sell your investments, pull out, and then enjoy your money.
Enjoy your life. Yeah.
Correct. That's something I have to learn from Charlie, how to enjoy my life more.
Okay. Okay, by the way, Sir Cesar and Sir Charlie, maraming salamat po. I'm sure napakaraming natutunan ng ating mga ka-TGFI ngayong hapon na ito. Again, this is our fireside chat with Sir Charlie and Sir Cesar, bound for rebound real estate investing after the pandemic. So, any parting words to our viewers? Sir Cesar first. Nagtatanong na Sir Charlie. Okay, sunod natin kay Sir Cesar. Parting words to our viewers.
So number one, thank you for having me on this show. Sa mga ka-TGFI ko, hello, thank you na nandito pa rin kayo nakikinig. Hopefully hindi kayo umalis during the show. To Charlie, my friend from, my longtime friend, so nice to see you, kahit virtually. I'll make my advice simple. Definitely property prices will go up sa Philippines. Properties in the Philippines is actually a very healthy investment. You just have to choose your segment. Replacement cost right now will be higher because of the increase in prices in steel and cement and again currencies, and especially nung umakit yung price of gas and fuel. So if you have money to invest now, invest with a trusted broker. If you have properties that have appreciated, if you want to liquidate them, liquidate them. But again, yung nga every time after a recession, there's always what they call yung ano ba yan? Yung jumping effect, diba? Na yung price before the recession happened, bababa yan. But when it bounces back much higher than that level. So that's where we are now. We were talking about this during the pandemic, during the recession. Na, kailan ba mangyayari yan? We were talking about it before the pandemic na, ang taas na ng presyo ng properties. Kailan ba magko-correct? So nag-correct na siya, and it's about to correct much more pa in the future. So as an investment advice, buy properties now, invest in something that has value, hopefully something you can rent out. Invest in an area na kabisado mo rin or kabisado ng family mo. Have someone go to that property, amuyin yung hangin, like what Charlie mentioned. Imagine nyo yung mga tao na titira doon, kung kayo man yun, or you'll have it rented out, kung magiging masaya ba sila. And then, don't double guess. Don't second guess yourself. If it's a good investment, stick with your guts and do it, diba? Sayang yung opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir Cesar. Sir Charlie, parting words to our viewers.
Wow, that was a very insightful closing remark. Dami ako natutunan doon, Cesar.
Inulit ko lang yung sinabi mo, Charlie.
Well, first of all, Emil, thank you for having me today. And of course, to Cesar, always a pleasure to share the stage with you. No? Idol ko yan si Cesar. For me, simple lang, Emil. I'd like to start off by saying it is not about how much you earn, but rather it's about how much you save. We can earn an absurd amount of money, but if we spend it with a YOLO attitude, medyo sayang di ba? And when I talk about savings, it's not only about setting aside money and placing it into a bank account. It's about making that money you set aside work for you. I think we talked about that earlier today. You have to be able to monetize it. You have to find a way, in whatever shape or form, try to make the money you set aside work for you. If you decide to invest it in real estate, like what Cesar said, do your research. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of research and due diligence. Kasi a failure to do so could be really, really catastrophic, especially for somebody who does not have as much disposable income. And as we mentioned earlier today, there are a lot of tools and resources out there. You just have to look for it. Finally, of course, make sure, like Cesar said, I think is really, really important. Make sure to set goals when investing. Always have a purpose when you invest. Hindi pwedeng, basta, bibili lang ako. So always have a purpose. So yun lang. Thank you, Emil. For Cesar, thank you. And sa mga taga-TGFI, maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Charlie. Again, Sir Charlie, Sir Cesar, it's always a pleasure having you here in our summits at TGFI. And mga TGFI, that concludes our fireside chat. Again, I'd like to thank our panel speakers, Cesar and Charlie Brownpan. I hope you all learned a lot in this session. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you so much, Emil, and to our panelists, Charlie and Cesar. That was a very insightful and fun discussion of you guys. Our next speaker for today will talk about optimizing income for a future business venture through financial planning. Well, his corporate experience revolved in the real estate and financial services sector for the past 9 years. With this exposure, he helped thousands of Filipinos in managing finances, growing and protecting it for the next generation through one-on-one talks, webinars, and seminars with private and public organizations and even universities. While he is currently working as a registered financial planner, Sun Life financial advisor, and field manager, real estate professional under IQI Global Philgems Realty Group, and a columnist of Business Mirror. Let us all welcome the podcast host of The Now Finance, Carlo Biglang-Awa.
All right, so welcome again in our Financial Literacy Summit organized by TGFI and once again, thank you, Aaron, for that very kind introduction. So I'm really excited to add value to all our listeners and viewers for our today's event. And gusto ko lang batiin no, yung mga naka-tune in ngayon, not just only here in the Philippines, but in the whole world. So thanks again, Sir Floy and the rest of the team for organizing this summit. So today I was tasked to share something about optimizing your income for future business venture through financial planning. So this is applicable not only for entrepreneurs, but for those people who are planning to start their business in the future. So why is it important to have financial planning so we can increase our income? So as mentioned a while ago by Aaron, my experiences revolve around real estate, financial services, and consulting in the past 9 years. So currently I'm in Sun Life, RFP, doing real estate, writing in Business Mirror, and also a management consultant in Escala. And previously, I worked with Mega World. And so my hope for today is to add value to you guys with all the learnings that I got in the past 9 years. So I am excited and I hope now you can take down notes. So if you have pen and paper or maybe your gadgets with your iPad, so please feel free to take down notes. And feel free to share this link sa mga friends ninyo, no? Para we can maximize this seminar or webinar for more Filipinos. So, as we all know, we encountered a lot of challenges at this season. Siguro, to engage lang no, sa mga audiences natin para I can feel that we are still doing this, no, na magkakasama kasi na-miss namin yung face-to-face talks and seminars. Can you comment down in the chat box what are the challenges that you encountered during this time? Right? So, yes, please feel free to comment. So, actually, I summarized most of the challenges that entrepreneurs are experiencing as of the moment. So right now, we are encountering uncertainties. When the pandemic hit last 2020, hindi natin alam kung ano yung mangyayari. So a lot of business owners experience challenges. Hindi nila alam if what are the things that they need to do. Do they need to innovate? What are the things that they need to improve in their businesses so they can thrive, not just survive in this season. Another challenge is about finding new customers. So maraming mga businesses ngayon, especially nung nag-lockdown, they had a hard time paano sila mag-ooperate, paano pa sila magkakaroon ng new customers so they can have more profit. And then marketing. Many are saying that the old marketing strategies are not working. So ano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin at this season? Should they maximize social media, online presence, brand awareness, collaboration with influencers? Siguro yung iba sa atin ngayon, mga influencers, no? So, comment nyo naman sa chat box, sino ba sa tingin nyo yung mga top influencers in our country right now? And then, of course, one challenge is to have capital for expansion. So, for some entrepreneurs, this pandemic became an opportunity to grow their business, but they are having a hard time because they lack capital. So, these are just some of the challenges that we encountered. And so, before the pandemic, we usually meet people face-to-face. So, I do financial planning. So, ito yung mga nakakausap ko before. Even talks within the universities and organizations. But right now, we are on a hybrid setup. So, kaya ngayon dito sa TGFI Finlit Summit, we are on a digital setup. So, these are just some of the photos of our talks. And then, I got featured recently or last year in ANC. So thanks again for all your support. But today, our objectives, dalawa lang yung gusto kong focus natin. Number one, to understand the principles in maximizing your profit for business growth. So if you're an entrepreneur, ano ba yung mga dapat mong gawin so that you can increase your profit and also use that to grow your business? Kasi sometimes, yung profit natin, hindi natin siya nagagamit ng tama. So, instead of using that to grow, nagagamit lang siya for operations. So, hindi siya nagiging additional capital sana para mas mag-expand tayo. Maybe for those who are planning to start their own business in the near future, secondly, we need to integrate financial planning in business decisions. Kasi, as an entrepreneur, we need to know how to handle our finances, not just starting a business. So, kailangan alam natin paano ba siya i-handle. Kasi kung hindi, pwedeng mag-fail yung business natin. And that's the reason why there's a lot of startup businesses that are experiencing challenges in their first 5 years. Kaya iba nagsasarado, di ba? So, ngayon, pag-uusapan natin, what are the things or principles that you need to consider? So, just to define, what is a financial plan? So, it helps us determine if an idea is sustainable and then keeps you on track to financial health as your business matures. And then, we put together a financial plan, and it can help you achieve greater confidence in your business while generating a better understanding how to allocate resources. So, in simple terms, mahalaga na magkaroon ng plano with your finances so you can allocate your limited resources and use it to grow your business. So, for startup businesses, actually even for big companies, it's important to understand your income statement. Ano ba yung mga cost of sale or goods? And then, ano ba yung mga operating expenses ninyo? Kasi sometimes, kapag meron pumapasok na income, for example, you have a restaurant business, sometimes akala mo lahat ng cash inflow are profit na. But in reality, you have operating expenses. And sometimes, startup businesses are not monitoring their operating expenses, and so, nagagamit nila yung fund na yon in their personal lives. That's why we need to identify our income statements and what are our revenue streams. So, ano ba yung mga sources of income natin sa businesses? What is the total net profit or loss, also known as the gross margin? And second, the balance sheet. So, kapag nagsisimula tayo sa negosyo, minsan hindi na natin to iniisip. Lahat nakafocus sa operations. But you know what? Understanding the business financial plan, such as your assets, how much cash do you have, goods and resources are available that you can use in your operations. What are your liabilities? Kasi sometimes may mga entrepreneurs kumukuha ng tinatawag natin na good debts, umuutang sila so they can have additional capital, but they will use that capital to earn more and to increase profit. So mag-offset yung loan and magkakaroon sila ng excess income, and then magkakaroon sila ng new profit ngayon. So that's why we need to understand your liabilities. Do you have debts to your suppliers, landlords, creditors, and other entities? And then the shareholder equity. This is the amount of money generated by your business. So very basic business financial plan. So the question for our listeners right now, do you monitor your income statement? And second, do you monitor your balance sheet? Kasi if hindi pa, I think this is the time that you should start monitoring these aspects of your financial plan. So you can ask help from consultants or accountants para ma-help nila kayo to leverage with their strengths so you can focus on your day-to-day operations. So, ang main topic natin for today are the steps to creating a financial plan for your startup business. So, Sir Carlo, paano ba namin sisimulan yan? Ano yung mga dapat namin gawin? So comment nyo naman sa chat box, excited. If you're excited to learn the steps in creating financial plan for your startup business. So hats off sa mga first-time business owners or startup entrepreneurs. I really salute you guys kasi lahat ng mga big companies nagsimula sila with just a small team, maybe a team of 3 or 5, but eventually it will grow into hundreds and maybe your business will be the next top 1,000 corporation in the Philippines. So, the first point that I would like to share with you is creating a strategic plan. So, what do we mean by strategic plan? So, in every business or even in your personal finance, it's good to have strategies. So, ibig sabihin, alam mo na kung ano dapat yung magiging approach, ano yung magiging system mo, ano yung magiging process in doing your business. So, for example, here I created a roadmap. This is called the Now Finance Roadmap. For example, in your personal finance, you have this roadmap wherein you have 3 stages. So you can also integrate this with your business plan. So for example, you started with assurance, you are focusing on budgeting your income, and then you are avoiding bad debts. Siyempre, if you have good debts to increase your capital, you can maximize that. But if you are using your capital to incur debts na hindi talaga napag-aralan, we are getting loans, medyo may hirapan tayo. Medyo maapektuhan yung cash flow natin. So, in assurance stage, kailangan we avoid debts as much as possible, especially bad debts. And then, meron tayong tinatawag in our personal finance na emergency fund. I think you all heard this. Ito yung 3 to 6 months of your monthly expenses that you can use in case of emergencies. So for entrepreneurs, last time I was talking with an entrepreneur and he mentioned meron silang tinatawag na contingency fund with their business. So this will cover their operational expenses for the next 3 to 6 months, especially if there are calamities na may encounter ng isang business, just like nung nag-pandemic, diba, nag-lockdown. So their contingency fund can be used to sustain the operations in case na walang profit. And then of course, there will be insurances to protect your employees and even yung mga assets ninyo, meron tayong mga tinatawag na non-life insurance debt to protect yung mga assets natin, because in this stage, yung stage 2 natin is on building. It will help us grow our profit as well. Kasi in case of calamities, the protection side or the insurances will take care of those emergencies. Halimbawa, nagkaroon ng accident in your store, for example, nga restaurant business. So if you have a non-life insurance, that will cover the expenses depending on the coverage. And then of course, kapag nagkakaroon ka na ng excess funds sa business mo, paano mo pa siya mapapalago? So that's the time na kailangan mag-invest tayo. Kasi syempre, if we will just keep it in the bank, magiging stagnant yung business resources natin. At the end of the day, your goal is to use that fund for your expansion. Kasi nga, ang goal natin is to optimize our income so we can grow our business. Then, eventually, you can invest more. That's the stage 2 of building. And then, third stage, controlling and distributing. Because your goal is to have asset management, tax planning and evaluation, and the goal to have a transfer or yung estate transfer na tinatawag. So this is a sample of a strategic plan for your personal finance and even for your business. Kasi if you don't plan, maybe we are planning to fail. Kasi nga, we are doing things randomly. We are not doing things in a systematic manner. Kasi if meron tayong system, mas magiging mabilis yung decision making natin and mas magiging efficient tayo with our time and resources. Kasi sometimes if we are doing things randomly, maraming nasasayang na resources. So, the question for you right now, do you have a strategic plan? Maybe you can talk with your team leaders. You can gather together, plan together, and then think of your strategies. What are the approach that you would like to implement in the next 3 to 6 months? Then evaluate from time to time what is working, what is not working, so we can pivot and adapt with the changing environment. Kasi the only thing that is constant in this business world is changing environment. So that's why it's good to have a strategic plan with your team leaders or team members. So that's our first point. So for example, here in your personal finance, again, you are doing these steps to build a financial portfolio. The same thing with your business. Kasi ang applicable sa personal finance, it can be scalable into a bigger picture. And then next strategy that we would like to recommend you guys is to create, second, financial projections. So what do we mean by financial projections? So as you grow your business, you need to have cash flow projections. For example, you are having a annual target. So for example, 2022. So your target is to earn 3 million pesos annual profit, but hindi ka pa sigurado sa lahat na magiging cash flow mo for the next 6 months. For example, from July to December. And then hindi mo pa makompute magkano ba yung pwede mong maging profit or kikitain mo, kung ma-reach mo ba yung 3 million pesos na target. That's why you need to have cash flow projections. Because if you have a healthy projection using your past data and what's happening in the market, you can have your sales forecast. Magkano ba yung pwede mong kitain? Of course, with the efforts of your teams, magkano ba yung pwede nyong maging profit? And then, Third, in creating financial projections, you need to set your priorities. Not all opportunities are opportunities. Some of it could be distractions, especially if you are expanding your business. That is why you need to leverage on your niche or yung core focus natin. Ano ba yung strength ng organization natin? Are we selling services? Are we selling products or goods? So, ano ba yung focus natin na market? Are we targeting millennials, Gen Zs, or maybe the older generations? Are we targeting people in the Metro Manila area or in the provinces? So you need to leverage on your niche. Kasi we cannot target everyone because our marketing strategy will be weak if we don't have a niche market. So leverage on your niche and conduct break-even analysis. So you can also project, for example, in a year, ano kaya yung buwan na medyo mahina yung sales natin. So if we project that there will be a break-even with our income and the expenses for a particular month, maybe we can focus on the other months na malakas yung sales natin and maximize our profits. So that's why financial projections are important. So create quarterly projections, semi-annual, or every 6 months, and annual projection. And you can even scale that up. For example, in the next 5 years, you are projecting how much profit are you going to earn. But of course, it should be backed up by data. That is why important yung meron tayong data analysis function in our business. Maybe it's a small business, nagsisimula ka pa lang, onti pa lang kayo sa team. That is why you can also outsource with other talents, so mga consultants or even other agencies na nagpa-provide ng mga services nila. So that's the second principle. And then third, you need to focus on unique value proposition. In this changing environment, you need to know your strength and then what is your unique proposition, because it will help you to stand out in the market in the midst of competition. So sa ngayon, if you are doing, for example, milk tea business, maybe ang dami na nang nagbebenta ng milk tea, but what is your unique value proposition? Maybe mas maganda yung ambience ng store ninyo, or maybe yung service ninyo is excellent compared to others, and then you have some freebies or other strategies. So what is that unique flavor? Ito yung tinatawag natin na secret recipe ng negosyo natin. And I know a friend of mine, he's a former architect. So shoutout ko na rin, Simon. Tapos nagkaroon siya ng food business nung pandemic. So ang secret recipe niya or unique value proposition niya, yung mga simpleng pagkain nagkakaroon lagi ng twist. So for example, yung simpleng breakfast na nire-ready natin or yung mga lunch natin, nagkakaroon siya ng ibang twist. Nagkakaroon siya ng integration with other cuisine na alam niyang iluto. So you need to position yourself in a way that you will stand out with others. It's not about focusing on competition, but focusing on the value that you can give to others as well. Focus on the value, focus on the service, and in return, you will earn profits. Focus on your mission first, and then your profit will follow. It's about attracting your customers so that you can earn more profit. But it takes time. You will be needing to create process or systems so that you can be sustainable in positioning your value in the market. So ngayon, maybe you are just starting up, your group of 3 to 5 members in your company or organization, startup or sole proprietorship, but eventually you will have departments in your company. So that's the vision. That is why we need to optimize each opportunity, each profit na meron tayo, because we have a long-term vision of creating a bigger company. So yun yung encouragement ko sa mga listeners natin ngayon. You might be an entrepreneur or you might be an employee planning to start a business. Kailangan we think long-term, we think big, because it will be our motivation on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes you will encounter challenges, sometimes you will lose motivation, but if your value is clear to you, you will keep on going. And I just want to share this one. According to Warren Buffett, one of the most famous investor in the United States and entrepreneur, billionaire. Sabi niya, the best investment that you can make is an investment in yourself because the more you learn, the more you will earn. Again, the more you learn, the more you will earn. So this is a picture of mine with some of my colleagues, and this is during a seminar that I attended and I invested my time with RFP Philippines. So we're down to our last few slides. Again, it's about knowing your value. It's what you price is what you pay and value is what you get. Value is the accompanying importance, usefulness, and dividend from an investment. That is why, as an organization, an entrepreneur, know your value, provide value, and in return, you will receive value from your customers and your business will grow. So actually, you can monetize your skill or passion. What are your talents? What are your strengths where you can focus on so you can grow your business? So if you want to succeed, be willing to help other people in solving problems because businesses are about solving problems. And then few slides, integrate people, process, and tech component of your organization so that you can be scalable. So once you conducted financial planning, you already grow your profits, and then you're investing it, reinvesting it, and then using it for operational funds. Eventually, your people will grow, you will hire more people, and then you need to create processes so that your business will have a seamless flow, and then you can serve more people as well. And your technology should also go hand in hand with your growth. So you need to create systems and take care of your people to achieve growth and scale. So these three major components are important because our goal, once we increase our profit and revenue through financial planning in our business, we will scale up. But in order for us to achieve that scale, we need to integrate everything that we have: people, process, and technology. So to sum it up, business finance, you need to create a financial plan. You need to create financial projections. You need to know your unique value proposition and integrate people, process, and technology so you can operate seamlessly, achieve the growth that you are desiring, make an impact in your community, and become a sustainable business. So to all entrepreneurs listening here, I'm excited to see you succeeding in your business, and hopefully someday we can meet face to face, and maybe this program, this seminar help you in achieving your goals. And sana magkita tayo soon. Tawagin nyo lang ako, baka magkasalubong tayo somewhere. And congratulations in advance for attending this and for growing your business. So once again, I'm Carlo Biglang Awa. I'm a financial planner, keynote speaker, and business consultant. You can follow me in my social media channels. So yeah, in Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and I have a YouTube channel as well and podcast. So we can follow the Now Finance in Spotify and listen in our contents to get more insights about business and finance. So thanks for all our audience. I think we can proceed with our question and answer. All right, so I have a question here right now. And nag-PM. First question, how can I find the best business consultants in the Philippines that can help make a financial plan before starting a new venture? So that's a very good question. So there's a lot of business consultants in the Philippines. So I think you can leverage with of course, with the internet. You can look around through the internet, social media platforms, and of course, if you have some networks in the business sector, you can ask them because referrals talagang maganda yan, no? Kasi meron na nagva-vouch dun sa isang consultant, no? So you can look for RFPs, financial planners, and even famous business consultants in the Philippines, no, in the internet. And ako, I follow a lot of them, even in LinkedIn. Yan. So I encourage you guys to be active in LinkedIn. And actually, I had the opportunity to be part of this program because of LinkedIn as well. So yeah, if you don't have a LinkedIn account yet, please do create one because you can meet a lot of professionals there. So, ayan. So second question, sir, what are the key steps you should follow to make sure your budgets and plans are as realistic and useful as possible. So, yun yan, sabi ko kanina, create a strategic plan. So ngayon, what if, sir, hindi pa ako marunong gumawa ng strategic plan? Maybe you can consult someone, no, from your circle who is knowledgeable about budgeting, about planning, and then be accountable with that person so he or she can walk alongside with you in the process, because budgeting and planning, may it be in your personal finance or in your business, is not a one-time event. So you need to look for a professional and then be accountable, set smart goals. Ito, narinig na natin to ng maraming beses, no, yung smart goals, no, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-based. So you need to set smart goals so you can plan for it and you can break it down with a smaller scale. So for example, your plan is to launch a business in the next 6 months. So from now on, magkano kaya yung capital na kailangan mo? So maybe you can start setting aside a portion of your income and then project how much can you save in the next 6 months before launching your business. Or maybe you can ask funding from ito yung mga tinatawag na seeding, no? Or maybe you can ask funds from investors. So you can consult a professional. Paano ba gawin yon? At least you have a plan. Consult a professional and then execute after projecting. It's important to have ideas muna bago tayo magkaroon ng execution. Kailangan meron tayong learnings muna from other people's experience and make sure na pag-aralan natin yung pinapasok natin. So budgeting, very important yan. Start with a small amount. Set aside a portion of your income or profit and then try to create consistency or establish consistency. Kasi kapag sa simula lang natin ginawa, baka hindi siya maging sustainable. So, yan, in relation with that, no, meron tayong, I hope I answered your question. Ayan, third question. Sir, what is the difference between financial planning and financial forecast? So a while ago, I mentioned yung financial forecast. It's about doing a projection of what you can earn or what could be your expenses in the next 6 months or maybe in a year. So hindi siya yung actual mo, pero you are projecting it based on data na meron ka. Para nga naman you can prepare for it, lalo na if you're an entrepreneur, syempre you are planning to expand. So if you conduct financial forecast, you are projecting what will happen. How much are you going to earn? How much are you going to spend in your business and compute your profit in a particular time frame or period? While financial planning naman is doing the basics, no, like budgeting, savings, investing, para you can maximize your resources. So after mo mag-forecast, di ba, forecasting, you are planning naman on a day-to-day basis, ano yung mga gagawin mo sa finances mo or sa business capital mo so that it will grow, it will be sustainable. Saan mo ilalagay kapag may sobra ka na? Are you going to place it in a bank? Are you going to invest it in your business, reinvest it in your business? So basically that's the difference of forecast and planning. Planning more of on the operational side, what are you doing with your resources on a regular basis, while forecasting you are projecting. How much are you going to spend? How much are you going to earn with a particular time frame? So that's planning and financial forecasting. Ayan. So I hope you guys are learning. Ayan. So next question. Why is it vital to never just use one financial tool, such as ratio or metric, within the decision-making process of a project or other scenario within a company? So, sige, dissect natin yung question. Yung mga metrics kasi, ito yung mga basis natin for decisions. It's a way to measure the effectivity of an outcome or maybe the productivity of an output. Kaya tayo may mga metrics. Way to measure things, if it's effective or not. So, bakit nga ba vital na hindi lang isang financial tool yung gamitin natin, no, in coming up with decisions? Very important kasi yung tinatawag natin na business analysis. So in order for us to come up with a decision, are we going to expand our business? Are we going to hire more people? Are we going to venture into a new type of product? So yung metrics kasi natin, it's a way to measure if productive tayo, or ito yung key performance indicator. Kaya maganda meron tayong different metrics so we can diversify as well our basis of our decisions. So in case one particular metric, for example, ang ginamit nating metric to measure our growth is yung cost and benefit analysis. Magkano ba yung cost ng isang product and yung benefits nito sa atin when we get the profits. So for example, hindi gumana yung cost-benefit analysis. So kailangan meron pa tayong isang tool so we can diversify. It's like yung sa investment principle natin, di ba, yung do not put all your eggs in one basket. The same thing with metrics. It's good to have core metrics. Ito yung top metrics mo or top considerations mo in deciding on things, especially in business, so you can have different angles or perspective. So I think that's the word, different angles and perspective, so you can diversify the risk and maximize profit. So that's the reason why we need to use different metrics. At least we can set core metrics, no? And then if meron tayong mga minor metrics that we can consider, that will be better. So that's our fourth question. So any more? So yeah, keep it coming. Comment lang tayo. And yan, meron ulit nag-PM sa akin. I think our organizer is consolidating your questions, no? Maybe yung iba may mga same questions, or if di natin masagot yung iba because of limited time, you can keep in touch with me or even our organizer. So next question. And how can post-pandemic affect financial planning for individuals and businesses? Yeah. So right now, we are in the midst of maybe the pandemic and post-pandemic kasi syempre medyo nag-open yung business, although meron pa ring mga new variants na kumakalat. So, in the post-pandemic, since most likely things will be hybrid, yung mga dati nating nakasanayan, no, medyo meron na siyang ibang approach, like doing businesses ngayon, dati lahat on-site, ngayon merong work from home. So, yung economy around a particular area, nag-iiba na rin. For example, in BGC. Kung dati, yung number of foot traffic ng mga employees in a particular restaurant is the same Monday to Thursday. Ngayon, usually tumataas na lang siya Friday, Saturday kasi hybrid na yung mga tao, or maybe may certain spike na lang of foot traffic per week. So, in a post-pandemic world, financial planning will be innovative. We need to take advantage of technology. Could be individually. Maybe you can do your financial planning on an individual level through technology. You can, like yung ginagawa ko ngayon, virtual, no? Baka you can take advantage of virtual consultations with professionals, or you can take advantage of technology to monitor your operational income so that you can maximize your time and resources. In a post-pandemic world, financial planning will be integrated with technology. So we need to maximize yung access natin sa technology and yung social media platforms. For businesses naman, their approach will be different and continuously changing from time to time kasi important na gumamit na ng mga tools or apps. For example, in a business world, kailangan meron kang budget for technology rin para you can improve your process and you can take advantage of financial planning opportunities to maximize your profit. So, leverage on technology talaga yung pinaka nakikita ko na effect ng post-pandemic, no? Financial planning individually and on a business level. So, yeah, I hope that helps your concerns, and I think we will wrap up with the last question. Yung hindi po natin masasagot ngayon, you can message me through my social media channel, Carlo Biglang Awa, or follow my podcast, The Now Finance. And of course, message nyo yung organizer natin ng Financial Literacy Summit, the Global Filipino Investors. So, yeah, last question. Yan. In your personal opinion, what's the most overrated financial planning advice which is not very effective? Yan. So medyo specific, no? Ano ba yung overrated? Siguro for me, no, sa dami naman ng mga financial planning advice na narinig natin, I think yung idea na na kapag ka empleyado ka, hindi ka yayaman. So for me, overrated yun. Kasi for me, even you're an employee, pwede kang yumaman. Kasi pwede kang maging investor, pwede ka rin magka-business on the side. And at the same time, we cannot generalize financial planning experiences. Kung ano yung nag-work sa isang tao can be different to another person. Kasi nga, we call it personal finance. We all have different journey. We all have different experiences. And so, your approach in financial planning, of course, you can use the principles that we are teaching, pero you can personalize it from time to time. So, for me, medyo overrated yung sinasabi na kapag employee ka, hindi ka yayaman. But in reality, marami pong employees din na yumayaman basta diligent tayo sa ating pag-handle ng finances. So, yeah, I think that's the last question that we will answer. But again, if you have further questions, please feel free to message me in my social media channels. And I hope you learned a lot this afternoon. We have limited time, but I tried to simplify things about optimizing your income, in expanding your business through financial planning. So once again, this is Carlo Biglang Awa and Financial Literacy Summit. Good day and see you all around soon. Thank you so much.
Again, that was Carlo Biglang Awa, the podcast host of The Now Finance. Before we proceed to our next speakers, we'll be having a short break. But mga ka-TGFI, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok yan, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And again, you may use our official hashtags. Yan po ay hashtag Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI sa inyo pong mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. Well, your daily essentials are at your fingertips. Get news worth your time from the Inquirer mobile app. Anytime, anywhere, and always. Scan the QR code to download now. Follow Inquirer.net on Facebook and Twitter for the latest updates from the #1 news website in the Philippines, Inquirer.net. And also this one, we would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to our upcoming event. That will be the OSHDAP Affordable Housing Summit, uplifting the lives of everyone. Join us on September 9 and 10 for an incredible 2-day free summit hosted by the Organization of Socialized and Economic Housing Developers, PH, and the Global Filipino Investors. Learn from the industry experts as they discuss topics about housing, construction, home financing, best housing solutions, policy, regulations, industry developments, and more. Please register for free at www.tgfiph.com/AHS2022. All right, we'll have our short lunch break, so please stay tuned and we'll be back in a few minutes.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless. No matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Geronimo, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Paumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions, pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
I, Maria Leonor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
PJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Umpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, at oo, bilang tatay. Never stop pursuing your passions. Pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
And we're back, mga ka-TGFI, and welcome to the next part of the program of our Finlet Summit. Well, we're halfway done with our second day at napakadami nating new learnings from our powerhouse speakers. Again, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share our social media accounts. Facebook man yan, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And you may use our official hashtags. That's Finlet Summit 2022. Hashtag Financially Literate PH and hashtag TGFI sa inyo po mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. By the way, we are giving away 2 sets of Sappy Squirrel books valued at 2,000 pesos each set. Raise Money Smart Kids with these 5 children's books. These books aims to teach families money values and habits. And Sappy Squirrel is launching on June 25 at 11 a.m. via Facebook Live. So make sure to follow Sappy Squirrel on Facebook and Instagram. And also, mga ka-TGFI, we're giving away GCash credits worth 250 pesos. And here's a chance to win. And here's what you're going to do. Wala pong iba yan. Kung hindi mag-selfie po kayo, take a photo while watching Finlit 2022 live. I-post nyo po yung photo ninyo or yung selfie po ninyo sa Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag. Again, ang hashtag po natin, it's Finlit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI. And tag at TGF Investors and Sati Squirrel and also 3 of your friends. And lucky winners will be announced on our Facebook page. So stay tuned and keep those posts coming. Now, moving on to our next speaker this afternoon. Her passion for entrepreneurship and technical experience in the media has enabled her to create mass-based information, education, and entertainment that appeal to a wide base of audiences in the Philippines. She holds a master's degree in entrepreneurship and innovation from the Swinburne University of Technology, where she was an Australia Awards Scholar. She completed her undergraduate studies magna cum laude at the Far Eastern University, where she also served as a member of the faculty. She was named one of the 10 outstanding students of the Philippines in 2009, and today serves in the Regional Executive Committee of the Outstanding Students of the Philippines NCR chapter, and of the Outstanding Students of the Philippines Alumni Community. She is also the Executive Director of the Philippines Center for Entrepreneurship. Let us all welcome Termina and Akram to talk about the 3 M's of Entrepreneurship Framework.
Hello, thank you, Aaron. And of course, maraming salamat sa bumubuo ng Global Filipino Investors. No? Special mention to Rika from your team to reaching out to me via LinkedIn and really pushing me to really be part of this program. So, magandang hapon din po sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa atin ngayon in whatever channel, wherever you are. I was told there were a couple of viewers in Kumu. There are also some viewers in Facebook Live and I think in YouTube as well. Magandang hapon sa inyo. Muli ako si Mina Akram. I'm the current Executive Director of the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship, or most commonly known for a lot of people as Go Negosyo. No? Today, actually, initially, Rika reached out to me and asked me to talk about franchising opportunities now that we are transitioning to the new normal or probably towards the exit of the pandemic. But I told Rika, franchising isn't really my forte because the work that we do with Go Negosyo is really like encompassing all of MSME development. Maybe in the future, the Global Filipino Investors can invite also representatives from the Philippine Franchise Association or the Association of Filipino Franchisers. No, those 2 organizations are part of the Go Negosyo community and they're really best to discuss mga franchising opportunities. No. Anyway, today I was asked to discuss about something else, and I chose the topic of discussing Go Negosyo's 3M framework for MSME development. So let me start off my presentation with a quick backstory. Go Negosyo was founded by Joey Concepcion. In the course of the 16 years of the presence of Go Negosyo, whenever Joey Concepcion is asked to speak in front of an audience and talk about the Go Negosyo advocacy, he would always say this quote, teach a nation how to fish, you feed the nation many lifetimes. And this is really sort of our mantra in Go Negosyo. And this is sort of our basis for trying to influence a lot of Filipinos to have that shift in mindset. As mentioned several times, I guess, in the course of this forum for the past 2 days, but let me reiterate, MSMEs are the major economic drivers of the country because not only that they are 99% of the businesses in the Philippines, but they contribute to a lot of the employment in the Philippines. Kumbaga, they really contribute to the economy and they really generate so much jobs. And once we are able to enable them and really help them succeed, then it will be a big difference in terms of our economic recovery now that we are moving out of the pandemic. So actually, how did Go Negosyo started? No, it was actually in 2005 when President Arroyo, then President Gloria Arroyo, actually appointed Joey Concepcion as the presidential advisor for entrepreneurship. This was the start, no, and through that, it redefined mentorship for MSMEs and set the stage for more impactful capacity building in coordination or in partnership with different government agencies that deal with a lot of small business owners and micro entrepreneurs. And through the years, it resulted to a lot of or thousands of Menti graduates. We call our the people that undergo the Go Negosyo programs mentees. No, it resulted to thousands of Menti graduates in over 100,000 mentoring programs that were conducted ever since. No, also through the role of the presidential advisor for entrepreneurship. No, it paved the way for the establishment of Go Negosyo to be the grassroots platform for MSMEs, no, and to provide access to a lot of money, market, and mentorship opportunities for these small businesses. It also became the basis to edify the real needs of MSME development. In July 2014, Go Negosyo Act became a law, or RA 10644. Through the Go Negosyo Act, it mandated the Department of Trade and Industry to put up a lot of negosyo centers all over the Philippines. Actually, every city and municipality should have a negosyo center. For most of you who doesn't know what a negosyo center is or what it does, it's like a one-stop shop. Whenever you go to a certain area or a certain negosyo center, it is expected that you're able to fulfill yung mga initial documentary requirements when you want to start your business. And Go Negosyo was the inspiration of that law. No? And again, it produced a lot of graduates, a lot of people who have impacted and who have learned a lot from our mentorship activities. So just sharing with you some of the photos of our past activities. No, we've been here for the past 16 years, and through all of our events, we have mentored, we have enabled, we have capacitated a lot of entrepreneurs in different areas of money, market, and mentorship. Because speaking of the money, market, and mentorship, no, this is something that I would like to share with you this afternoon. This is sort of the framework that Go Negosyo follows. No, you can see in this slide is the Go Negosyo's 3 M's of MSME development framework for us, which we think are critical elements to any success of an entrepreneur. Actually, DTI uses more M's, 7 M's. Other groups utilizes more M's. Pero sa amin kasi, the basic ones are the 3 M's, which is access to money, access to market, and access to mentorship. Money, of course, we're talking about, financial literacy and financial resiliency. Money for MSMEs are really financing opportunities to allow them to start up or to start their own business and to be able to offer products and services. For some existing entrepreneurs, access to money is to be able to, really expand their business to other operations or even offer more services. And it allows them to really navigate yung different opportunities within their business. Second one is access to market, because market opportunities connect you with customers, buyers, partners, and other stakeholders that will be beneficial in the entire ecosystem of your business. No, right now there are a lot of traditional market opportunities that are partners with Go Negosyo. No, but it's starting to transition to more of a digital, ecosystem of market opportunities. And later on, I will share with you some of that. And lastly, which is I think the core and heart of the organization of Go Negosyo or the entrepreneurial activities in Go Negosyo is mentorship. No? And in Go Negosyo, mentorship is about linking small entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs to successful entrepreneurs who will act as their big brothers or big sisters, who will share best practices, who will share, kumbaga, similar experiences whenever challenges face these small businesses, no, and these mentors are guiding them as they navigate the path to success. No, we have a lot of mentorship activities in different forms in Go Negosyo, and I will also share with you some of the work that we do, no, in terms of that area. But unfortunately, no, and this is something that will really highlight, I think, the rest of my presentation is what happened in 2020, because it also shifted or changed a lot of our programs in Go Negosyo and the way we address yung mga problems and challenges of our MSMEs. So as you all know, no, we all experienced this. It was in the fourth year under President Duterte's term, or in March 2020 specifically, when COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. Actually, I think this was earlier pa, no? But the first or the initial lockdowns or the community quarantines happened during March 2020. And during this time, the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship and Go Negosyo's role evolved, no, considerably from being just the champion of MSME development and ASEAN to saving more of lives and livelihoods. Because for us, health and economy are very much intertwined, and the pandemic showed us that, no. You cannot really operate a business if your employees are sick. You cannot, go to the office if you are sick. You cannot buy from, business owners, get food if the restaurant is closed because people are sick. So that pandemic made us realize this point. So just to be able to share with you some of the efforts that we did during the time that the pandemic community quarantine started. And this is really sort of like a narrative of how we transitioned or how we pivoted some of our programs. And hopefully you'll be able to get some learnings, no, and strategies that you can apply wherever industry you are. It may be a small business or in your work, no? Because for us, we were really challenged to find ways on ensuring that our MSMEs continue to operate so that they can continue to sell and offer the products and services, because they cannot afford, no, to lose more and more sales. As you all know, MSMEs were negatively impacted by the COVID-19. Actually, the negative effects of COVID-19 to micro, small, and medium enterprises severely impaired economies worldwide. Actually, in the Philippines, if I may read, according to a World Bank study, 77% of the micro and small firms in the Philippines were forced to close down due to the community quarantines. No? And those firms that remained operational suffered around 66 or 67% decline in sales. With such devastating effects, MSMEs are finding ways finding ways to keep their businesses afloat as consumers stay indoors for prolonged periods. MSMEs need to maximize a lot of digital or other potential opportunities within the new normal. So when the pandemic or the community quarantines was first imposed in March 2020, Go Negosyo, together with the rest of the private sector, pulled together some funding to be able to provide food, cash, and transport to affected communities. So we found ways to be able to provide PPEs for healthcare workers so that continuous operation or continuous effort of the national government will be there. In April 2020, when testing was scarce, it was during that time that RT-PCR was rarely available in the Philippines. We have secured the President's approval to be able to provide the initial testing capacities for the private sector. And during this time, it was the rapid antigen kits, which is yung when you prick your finger and there's blood. Though it has a very low accuracy, it provided sort of like an idea of what the status of small businesses in terms of like the infection level within their institution. And in May 2020, that's when we started procuring and donating RT-PCR machines that we donated to different hospitals all over the country to be able to ramp up yung testing capacities. Why? Because we want to be able to ensure that MSMEs continue their operations. So we provided this RT-PCR to different hospitals so that testing for small businesses will be cheaper. We have endorsed a lot of small business owners and their group in these hospitals so that whenever they need to test their employees, they can do so at a cheaper cost. Moving forward, one of the innovation that we funded is the pool testing for RT-PCR. It allowed private sector to really test more of their employees, companies to test more of their employees with parang very cheaper way, because this is where you pulled in a lot of the samples from different employees, and it's only during the time that someone tests positive among the pool of samples, that's when the hospitals need to revalidate the test. So if all are negative, everyone, the employees and all of the MSME business owners can continually working and offer their products and services. Moving forward to November of 2020 until January of 2021, this is where we really ensured population protection, because as you all know, March 2021 was the vaccination started, no? But it was as early as November 2020 and up to January 2021 that Go Negosyo initiated a world first tripartite agreement between the national government, vaccine manufacturers, and the private sector. These allowed us to be able to procure around 17 million worth of vaccine doses for the private sector. And this is to ensure, again, continued operations of MSMEs, no? Not just the big businesses, but the small businesses. No? And through that, we were able to assist also small business owners to be able to inoculate their workers, yung mga staff members na tumatao sa mga maliliit nilang store. And other than that, there were continued efforts to be able to continue the conversation on the impacts of COVID-19, the new variants that came in, and all of the necessary things that the private sector and small business owners need to know, just to be able to get through or kumbaga survive during the time that there were surges, during the time that there was restrictions in mobility. So I'm just sharing with you some random photos. These are some of the test kits that we donated to different LGUs, to different hospitals to be able to test a lot of the employees of the business workers, a lot of the employees of the companies and business workers of MSMEs. This is the world first tripartite agreement with the national government that allowed us to procure vaccines. So as you all know, some of your companies have offered vaccines. You don't need to rely to national government and your LGUs to be able to be protected from the vaccine. I mean from the virus. And then again, we also pulled in together different partners to be able to offer shared vaccination sites. So if you're an MSME and you don't have the money to pay for a healthcare worker to be able to inoculate their workers, what we did is put together resources to be able to put up shared vaccination sites in our partner malls and institutions so that the workers are protected from the virus. Again, these are the sample of our continued conversation involving the national government representatives, the Department of Health, different LGUs, members of the private sector, experts, and doctors to be able to continue conversations on how we'll be able to protect our population and continue operations while doing so. But I would just like to shift back on MSMEs and their concerns during the pandemic, because as we all know, as I mentioned kanina, MSMEs were badly hit during the pandemic, really. And these are some of the challenges that we encountered whenever we work with the MSMEs during the pandemic. Number one is the need to shift digitally or be part of the digital economy. Because a lot of the micro entrepreneurs that we work with in Go Negosyo through our mentorship programs with the Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Tourism, we discovered that a lot of I'm sure you also know this in terms of their physical encounters. A lot of our micro entrepreneurs in the Philippines are accustomed to face-to-face selling. So you often see a lot of sari stores in communities, and wherever you go, they're everywhere. We're often putting up bazaars, big events wherein you can roam around a certain area and buy from entrepreneurs face to face, and you can really see the product. But since most people are home and we needed to ship digitally, hindi masyadong sanay yung mga small business owners during that time. Number two is there was a need to navigate different platforms. Katulad ngayon, we are live in Kumu, we are live in YouTube and Facebook. And MSMEs are not, really sanay sa mga ganong type of options because, again, they're accustomed to face-to-face selling. There were a lot of platforms available. There were a lot of digital tools, but MSMEs doesn't know which one to choose. no, and which want to enter just to be able to sell their products and services to their target customers. There were just a lot of options. There were questions about, do I need to put up my own website? Do I need to utilize Facebook Marketplace? Do I need to sell in Shopee and Lazada? Things like that. There were a lot of questions from MSMEs during the pandemic. Number two is less income, of course, because, most often they were closed. And then there were less loans provided by banks. So financing opportunities was very, very scarce during the pandemic. Probably because all of the industries were affected, no? So because of that, mahina yung sales, no? It's harder to acquire loans. So if you want to be able to sustain operations, sustain paying off a lot of your people, it's really hard, no? And those with existing loans find it hard also to pay their existing agreements with the banks. So it was really a challenging time. Number three, discovery, which is I think very relevant to our forum right now, is a lot of the micro entrepreneurs are unbanked. So they don't have a bank account. And because again, no, they're accustomed to face-to-face selling. So most often they deal with a lot of cash transactions, no. So yung pag-ikot ng pera nila, very cash-based, no. And most of them, especially the micro entrepreneurs in different areas and provinces, don't have proper identification. Because as you all know, if you want to open up a bank account, you need to have at least, a proper identification, IDs that would have or contain your photo, your name, your birth rate, and address. No? And lastly, which is I think one of the biggest thing as well, is there's a lot of, gap in terms of the technical knowledge and know-how. So there was really a need for a lot of capacity building and trainings. So what did we do, no, as Go Negosyo? We sort of have this called the digital shift, wherein all of our programs sort of have an online element, or we started to think about how we can transition and use and offer digital tools to our MSMEs during this time. And through that, we have accelerated digital money market and mentorships for MSMEs, no, through our different programs. As mentioned, there we have a lot of mentorship programs with DTI and DA. So before the pandemic, they used to attend a 10-module worth of classes in 2 months, face-to-face in a certain specific area in their province, and then mentors from Go Negosyo usually go there. But right now, we have transitioned to a shorter version wherein they just need to get into Zoom, and they can avail, or they can listen to different mentors and different opportunities na pwede nilang utilize on the areas of money market and mentorship. Aside from that, as an additional effort from Go Negosyo, what we did to be able to address yung challenges that I mentioned earlier is to provide an online mentorship program on Facebook, which I think is the most accessible digital platform for people in the Philippines, so that it makes mentoring accessible to the general public, whether you are an aspiring, starting, or an existing entrepreneur. So this is an example of how we shifted online, in terms of our mentorship program, specifically with the Department of Trade and Industry. And then we also have a partnership with Department of Agriculture, wherein we train mga farmers from different industries in the Philippines. This is the Go Negosyo, which is our online mentoring program in Facebook, wherein we offered mentorship programs to anyone who are listening to the show. So last slide, and I think this is some of the recommendations that I think we need to look into, and MSMEs in this call or in this meeting. Sort of things that we will sort of focus on, and I think the national government or the next administration needs to focus on as well. Number one is to continue yung digital transformation for MSME development in the areas of 3Ms. Having customized programs that offers digital offers programs with the digital flavor for MSMEs in the areas of money market and mentorship, and design more special or impactful programs with e-commerce elements, and with e-commerce platforms. We need to be able to capacitate all of our MSMEs to be able to navigate ano ba yung mga areas na kailangan nilang malaman within the e-commerce platform and the entire value chain, no? Not just, marketing, not just product development, but also logistics, supply chain, and even payment and cash and payment and transactions in general. Number 2 is we need to continue to have initiatives to save lives and livelihood, because as mentioned earlier, health and economy are intertwined. We need to be able to, the national government or us will continue to champion, having MSME assistance in different forms. It can be ayuda, or it can be influencing financial institutions and banks to have that assistance in terms of like banks, bank loans and other forms of loans that MSMEs can avail of. And of course, there's value in providing a continued partnership, from the public and private sector, so that there's continued information sharing and different best practices that MSMEs can get access to, so that they'll be able to continuously operate and survive as we enter the end of the pandemic. I'm hoping so. Number 3 is we need to be able to measure yung readiness of MSMEs to conquer future pandemics. And this is, I think, where legislation and policies of the next administration should look into. So there's a need to look into policies that will prevent future shocks in terms of the supply chain of MSMEs and actually all businesses in general, so that it will allows them to stay competitive not just in the local but the global market. And lastly, as mentioned kanina, yung negosyo centers, these really are centers that can provide you a lot of value add. But unfortunately, right now, the negosyo centers in different areas in the Philippines sort of have an administrative role lang. So they just assist you with all of your documentary requirements, things like registering your own business, trying to secure all of the permits that you need to be able to operate. And hopefully in the future, and we'll also start to, influence more the new administration to really expand services of these negosyo centers, because they're more accessible to the person themselves, because they're situated in different cities and municipalities to provide mentorship and counseling services, so that the continuous growth and development of MSMEs will be ensured moving forward. So again, I think yun lang yung lessons and experiences that I'll be able to share, and hopefully you'll be able to capture some of the learnings that we had with Go Negosyo specifically during the pandemic, and apply it in your own industry, in your own lives. And if you have a business, apply it in your businesses as well. So yun lang, maraming salamat, Aaron.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mina, for that very wonderful, informative presentation wherein the Go Negosyo team was really able to help our MSMEs out there, especially during the time of pandemic, when pandemic really disrupted us, from all walks of life, yung mga negosyo natin talaga naapektuhan. At talaga nandiyan ang Go Negosyo to help them, to aid our mga negosyo natin. For those who are really aspiring, na magkaroon ng negosyo right now, at yung mga businesses na gusto nilang masimulan na hindi nila alam kung paano. And thank you for Go Negosyo for always being there for this people. So with that, I would like to open our session for a very quick Q&A. And there are a lot of questions coming in na po sa ating mga live viewers online dito po sa ating YouTube and also sa Kumu. But let me pull up some questions coming from our viewers sa YouTube. So, let me start with Ramona Cruz Valenzuela. Ang tanong niya, do you have some tips? I don't know if apparently parang you were able to tell this already, Ms. Mina, during your presentation. Ang tanong niya kasi, do you have some tips for an effective networking online? I want to know this since I think this question is even more relevant than ever today, as more companies are embracing working from home. Any tips, ma'am? Any advice?
I think right now, sabi ko nga, the pandemic forced us to shift, no, from having personal face-to-face interactions to something online. So tips in networking online, I think you just really need to build your confidence, no? Kasi if you want to be really a successful entrepreneur, you need to set aside lahat ng hiya para to really connect with your customers, really talk to them, ask questions about what they want, what they need, so that you'll be able to continuously kumbaga parang effectively produce products and services that is relevant to your customer. In terms of like networking online, I don't have like specific tips, no, but maybe know what you want before you communicate, know your goals, because there will also be opportunities that you'll be able to talk to people who might be of help to your business, and sometimes it's a one in a lifetime opportunity. So always be ready, always be ready with your pitch, always be ready with your goal. Whenever you talk to people, and hopefully you'll be able to share whatever product or services that you have in your business.
Wow, thank you for that, Miss Mina. Sabi nga, dapat talaga ang mga negosyo ngayon, online ka na dapat. Otherwise, maraming mawawala sa'yo. Mahirapan ka talaga mag-venture talaga sa business ngayon kapag hindi ka
And
digitally
siguro,
ready.
Aaron, I would like to add, I was talking about this in last week, no, I was kasi in Davao. We have a program with indigenous peoples, no, community in Davao. And unfortunately, medyo mahihain sila, no. And one of the key challenges that they have is whenever they receive negative feedback. So, nadi-disheartened na sila, ayaw nilang magpatuloy. Pero ako masasabi ko lang, and we always say this is part of the job, nothing personal. Always take it with, always take it in and just consider, because it might be the comment that will really enable you to bring the best product out there.
Wow, thank you so much, Miss Mina, for that. Another question coming from Glyza Fernandez. Sabi niya, hello, Miss Mina. I'd like to ask, when is the right time for an entrepreneur to make money off the table? Kailan nga ba yung right time na yan?
Actually, I think I'm not the best person to answer that, because I'm not an entrepreneur, no. I think it's really about studying all of the factors. I think basing it from the personal experience of my mentor, Cesar Joey, who's who's the founder of Go Negosyo. I think it's really about knowing what matters for you, and knowing the environment that would enable you to make such decisions, no. But again, I'm sorry, I'm really not an expert in that. Maybe I can ask some of our successful entrepreneur friends and share it with Rika or the group of TGFI once we have the answers na, or tips from successful entrepreneurs themselves.
Okay, but still, thank you for those for that insight, no. And now, here's another question from Moy Santos Cruz. Ang tanong niya po, no, what are the top topics the MSMEs sought advice on, especially during this difficult times, diba? Ano ba yung usual na topic ang hinihingan nila ng advice?
I guess number one is where to get the money. Kasi it's really something na very critical for starting entrepreneurs, no, the initial capital. Of course, there are ways, no. It can be personal savings, no, your own personal money. There are also microfinance institutions in the Philippines. There are a lot that can provide you with microloans, a minimal amount that enables you to start, no, have the initial, kumbaga, volume of products per se, or initial capital to buy something and to be able to sell it off. Of course, there are bank loans which may require a bit of documentation and collateral, no. There are a lot. There are also loans being provided by different institutions of the government, like the Department of Trade and Industry. I guess it's really access to information that's very challenging right now. A lot of the entrepreneurs don't know about these money opportunities, kaya nahihirapan sila, no. And they often parang subject themselves to financing na medyo sketchy, like yung mga loan sharks, 5-6. So ako, ang tip ko lang sa inyo is go to the nearest negosyo center in your area. You can ask questions from there. But if you do like some help, you can message us also in Go Negosyo, and we'll gladly link you to our bank partners if you need a loan for your business. That's one, Mayamino. Pangalawa, more of marketing and product development, because there are a lot of great products in the Philippines. It just so happens that most entrepreneurs don't know how to differentiate themselves, because usually kasi parang parehong product, no? So sometimes people don't know how to identify their unique selling proposition, no? What makes the product or service unique that customers would come to you compared to the other competitors, no? Those are the areas. Ano pa ba yung mga areas na laging nilalapit sa amin? I think yung machineries, no, yung really putting together all of the technical requirements or technical equipment to be able to parang expand operations, no, or really grow the business. DOST, the Department of Science and Technology, offers these kinds of services, no. They'll be able to assist you in terms of like machinery requirements. For example, for your food business, you just need to coordinate and contact them so that they'll be able to assist you with your need. No, there are a lot of government, private sector offerings na I think hindi lang masyadong alam talaga ng mga Go negosyante. So kaya yun din yung goal namin sa Go Negosyo, no? Marami kaming activities really focusing on communication so that we'll be able to share these services to all of the Go Negosyo community.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Mina. Just a follow-up question, since you mentioned earlier na meron kayong tama ba Go Negosyo centers?
It's actually not ours. It's a government service, no. It's a negosyo center. It's often situated within the areas of the Department of Trade and Industry office in your area. Some negosyo centers are actually in malls. Some are within the municipality office, like yung mga munisipyo. Usually nandun siya. So sa negosyo centers po, pwede po kayong pumunta doon. Pwede kayong magpa-assist on how to register your business, how to get the necessary permit, and even seek advice for every concern that you may have as an entrepreneur.
So currently, nationwide, do you have an idea po kung gaano tayo kadaming merong negosyo center na pwedeng puntahan yung mga gustong magnegosyo or magtayo ng business right now?
Yeah, right now there are 1,330 plus negosyo centers all over the Philippines. You might not be aware of it, but it's worth looking into and asking your local government if they do have one. If not, you can also go to a nearby negosyo center and ask questions. But again, if you need help also, you can message Go Negosyo Facebook, no, anytime, and we'll be able to link you to the right stakeholder that can sort of address your concern. Kasi for us in Go Negosyo, talaga kami, parang middleman kami. So we just link you up to the necessary institution that can help you.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Mina. Now I'll get last two questions coming from our online viewers. No, this is from Mikey John Galang. Hi, Ms. Mina. I really learned a lot from your talk today. I'm an aspiring entrepreneur here in Manila. I want to know, how do I find a startup mentor to build a deep relationship with? Talagang gusto niya po ng malaliman na relasyon.
Actually, there are many different ways. If you have a business already, you can go to the negosyo center in your area, or coordinate with the Department of Trade and Industry office in your area, because our Kapatid Mentor Me program, wherein we really allocate mentors and we design a 10-module program for mentorship for small businesses. Those need to be endorsed kasi by the DTI for us to be able to put together yung program na ito. So you need to coordinate with your DTI. But Go Negosyo offers other mentorship programs as well. Actually, maswerte ka kasi sa June 25, meron kaming one-on-one face-to-face mentorship program sa SM North, sa The Block. It starts from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. anong meron dito? It's like a speed dating with a successful entrepreneur. So you can get to sit down with a successful entrepreneur from the Go Negosyo community and ask your questions, no, yung business questions mo, and be mentored face to face in a small table, no. One-on-one talaga siya. So yun yung ma-offer ko. Hopefully hope to see you there, no. Marami kaming mga mentors na na-invite. Some of the mentors that we'll have, si Secretary Mon Lopez will be there of the Department of Trade and Industry. Secretary William Dar of the Department of Agriculture will also be there to mentor. Si Sir Joey Concepcion, of course, will be there to mentor. We have Dr. Aris Alip, which is the microfinance guy of the Philippines, no, for loan opportunities. And there are a lot of business owners and CEOs who will be there as well.
Ayan. So, yeah, so I hope nasagot ni Miss Mina, no, Mikey John Galang, yung actually may follow-up pa nga siyang question. I have built surface level relationships online, but want more personal advice and support from a mentor. Kaya nga, pumunta ka daw, sabi ni Miss Mina, this is kami tao, June 35.
Yes.
So,
wala nang mas personal with a one-on-one.
Yeah. Actually, I have seen one of those events po, no, nang nag-go negosyo. We're in, nasa isang area kayo na may lamesa at dalawang upuan. No, as in one-on-one talaga siya. Na, mentoring, yes. No? Well, thank you so much, Miss Mina, for that. And I believe that completes our question and answer portion right now. And before we leave you, bago tayo sumunod sa susunod na speaker for this afternoon, any final or parting words bago po kayo malis? Thank you.
Wala. I think siguro always remember that there are other opportunities aside from employment that you can explore to be able to succeed in life. And for us in Go Negosyo, it's really about, having that shift in mindset and be enterprising, no, in whatever industry or area kayo ngayon. You can always find ways to be, enterprising and really work with your passion and things that you like to be able to provide more for your family in the longest time possible. So, but if you need help, Go Negosyo is here. We can help you, we can guide you, and we can link you up to concerned agencies that will be able to see through yung inyong success wherever that is. Maraming salamat ulit sa TGFI for inviting me, and see you sa mga events ng Go Negosyo.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat, Sir Mina or Miss Mina, for joining us today, and we hope to see you again soon. At ayan po, mga TGFI, ang Executive Director ng Go Negosyo. Now, our next speaker will talk about leveraging on real estate and property management. Well, she is one of the well-respected and active real estate professionals who founded the real estate hometown Unitage Biz Center, or Rehab, last December 12, 2012. As the Philippines' first ever real estate property hub, Rehab is the place where all the key real estate services converge under one roof, such as brokerage, appraisal, consultancy, property auction, property development and management, and all allied services. Let us all welcome Dr. Mary Gausol.
Do you want to sell or acquire a property? Rehab and My Hometown Realty and Developer, with a wide range of real estate services for individual, corporate, or business clients. From brokerage, project selling, to property management, leasing, engineering, appraisal services, and for documentation services. Real Estate Hub, 25 years in the real estate industry. Our chairman, Ms. Margaret Gao, a licensed real estate broker and a certified international property specialist. Our president, Dr. Mary Gausol, a licensed broker, appraiser, and consultant, certified international property specialist. 2019 ASEAN Real Estate Network Alliance Arena top broker. Our CEO, Mr. Winston Gao, together with his wife, Claire Gao, handle international linkages. Check out our website at www.realestatehub.com.ph. Dr. Mary Gausol holds 8 licenses and titles: a licensed real estate broker, a licensed real estate appraiser, a licensed real estate consultant, and a licensed optometrist by profession. She is a licensed international life coach, a licensed management coach, a certified international property specialist, a 2019 ASEAN Arena Top Broker of the Philippines, Rehab Real Estate Hub, and My Hometown Realty President. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, good evening to all mga taga-TGFI, the Global Filipino Investors 2022 FinLit Summit Financial Resiliency. I'm Dr. Mary Gauso. I'm thank you again for having me in this event. And it's an honor to be with my fellow speakers na napakarami, full house always parati sa TGFI. And given the topic assigned to me, leveraging on real estate and property management. And I'm so happy to share with you my expertise in my career for the past 25 years. And I'm sure you will be learning a lot. So that's a promise to you and to all mga taga-TGFI. Of course, just to give you the expectation of the content of our session, it's about leveraging on real estate and property management. First is the best practices, of course. Second is complete real estate services. Third is the property management. Fourth is about today's new normal. And fifth is about condominium guidelines. And sixth is about trend in lease management and green buildings. And for the last one is I would like to share a few of my success stories in leasing and property management. With that, I'll start with my first topic, leveraging on real estate. Of course, we all know that in anything that we do, we should give our best. So the best practices should apply because we know giving our best is always something that will give us it's always right to do the best practices in whatever career you are in. But in real estate, of course, our client will be looking forward in all our honesty, in everything that we will be giving them in terms of advice, in terms of their key decision making and other things. And best practices give you will create you. Of course, the client will definitely looking for your services and will be looking forward for a lot of referral from their friends, from their batchmate and other if we are giving our best in our practices. Yan. Building trust with clients, of course, communicate proactive, commit to communicating proactively with building trust with clients. Communicate proactively. Commit to communicating proactively with your clients. Whether good or bad news, you should do your best to inform them quickly when getting any significant news. Scheduling weekly check-ins with client when you're actively working on a project is another great way to communicate proactively. Remember, even though you may have multiple clients, you're probably their only point of contact. Essentially, you're their real estate lifeline. By being able and proactively communicating with them, you can ease worry and create an overall great experience. You know, our client will give testimony on how we are handling them and the way they are taken care of and the services that we render. It's definitely something that they will treasure. Accurately understand needs. It's difficult to deliver a great customer experience if you don't fully understand someone's need. I think the initial knowledge or initial information that you will be needing from the client is very important, just not to waste time in terms of viewing, in terms of other discussion. At least you zoom into the requirements that the client is needing. However, since your ability the best to serve your client is dependent on your understanding, it's something you need to invest time and energy into. It's not like you don't listen to what is the requirements particularly specifically that they need in terms of size, in terms of budget, in terms of location. And I think it is always best for us to give them only the best that will suit their requirements. Practice active listening. This is very important. Hearing and understanding are two very different things. Just because we hear the content of a message doesn't mean we fully grasp the speaker is trying to convey. Perhaps we're distracted or thinking about a point we want to bring up. And active listening is essentially an act of being present. The speaker has your sole attention and you're keyed in to what they're saying. Sometimes the client is asking you something, then you are replying not the answer that the client is expecting, no? Or sometimes the client already repeated it 2 times, 3 times, but you hardly understand what the client wanted. So I think we have to practice active listening. Another is accommodating client schedules. Of course, many real estate transactions are relatively high stakes, meaning they take significant time and thought. Though someone may be able to steal away from work for an hour or so, the amount of time probably won't suffice to view a property or go over renovation plans, etc. So what we are doing, that we in our company, we normally come up with a one-pager presentation wherein we show everything, all the information needed in terms of the lot plan, in terms of the proximity to the exit, some highlights, nearby area, the orientation of the property and other things. I think it is very important. In order to best serve the client, it's probably you'll need to meet with them outside the normal Monday through Friday or whatever works best with your client and not work best for you. Sometimes we feel very complacent just fitting the schedule of the client to our schedule, but it should be the other way around. It should be their schedule and at their convenient, and we will be the one to adjust. So making the work all while being responsible to staff and avoiding burnout can take some finesse, but it is possible. Being the intermediary for other services. If you're the primary point of contact in the process, chances are client will ask your advice about those other areas. And if you've been in the business for a while, chances are you do a decent bit about all the ancillary services surrounding real estate. Like what we have also, we have all the allied services. We know that client will be needing some technical issue wherein we have the engineer to attend to it. We have some legal issue wherein our lawyer will be on board. We have some we have to run the financial. We have to run all the other expenses that very crucial on the decision making of the client. So those are extraordinary services that we should be doing to our client. However, just because you know more than most doesn't mean you're the ultimate authority in all things real estate, but you do want to help how you can. Again, we are in authority whenever we are talking to our client because the client knows that we are expert on this. Why? Because they know that we know the rules and regulation, the compliance, what are the things needed, what are the zoning, what are the actual use, what will be the best use for the property. So they know that we are the one expert in this industry. Compare to them, they might not be a regular buyer or seller. They may be it may be their first time to buy or to sell. Build a strong network. Participating in industry networking events can be a great way to start making those connections. Asking people who work in the industry longer than you for recommendations can be another way to go. Or if you notice quality work, inquire about who did it and reach out to start building those connections. So, you know, real estate is about networking. That's the main reason why we are joining some associations, real estate related, and some associations like non-real estate organization or association like Management of the Philippines, Philippine Marketing Association, and other organization like Federation of Chinese Chamber of Commerce. That is where I am getting some client, and on the Brokers Network, Brokers Association, that's where we also interact with our fellow practitioners to get some listings that we can offer. I think with that, we should have all the components so that we can have a good database pertaining to brokers network, buyers network, sellers network, and others. So balancing selling and service, striking the right balance can be difficult to do. There's not always a clear line in the sand of when you should be selling and when you should be serving. Over time, many develop an internal compass, but if you're having trouble finding true north, there are a few tactics to use. Of course, we know that there's a specific things that the buyer wanted. So what we have to do is to really align to what they are looking so that we can always give a good match. Second is complete real estate services. I can just share with you on how I am doing in terms of real estate services. We come up with like a menu of services wherein we have the legal, we have the engineering, we have the appraisal, we have the property management, we have the other consultancy services and documentation. I will be going through quickly one by one on all the services. We will be needing all these services along the way as we transact with our client. Why? Because there's a lot of things that the client need to have. Sometimes there's a property that need to be subdivided. Sometimes there are properties that they need to have some legal advice, like some lease pendants annotation wherein the legal team should be on board. So just to give you a quick run through on what are the services that we are doing. And in the same way, you can also do the same, because I think having a complete service in one roof is something that the client will be looking forward. Example, in legal services, we have the legal advice. We can do some contract drafting and review. We can do some legal research. We can draft affidavit and legal documents. We can come up with some extrajudicial settlement of estate contract. We can also do some demand letter. We can come up with some registration of company. We can also notarize and other services. And other more intense services of legal is like the property dispute, family dispute, intra-corporate or inter-corporate disputes, and collection disputes and other things. I think these are all important to our client. Engineering services like accurate plotting, mapping of technical description. Sometimes we wanted to know the terrain, so we need to have a topo survey. We also have some comprehensive digital topographic based map with lands classification, which identify the road, the waterways, the contours, slope, and various other thematic layers. And on some properties, it is important that there's some services like boundary dispute analysis, if that is to cater for LGU services. We also have some comprehensive land use program wherein we tie up also with some of the information needed from the local government. We have also the GeoTask GIS-based real estate property tax system, and a lot of things, mga informatic map draw. We have the zonal value map. We have the voting precinct map, and a lot of things. I think these are all very important in terms of the engineering services. And for the appraisal services, we have this RVAS, the Rehab Valuation Advisory Services, wherein we are giving some services like appraisal on machineries, equipment, appraisal review, collateral valuation, leasehold. Of course, in some aspect, we will be needing some expert to handle and to work with us on this. And if there's a business valuation, the accountant should be on board, and other things. So it's not catering only to what we personally can, but what other expertise that should be also on board with us to concrete the appraisal work. We do heavily the documentation in terms of you want to transfer the title to your children, you want to close the corporation, you want to buy a property, you want to have some due diligence, you want to get a certificate of zoning classification. We have some title authentication, title verification, trace back of documents, trace back of title. We check all the annotation if everything are duly cancelled. We also help secured ECC, which is the Environmental Compliance Certificate, or the EIS, which is the Environmental Impact Statement. So there's a lot of things that we can give in terms of documentation. And for due diligence, we know that this is something, this is a must. This is something that we should not be missing before we conclude any transaction, because due diligence is a process in real estate transaction wherein the buyer should know all information, details, and status of the property before consummation of a sale. There is no standard due diligence period or legal diligence period unless a contract is signed specifying the period of the due diligence. It can be as long or short time period as needed provided by the client. So we cannot give exact date or time on the due diligence because it depends on the intents of the things that we need to know. If it's a corporation, you still have to go to get the SEC registration, articles of incorporation, the financial. You have to check if all the incorporators are still present and willing to sell. You have to ask for some board resolution. So there's a lot of things. If it is an agricultural lot, you have to come up with a certificate of non-tenancy, certificate of a lot of things from MARO, PARO, so conversion issue, and a lot of things. So the due diligence is really tailor-fit based on the status, the classification of the property that you are buying. When you make a big purchase, of course, or an investment, you do your homework to hopefully make a sensible decision that gives you good value for the money you are spending. And the client will be very happy if you do an in-depth due diligence, just like what we are doing. We are getting the trace back of the title to the oldest possible available in the records because we wanted really to check if there's no issue backward, because if there's a contestability or whatever things or whatever annotation that is present in the old title that are not carry over, it may also bring some problem in the future. So we are very careful. That's why we are still doing the trace back and a lot of things, no? So yan yung mga dapat natin gawin as real estate broker. And for documents verification, we all know that we have to secure the following. We have to ask the owner to show us the owner's copy of the title. We have to get the certified true copy of title from Register of Deeds, certified true copy of tax deck of the property, land improvement, machineries and crops from assessors, tax map of the property, the latest tax receipt, the tax assessment from city treasurer, the tax clearance, certificate of no improvement in case it's if it's a vacant lot, certificate of non-tenancy if agricultural lot, dark clearance, 2 government issued ID of the seller with 3 specimen signatures. TIN number of all parties must be within TIN verification. I mentioned about traceback. The importance of traceback is that we know what instrument used in transferring from previous owner to present. Deed of sale ba siya, extrajudicial, or deed of donation. So somehow, we will be aware kung anong klaseng instrument yung ginamit. What amount they declare, history of the title, any uncancelled annotation that are not carried over, or history of lost title and other restrictions. So we also have the property management group wherein they handle the management of some project like a condominium, like some project that I will be sharing in latter part. So in property management group, they do the billing and collection policy and procedures. They do the conventional marketing, accounting procedures available also, and procurement canvassing and bidding procedures is also part of the job of the property management, especially if we are coming up with purchases that should be approved by the board. So we should come up with series of quotation from 2-3 different companies that will justify us, give us justification where to buy that particular item. And of course, the third-party contract management of service agreement, like the fumigation, the landscape, if there's a swimming pool, the maintenance for elevator, and a lot of things. All right. So we also have some special project, especially those consultancy. If we have some township project, or what's the highest and best use of the property, or some feasibility studies wherein it's a careful study wherein we run a lot of studies, financial, technical, and a lot of information that will give key decision to the developer or to the proponent to decide to proceed or not to proceed, and what's the bottom line take home after the project, and what will be the fallback or plan B in case it's hindi nag-materialize, no? So, yan yung mga things that we have to present to our client. Construction services, we normally refer some of our accredited contractor, and we do a lot of consultancy services. Most important is the business continuity plan, wherein emergency response is must be in place. We have to do a lot of crisis management in terms of health, and in this time, because of this pandemic, we have to do the business recovery. We have to review the business sustainability, and we have to re-engineer new landscape or pivot in whatever plans that we have. We also have to revisit our SWOT, the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat that we have, because what we have before may not be the best for this pandemic. So again, bottom line is of course liquidity. So this business continuity plan should be revisited and should be in place. For my third part of my talk is about property management. So I'm happy to share with you a lot of things about property management, and I want you to understand the property management scope of services, because it looks very simple, but it's so it entails a lot of work, like for administration, contract management, we have the accounting and financial management, we have the engineering and preventive maintenance, security and safety management, housekeeping and sanitation management, head office support, value enhancement, and energy management. So in that case, we know that property and facility management, of course, handle a lot of different types of properties. We have office, commercial buildings, we have residential condo, we have residential subdivision, we have some mixed-use development, like there's a mall and there's a residential condo. So that is what we call the mixed use. We also the manufacturing facilities, hospitals, medical arts building, school buildings, museums, concert, churches, airports, anything that has people coming out in and out of the property entails property and facility management, like shopping malls and other government offices. There are a lot of property management contract. I think it will be always best for us to present an engagement wherein it is clear right from the start what are the expectation of the owner in getting our service as property management. It is important that it is clear that the expectation of the owner, if the vacancy are included in the deliverables of the property management, or what are the things that should be inclusive and exclusive. So these are not a standard one, but of course there's no such thing as standard contract. It all tailor fit based on the agreement. So you may propose something that you think that you are comfortable, but do not propose something that you cannot deliver, because we wanted to create our name and we don't want to destroy our name by committing something that you cannot deliver. So it's a no-no, of course, right? So there's a lot of different samples form that I am showing right now. So like a property management, we have to show a lot of different template wherein we need to communicate with our lessee on the billing, on the submission of other requirements and other things na kailangan, no? So maraming mga iba-ibang form for us to monitor, to documents all the communication. Typical manpower complement and organization. I am showing you a typical parang organizational chart. Of course, there's a board of director, no? Meron tayong mga operation manager, accounting supervisor, building manager, engineering, may mga technician, concierge, accounting assistant, administrative assistant, and a lot of mga ano. So it all depends on the operation. I think it is always best for you to draw the organizational chart so that everyone is aware who is under whom and what are the functions of each scope. So again, under administration, it is expected to include the deployment of personnel, the performance evaluation, the response to client residents, the assistance in meeting, monthly reports, of course, and the circulars, and the responsive resource meeting program. Support to legal counsel, rules and regulation, orientation, periodic inspection, and of course, the permit should be in place. So the permit should be something that is very important because meron mga permits na yearly, meron 3 years, it all depends. So it is part of the job of the administration to monitor all the permits that should be in place, no, like fire, sanitary, no, mga mayor's permit, barangay permit, and a lot of things. Again, it's still part of the administration for some risk assessment, the insurance concern, annual work program, the property handbook. All records should be intact, and of course, the administration also the one to contact the contract, third-party contract tie-up, like mga regular, no, technical ng elevator, landscape, mga regular fire, mga ibang other things that we need contract management, like mga naglilinis ng mga salamin, no, outside the building, kung how often, ano yung mga regular schedule, yan yung mga kasama sa admin. And for the engineering and preventive maintenance, of course, the comprehensive routine and maintenance program and facilities, record of as-built and other plans, the warranties, etc., monitoring of fit-out in accordance with fit-out guidelines, inspection of common properties, equipment, checking for illegal unauthorized connection, which is very important, and the training and upgrading of technical personnel's knowledge and skills. That is under engineering. Of course, sa housekeeping and cleaning management, dyan yung makikita kung gaano kaayos ang building because makikita nyo kung malinis ba siya, hindi malinis. So, it requires the housekeeping to submit housekeeping and janitorial management plan, check completeness and timely delivery of cleaning materials, and require housekeeping to submit employee contribution and other government remittances certificate. Manage general upkeep on the common areas of the property. For the head office support, this is important. Of course, we do the annual technical and safety audits. We do the full supervision of managed property. We back up 24-hour action team. No? Hindi naman natin kailangan maglagay parati ng engineer sa site. Hindi naman tayo kailangan parati maglagay ng electrician sa site. But there's a pool of expert that you can call within 24 hours to respond to whatever project you want. Technician to go in case of emergency, training and upgrading of employees' knowledge and skills. All right, so value enhancement and energy management and energy conservation, cost reduction and green program, cascade programs to the project, introduction of value-added services, introduction of some proposition of income generating project to board of director, and of course the environmental management and compliance program. Kasama lahat yan, no? Because we really wanted to let the homeowners know that we as property management are giving our best services for them in terms of security, in terms of savings, and many more. So again, in today's new normal, magkaiba na, no? Because of this COVID, our health crisis, normally we do a lot of mga changes. Kaya nga tawag natin ngayon property management under business unusual. No, hindi siya business as usual, but it is business unusual. It's the same thing. Property management is like a crisis management. We come up with the pre-entry adjustment, daily actions and program, regulation and review, and the business continuity plan. Of course, we know that property management in today's new normal becomes a daily partnership between the property owners, developer, and the property management company team, and all occupant of the residents, employees, student, etc., and all visitors of each property. Alam natin kung anong araw lang tayo pwede magpa-deliver, saan ang pick-up station. So we come up with different plans so that we can also orient or educate all the homeowners on the schedule that we have. And we do a lot of mga memos to them so that they can be aware. Kasi what we are doing are also for them, no? Gusto natin maprotektahan sila, gusto natin for their safety, and of course, they will be very happy if we are doing this. Yan. So in today's new normal, medyo may konting revision dun sa ating organizational chart. like earlier that I have presented, I just put and include occupational safety and health committee as needed and safety and health officer na kailangan. Basic preventive and mitigation measures, of course, alam natin, this is non-negotiable. We always do the thermal scanning still, the face mask, and the face shield. Medyo hindi na nagpe-face shield tayo ngayon. The disposable gloves, sanitizing foot bath, mat, disposable shoe covers, and mga ibang protocol that is, alam naman natin lahat yan, no? Kasi almost 2 years na tayo. And in addition, the property management responsibility is to prepare and submission of new normal workforce and workplace management plan to LGU kasi nire-require tayo before. We ensure inventory of special stocks, no, at least for 2 months, yung mga face mask, alcohol, and other things. Program of sanitation and disinfection, it's a must na regularly, hindi siya pwedeng once a week, it should be daily. Protection and safety of employees, residents, visitors, and all other third parties entering the property. Yung mga canteen, kitchen should be disinfect regularly, mga social distancing natin should also be observed. And in case of emergency, observe all rules and procedures during an emergency event. Follow instruction coming from the emergency response leader. And of course, if meron tayong mga concern, there are other government agency that can help us. We all know that lahat to, kailangan tayong magkaroon ng markings para alam natin kung saan ang pwede, hindi pwede. And when we queue up, we still wanted to maintain the social distance that require for safety of everyone. Again, every day is business unusual. Everyone must be involved in property management, and safety and discipline in everyone's responsibility. In every crisis comes opportunities. All right, so I'm sure those who wanted to concentrate in property management, there's a equivalent income for this. It only entails you to have a good training, a good team that can handle and work with you in this. An income property is a type of real property that generates revenue generally through rental payments from the owner. These properties can be residential or commercial and can be almost any size, as small as single family home or apartment to larger multi-building office complex. Regardless of the type of size of investment, income property management is a lot of work. It requires thorough knowledge of the surrounding property market to set a competitive rental price. The daily interaction with tenant, contract workers, and prospective renters, and the constant upkeep of the both physical property and administrative and financial information to go with it. Many income property owners turn to professional management companies to oversee their properties and handle day-to-day responsibility. Okay, so I'm sure there's a lot of mga condominium guidelines that they are giving to all the homeowners. There's those contactless transaction wherein there's a QR code that you can generate to get the car sticker for health declaration, concern monitoring. You have to get the RFID application and mga iba pa, no? These are just samples, no, from different condominium. Maraming mga iba-ibang advisory coming from different condominium guidelines. So please be aware of it. And this is just a bonus. I just want to share with you that we have our accountability to educate also our client for green buildings because of the climate change, because of mga ano natin. We know that green building, also known as green construction or sustainable building, refers to both structure and using of processes that are environmentally responsible and resource efficient throughout a building's life cycle, from seating to design, construction, operation, maintenance and renovation, and demolition. We know that the green building is not just yesterday. It's even started as early as late 19th century with the higher fuel consumption and cost due to the creation of a glass enclosed and in invention of modern conveniences such as air condition. A group of concerned individuals are encouraged by the growing environmental movement. However, it was the oil embargo since 1973. So ganyan na siya katagal, no? So I think there's a lot of advantages in terms of environmental, in terms of economical, and in terms of social. So planning for energy efficiency to develop a plan, an effective energy savings plan. The property manager should observe the following. Of course, the design energy saving plan, the document obtained and information properly, the conduct of periodic review on collateral on collected data, the study of the consumption profile and operational efficiency, and compare and analyze the result year to year, no, para we can show and exhibit to all the board and board director of the condominium corporation and the rest of the homeowners that there's really a savings, there's really a difference whenever we are using mga solar, yung mga inverter, and a lot of mga green appliances, no, na mga green technologies. And lastly, benchmark against other buildings other than using the online energy consumption indicators. We all know that LEED is a rating system devised by the United States Green Building Council, which is the USGBC, to evaluate the environmental performance of a building and encourage market transformation towards sustainable design. Okay, just to share with you some of my success story in leasing and property management. We personally have our BGC hostel and dorm in Makati, and we have the Panay, Quezon City, which we name Panay Kain Tulog at Iba Pa, and we have the Boni, which is the one in front of Mandaluyong Hospital. This BGC hostel and dorm is located in Makati. It's a 4-story and it's near BGC. We also have in Bulacan, Malolos, near Bulacan State University. We have also the Urban Oasis we handle as the exclusive property management and getting tenant. We handle all the billings and collections. And we also handle as property manager 2017 at Pasig Central. It's a 10-hectare project with 36 warehouses with prime industrial area. Valued tenant include Emperador Distiller, Mega World, Intelligent Touch, Skin Science, Berjaya, and other na malalaking company. But we ended our service already, I think, 2 years ago during the pandemic. So Kings Point in N. Rojas, this is a vacant lot. Then we managed to deal to tear the building and to build up a new strip mall. And the same one in D. Tuason, Quezon City. So that ends my presentation. Let me share this important take home to everyone. Life's too short. Take time to celebrate and appreciate the amazing people in your life. It's not what we have in life, but who we have in our life that matters. And sharing with you my life verse, Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you. And in behalf of our company, I'm the president of our company Rehab, my hometown, Tronics Master, Garbs, BGC, Sightsaver, Rehab Valuation, and other companies. As the president, thank you very much for giving us again the chance to be with all our taga TGFI, and being part of this is really something very fulfilling. Thank you and God bless. Take note that God is the best doctor and prayer is the best medicine. Thank you and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. God bless. Okay, I'm ready to answer live question from our participants. Let me read. What attracted you to invest in real estate? All right, very nice question, and I'm so happy to share with you the reason why I'm into real estate, because my family is into buy and sell. And during the time, my father told me that one of us should study real estate, and that's the time wherein I just graduated from my optometry course and just recently passed the board exam for optometry. The reason I'm a doctor because I'm an optometrist by profession. Then when my dad told me to take real estate review as broker, then alam mo naman ako masunurin para may mana, no? So I study and I was able to secure my license as broker. And next I was encouraged to take appraiser review and took the exam and finally passed. And the last is the consultancy, which is the highest of all. I also took after 10 years of my practice in brokerage. So I think this industry of real estate is something na hindi natin pagsisisihan dahil ito talaga yung something na napakagandang opportunities na sa lahat, wherein if you are looking to really generate fund, no, and magkaroon ng passive income, napakaraming opportunities with all the different services that I mentioned earlier. So dun pa lang sa iba-ibang services, no, you can already earn, and you can also grow together with your colleagues in the industry, with your client. Okay, I hope I was able to answer that. Next question, what are the common mistakes that we should avoid before we invest in real estate? Okay, ang common mistakes, no, hindi nagkakaroon ng proper study. Kasi dati, kung ano yung naiisip mo, yun na lang ang ginagawa mo. But I think with a lot of mga information that we can generate, with a lot of mga research that we can get from the net, no, and proper validation sa mga iba-ibang government agencies, we can never go wrong if we have the math, we have the study, we do our homework, we do the due diligence, no. Diyan naman normally nagkakamali eh. Hindi ka nag-ingat sa pag-research, no. Hindi mo alam na magkakaroon pala ng setback, magkakaroon pala ng road widening, o hindi pala matutuloy yung mga projects. So there's a lot of mga other issues. Alam niyo, 10 properties sa 10 properties, 10 kwento. So iba-iba lahat yan. I think it is always right for us to really do our homework, to really go in depth before we decide. We don't let our emotion, no, sometimes masyado tayong passive. Oh, maganda yan, sigurado yung mga ganun. So let us not practice yung mga ganong impulsive. Lahat naman yan quantifiable. So long that alam mo yung risk, no? That's why we handle our client, we give yung mga risk disclosure, ano yung mga expectation, ano yung mga possible na problema. So these are all things that we should lay down very clear to our client. All right, thank you. And for the last question, let me check. Can you give us tips on building a property management startup? Yes. To come up with a property management setup, it all depends on the team that you will be getting. Meron tayong pwedeng team na lean lang, may receiving, meron reception, meron record officer, meron accounting, meron nagbibilling, meron messenger. It all depends on how small or how big you wanted your property management company is. So marami din mga services na extra value-added services, no? Kunyari, si mami ayaw na mag-hire ng maid, so pwede siyang tumawag sa property management for a service na per hour lang, sasamahan lang mag-grocery si mami, pupunta sa grocery, magbibit-bit ng mga binili, ihatid si mami, that is a 2 hours, so you just pay for 2 hours service. Or meron kayong pet, no, gusto niyo na tawagan ng property management para tawagan, para paliguan yung aso. So mga ganong klaseng value-added, mga extra OA na mga services, no, pwedeng kasama. So again, my tip is you just focus on the objective that you wanted, how to reach your goal. Very specific kasi sa akin yung SMART, no? Very important sa akin yung SMART. Ano yung SMART? Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Lahat yan may time-bound. Kailan mo gusto ma-reach yun? Ano yung mga gusto mong gawin? So, from time to time, nagkakaroon ka ng performance appraisal. You validate where are you now. So, ano yung kulang mo? It's not only saying what you wanted to do, but what you don't want to do anymore. Kasi minsan meron tayong mga habitual mistake na ginagawa, di ba? So I think when you set up something, you should have a good team, no? You can have your partner, na meron kang someone that are accountable also to you. Kasi hindi naman, we cannot claim that we can do everything, no? Without a good team. Napakahirap niya. So I think with the proper training, with the proper employee, with the proper partner, you will never go wrong. So yan. So again, our company Real Estate Hub would be very glad to work with any one of you. If should you be interested magpa-mentor, meron kayong kailangan in any real estate services, of course, we will be very glad to work with you. Our office is in 12 Quezon Avenue, corner Kitanlad. Anytime you can reach us, you can contact us. Ang keyword lang isasabihin nyo ay taga TGFI kayo and you have attended the Global Filipino Investor Financial Summit, Financial Literature Summit. All right, thank you and God bless everyone. I hope you were able to get something from the answer coming from me, and God bless, stay safe, and take care. Thank you.
So much sa ating one and only Dr. Mary Gauso for that very informative talk. No? She's been always giving a lot of details pagdating po sa real estate, and she's been with us for the past several summits already. Again, guys, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share ang ating pong social media accounts ng TGF Investors or TGFI. Facebook man yan, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And you may use our official hashtags. Ang hashtag po natin ay FinLit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI sa inyo po mga tweets, comments, or Facebook and Instagram stories. Moving on to our next speaker this afternoon. He is a digital marketer who specializes in social media marketing. Founder of one of the fastest growing social media marketing centric Facebook communities in the Philippines, Social Media Marketing Philippines. He is currently the digital media executive at Warner Music Philippines and podcaster at 5 Minutes Social Media Tips with Neil. Let's welcome Neil Dimapilis to talk about SEO Hero, how online stores can drive organic traffic.
Hey guys, thank you for joining me this SEO 101, and this is how to maximize your business this digital era. So again, for today's agenda, it's what's SEO? Is SEO really important? Does your business need it? So how can SEO help your business? In just a quick summary and application. So just a quick introduction, I'm Neil Dimapilis, and currently I'm the digital marketing executive at Warner Music Philippines. I'm also the community founder of one of the largest, fastest growing social media centric communities here in the country, namely Social Media Marketing Philippines. And I'm also the podcast host at 5 Minutes Social Media Tips with Neil on Spotify. So just a quick icebreaker para lang naman hindi tayo seryoso in our session. So here are some suggestions on baka gusto nyo lang silang sagutin. So first is, what was the last thing that you purchased online? So feel free to comment down below. Personally, yung last thing na nabili ko online was bed sheets. Kasi kaka-move in ko lang sa Makati, so I needed new bed sheets, kaya umorder ko ng bed sheets. So what's your breakfast earlier? Breakfast ko was sinangag tsaka hotdog. Your basic Filipino almusal kasi madaling lutuin, mabilis lang. Diba? So what's the most challenging thing that you've done in your life? Ako, share ko lang, yung pinaka-challenging thing na nagawa ko sa buhay ko is nagtulak kami ng best friend ko ng sasakyan niya for 3 kilometers habang umuulan kasi tumirik yung sasakyan niya. Diba? Ewan ko na lang kung hindi pa kami best friends for life sa ginawa namin. 3 kilometro yon. And lastly is, what's your favorite dessert? Ako naman, mine is chocolate ice cream. So, diba? So I hope, diba, you guys are already ready. Diba? You have your minds ready na din, diba, for your businesses, your website to increase its visibility. Kasi at the end of the day, lahat po tayo na may negosyo, lahat po tayo na may businesses, we want our websites to be visible every time when people searches for our products or services na meron tayong website na nakalagay sa Google or online. So the better the visibility for your web pages that has, So the better visibility for your pages have in search results, the more likely you are to garner attention and attract prospective and existing customers for your business. Kasi nga po, di ba, pag nakikita ng mga tao yung mga negosyo natin online or yung website natin, that calls for possible customers. Pero kung hindi nila nakikita yung website natin every time someone searches for a keyword or a search phrase, then we're losing potential clients, and we don't want that. So, the question is, kailangan ko ba talaga ng SEO? Kailangan ba ng negosyo ko ng search engine optimization? So, currently there are 5.6 billion people searching on Google every day, and this is worldwide. So can you confidently say that every time someone searches for the product that you're selling or the service that you're offering, your website pops up of the search results, or lumalabas po ba yung website nyo sa search results? So for every click that happens that's not your website, or nagkiklik po sila sa competitors nyo, is you are losing your clients or your potential customers. And we don't want that, because at the end of the day, kaya po tayo naglabas ng website, kaya tayo nag-establish ng mga web pages, is for them to see us online and for them to purchase our services and products online as well. So, when people search for inquiries, so just to answer, kailangan ba ng negosyo ko ng SEO? The answer is yes. When people search for inquiries, keywords, or phrases, you being top of the list or you being on the first page of Google search results shows authority over your competitors. Di ba ang saya nun? Nakikita nyo yung website nyo, nasa ibabaw kayo ng competitors nyo. And we all want that. And SEO can do that for your business. So here's just an example. So every time we search for best restaurants in Manila or best hotels in Manila, all we see are curated websites na. So for example, TripAdvisor, PH Hotel, Traveling Foodie, Guides to the Philippines, Forbes. These are curated websites already na pinagsasama-sama na lang nila yung mga tingin nila na ito yung mga best. But for example, if you own a restaurant, then someone searches for the best restaurant in Manila. Gusto nyo, lalabas yung restaurant business nyo or yung restaurant website nyo on that search query or for that keyword. And SEO can do that for you. So how can SEO help your business? So search engine optimization is not just about being on the top of the search results. Kasi being on top, meron siyang bragging rights, pero that's not all about SEO or what SEO is all about. So SEO allows you to build brand value. As your brand value builds, you gain more opportunities to acquire customers. So for example, think of it this way. You started your website nung ginawa nyo siya, nung na-launch nyo na yung website nyo, nakalagay na siya sa 10th page of Google. Pwede ba kayo mag-react ng heart or ng laugh? Kung sino dito, pag nagsusearch ba kayo, pumupunta ba kayo sa 10th page ni Google? Wala naman, di ba? Kasi wala namang pupunta doon as wala namang desperate enough na pupunta ng ganong kalayo. Pero when we start up a website, usually it's on the 10th, 11th, 15th page of Google. Pero as we increase our ranking, so from the 15th page, we go up to the 10th. People are getting, So from the 15th to the 10th page, people are starting to notice your website slowly. Diba? Little by little, as you increase your ranks, as you go through the pages one by one, habang tumataas yung page ranking ng website nyo, people are going to notice your website little by little. So there, you will acquire different types of people from different types of faces, be it they are your target market or not, makikita nila yun, and that would show different types of opportunities for your business. And that's something that we want, and that's something that SEO can do for your business and your website. So what are the ways that you can maximize search engine optimization for your business? So there are 4, that's off-site SEO, on-site content optimization, and UI and UX. So what is off-site SEO? Off-site SEO, or link building in layman's term, it refers to actions taken that's outside of your website or your own website to impact your rankings within the search engine results pages, along with on-site SEO, which I'll discuss with you later. This includes several of the factors of the basic SEO that helps your site to rank. So, isa pa lang to si off-site sa mga pwedeng ranking factors for your website to go on Google's first page. So, optimizing for off-site ranking factors involves improving search engine and user perception. So, how does people see your website? Authoritative ba yung content na nilalabas nyo? Are the content that you're putting out relevant to your readers? May mga articles ba kayo on your website? So those types of things. So linking to or promoting your website and effectively vouching for quality of your content. So you can link from one website to another of the same industry, of the same niche. It's sort of you nudging Google, oh, reputable website kami, authoritative naman kami on this niche or on this industry. So bigyan nyo naman kami ng konting ranking boost. So that's off-site SEO in a nutshell. Next is on-site SEO. So yes, kabaliktaran siya ni off-site, and this involves everything that's within your website. So on-page SEO is the practice of optimizing On-page SEO is the practice of optimizing individual web pages. Ito yung lahat ng landing pages and web pages per website in order to rank higher and earn more relevant traffic. Kasi ang gusto naman natin mag-rank lahat ng web pages natin in our website. Not just our homepage, not just yung About Us page natin, but all from our Contact Us page, yung homepage natin, yung Shops page natin, our Articles page. So all the web pages within your website, we want them to rank higher. So on-page refers to both the content and HTML source code of a page that can be optimized. So dito na papasok yung keyword optimization. You have to put in different sets of keywords within your content. So as opposed to, di ba, when it comes to off-page SEO, puro links lang to. But when it comes to on-site SEO, this involves from the copy of your website. Ano ba yung mga texts na nakalagay sa website nyo? Yung mga images nyo, are they optimized for maximum viewing? Or masyadong malaki ba yung images, yung file size? Kaya hindi siya naglo-load fast enough. So those can be factors why your website, or if you should decide to have a website, baka hindi siya mag-rank. So here are just some of the questions na pwede nyong tanungin sa sarili nyo when you have a website for, or if you're optimizing for on-page SEO. Are your meta descriptions optimized with the desired keywords that you want to rank up for? So are your title tags updated? So kailangan, kung ano yung keyword that you want to rank up for this certain landing page or for web page, dapat align din siya with your title tags. And lastly are your web pages linked internally? Because at the end of the day, we want Google to think that all your web pages is cohesive and seamless and interconnected with each other. Next is content optimization. So content optimization is the process of making sure your content is well written or written in a way that it can reach the largest possible target audience without sacrificing the quality of your content. So the process of optimizing content should include making sure that your associated keywords or yung keywords that you want to rank up for are included or embedded within your article or your content. So adding meta and title tags and relevant links within your content pieces are essential as well in terms of content optimization. So here are just some of the questions that you can ask yourself when it comes to content optimization. Are you writing relevant articles? Yung mga magbabasa ba na about your business, are these the topics that are relevant to them? Kailangan ba talaga nilang malaman tong mga bagay na to about your business or about your industry? Are your articles equipped with the keywords that you want to be visible for? So if we're just going to write articles for the sake of writing them and not optimizing them with the right keywords, using the right amount of keywords and including keyword placements within those articles, para saan pa now we're optimizing your content if we're not going to do those as well. So always write for people, because at the end of the day, hindi naman natin to sinusulat para kay Google, hindi natin to sinusulat for the sake na masabi natin may laman yung website natin ng articles. So we are writing for people because we want readers, we want people to go to our website to know more about our business, to be interested to our business, for them or for us to be able to convert them to solid customers or purchasing customers as well. And lastly is UI and UX, which is the most underrated and overlooked part when it comes to establishing websites or doing business websites or optimizing a certain web page or landing page or a website as well. So SEO is the medium to drive traffic. So how we get traffic from, let's say, either social media, organic searches, yun si SEO. While UI and UX, it creates the first impression. So kasi pagpasok natin ng website, makikita kagad natin na ay okay, mahihirapan ata akong hanapin kung ano yung kailangan kong hanapin sa website na to. Mukhang mahihirapan ata akong umorder, mahihirapan ako mag-pre-order. So usually, meron tayong kasabihan, first impressions last. So once people already have a negative perception of what your website is, aalis na kagad yan, pupunta na yan sa iba na mas comfortable sila, mas madaling hanapin yung mga kailangan nilang hanapin. And that's already a lost lead for us. So UI and UX is very important because both work in the tandem to ultimately serves your user's intent. Because at the end of the day, they want something that's within your website that you're offering, be it a service or a product. So might as well help them see clearly and see easily yung mga products and services na hinahanap nila within your website. So here are just some of the questions that you can ask yourself as well. So slower loading websites tend to have a high bounce rate. So mabilis ba mag-load yung website nyo every time someone goes to your website? Kasi personally, pag pumupunta ako sa isang website tapos mabagal siyang mag-load, ang tendency ko is lalabas na kagad ako, hindi ko siya hihintayin mag-load. I'll just look for another website that I can read or I can browse to. Next is, can your website be navigated easily? As mentioned earlier, pag may, for example, may restaurant business ka, may naghahanap ng take-out menu, madali bang makita yung menu nyo within your website? Madali bang mag-navigate ng mga bagay-bagay within your website? And lastly is having a good website experience for people can help boost your website rankings. So again, as mentioned earlier, when people can see having a good website experience for people can help boost your website ranking. So again, as mentioned earlier, pagkalapag pa lang nila sa website nyo, nakita kagad nila kung ano yung mga dapat nila kita, nahanap nila yung mga gusto nilang mahanap, that helps boost your website rankings. So just a few applications if you're planning to invest or explore search engine optimization. So you can hire an in-house specialist. So this focuses more on your business alone. Kasi yun nga, freelance lang siya or mag-isa lang siya. Cheaper the cost kasi you're only paying for one person or two or three, and faster communication since in-house siya, you have direct communication with the service provider. Next is, or your next option is outsourcing a digital marketing agency or an SEO agency. So the pros for this one is the manpower allocation. Since this is an agency, you have a number of people focusing on different facets of your website. So be it from website creation, content creation, even your off-site SEO, on-site SEO, and everything that's within the search engine optimization service. And lastly, it's again premium service because they are an agency and they have a lot more people to dispose at your usage. So again, search engine optimization is such a powerful thing that businesses like businessmen like you and me, we should utilize and maximize this tool or this marketing platform in this digital era wherein people are on their phones every day. People are searching on their computers every day. So if your business is not being seen or is not being visible, you or we are losing potential clients. So again, if you want to follow me on my social media, it's at Neil Dimapilis on both Facebook and Instagram. And on Spotify, it's 5-minute social media tips with Neil. And feel free to join my Facebook group or Facebook community. It's called Social Media Marketing Philippines. May isang tanong dito. What are your methods for improving search engine rankings? So as mentioned earlier, there are different ways or different methods wherein you could improve search engine rankings. And yung pinaka-general idea is the on-site and off-site SEO. Pero if we'll dive a bit deeper, si off-site SEO, dyan napapasok sila forum posting, sila gagawa ka ng Wikipedia pages, you'll do blog commenting, you'll do video SEO as well. Then when it comes to on-site SEO, what you can do is optimize your keywords as mentioned earlier, interlinking your website, updating your meta tags, double checking your alt texts as well within your website are helpful in terms of improving your search engine rankings. And next question is, how do you approach mobile? So I'm assuming this is for people who are searching on mobile. When it comes to businesses, I always recommend them that when they are creating websites, always build your website for mobile first usage. Especially nowadays na mas gumagamit na ng cellphone yung mga tao. Mas gumagamit na ng cellphone yung mga tao kesa sa gumagamit sila ng laptops or gumagamit sila ng PC. So, building and optimizing your website for mobile first usage is highly recommended. So, every time na yung mga texts nyo, yung mga image files or image sizes, it has to be optimized for mobile usage first kesa sa uunahin nyo yung mas maganda siya tignan on a desktop or on a laptop. Here. Next question is, how should SEO incorporate with the overall marketing strategy? Actually, this is a good question. So dito na papasok yung mga keywords natin. So there are certain types of keywords na people are on the exploratory phase pa lang ng business na nag-check out pa lang or nagka-canvas pa lang sila. So you'd have to figure out what are the types of people that you are targeting na. So are you just targeting people who are checking what's in the market, or are you targeting keywords na mga for purchasing na yung mga tao? So doon na papasok si SEO. So in terms of the keywords that you're going to use when you do keyword research, you have to have goals on how you want to use them. So dun nyo na siya may incorporate in your overall marketing strategy. Ito, maganda to. So how do you stay up to date on industry changes and Google updates? Actually, for this one, there are a number of websites naman who gives out industry updates or Google updates, be it kung may algorithm update man si Google. Well, first is si Google, nagbibigay talaga siya minsan ng updates pag magkakaroon siya ng algorithm update or may babaguhin siya within its platform. Pero oftentimes hindi. There are certain algorithms na makikita mo lang on forums. So for example, nandiyan sila Reddit, nandiyan sila Quora. So those platforms are very helpful if you want to be ahead or have a foot forward in advance, mas lalo na in terms of being an advantage to your competitors. So being in forums or staying updated with different industry websites such as HubSpot or SEMrush, so things like that. And this is aligned as well with ito. I think this will be our last question to answer for today is, where is the best place to learn SEO efficiently? So personally, I wouldn't recommend any paid lessons for search engine optimization kasi at the end of the day, Google offers free lessons about SEO. So if you just search for Google Garage or Google Data Garage, they offer SEO courses. HubSpot has this thing called Whiteboard Fridays wherein they teach things about generally digital marketing. So from SEO, SEM, SMM, and anything that's related to digital marketing for free. So all those resources are at your perusal for free. So you can just search for it and you can use them anytime. So again, thank you guys for the questions. And again, TGFI, thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, Neil, for that very helpful topic to our TGFIs who wants to improve the SEO marketing for their businesses. No? And again, thank you for being with us for the past several years already. Actually, no, he's always been us for about pilit natin, nandito talaga siya tumutulong sa ating mga ka-TGFI. Okay, so for our last speaker for today, who's very special to us since he's been with us, again, also for a very long time, kasi dito sa mga nakakasama natin no, in every FinLit Summit, he is the Assistant Vice President and Head of Business Development and Market Education Department of First Metro Securities Brokerage Corporation. His many achievements include being Philippines' best retail analyst and commentator of Asia Money Broker Pulse 2021, one of the 10 outstanding young employees of the Philippines in 2013. Being an SEC licensed stockbroker and mutual fund sales professional, as well as being a BSP licensed UITF professional and UITF certification trainer. Let us all welcome Mr. Andoy Beltran to talk about Ready, Set, Grow, a beginner's guide to building a resilient portfolio.
There you go. Good afternoon and welcome to Ready, Set, Grow. This is a beginner's guide to building a resilient portfolio. My name is Andoy Beltran and I'm the Assistant Vice President and Head of Business Development and Market Education of First Metro Securities Brokerage Corporation. We happen to be the stock brokerage arm of the Metro Bank Group. Now, why are we supposed to talk about this? Why don't we jump straight to the closing ceremonies? No, well, because this essentially answers lots of problems, whether you are into investments or whether you are running into running a business. Why? Because 75% of Filipinos, according to Standard & Poor's, 3 out of 4 Filipinos, we are financially illiterate. We don't know how to multiply money. We may be good with numbers, but when it comes to actually growing money, we're having a difficult time doing so. 80%, according to the Asian Development Bank, 80% of Filipinos don't know how to manage money. Magaling lang tayo when it comes to working. Magaling lang tayo when it comes to, receiving our salary. But when it comes to dividing our income as to whether what percentage is supposed to be spent, what percentage is supposed to be set aside for saving and investing purposes, we're having a difficult time doing that because we don't know how to budget. 90% of Filipinos, according to our very own Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we don't know how to save. 90% of Filipinos aren't even investing. And that is why 97% of Filipinos aren't even investing. When it comes to running businesses, our friends from DTI tells us that 45%, at least 45% of businesses fail over its first 2 years, essentially because of lack of resiliency. Anong ibig sabihin nito? At the end of the day, after everything's said and done, by the time it's time for us to hang our jerseys, 97% of Filipinos end up retiring poor because, babalik tayo, of lack of financial literacy. So, consistent with the theme of the event, consistent with the theme of TGFI's 2022 Finlit Summit, Financial Resilience, here I am telling you guys that everything starts with financial literacy, but we go further, we go forward because of financial resiliency. That's why, over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, let me try finishing everything in 30 minutes or so. I'm going to give you 10 hacks for you to be able to understand that running a business is no different. No? When it comes to certain concepts, running a business is no different from managing your personal finances. And that's why I bring you hack number 1. Hack number 1, you can create capital by actually following a budget. Saving and investing, they're very important, but if we're going to look at it, if we're going to dig deeper, they're not enough. Saving and investing are important, but they're not enough because by the time you start thinking, by the time you contemplate on you'd like to start investing, chances are isipin natin, how can you start saving? How can you start investing if wala akong natitirang pera? That's why we all need to start with budgeting. That's why everything stems from budgeting. Again, hack number 1, create capital by following a budget. We have to introduce you guys to the 30-50-20 budgeting strategy. This is all over First Metro Securities' YouTube channel. We've been, introducing lots and lots of our subscribers, lots and lots of our clients to the 30-50-20 budgeting strategy, which all begins with 30% part 1, emergency funding. You need to start by making sure that you're ready to take the dip. You need to start by making sure that you are confident when it comes to investing. And you do that by building an emergency fund worth 6 to 12 times your average monthly expenses. That's 30% part 1. After part 1, of course, goes part 2. 30% part 2 is now the green light. You now have the green light to start investing. From emergency funding, you can now jump straight to growth funds or investments. 50% talks about survival fund or needs. Ito yung importante for you to keep on going. Ito yung importante for you to be financially resilient. Kasi ito yung gagastusin natin for food, for shelter, for clothing, for utilities, for insurance. And then only after making sure, kaya nga siya 30, 50, 20, merong order of priority. Only after making sure that you've done your part in setting aside 30% for emergency funding, after that 30% for growth funds, and then meron kang 50% devoted for food, shelter, every need possible. That's the only time that you should give yourself the green light to tap into what we call sanity fund or wants. Ito yung pera na gagastusin natin for online shopping. Ito yung pera na gagastusin natin for dining, for samgyupsal, for milk tea, for movie dates, for Netflix subscription, for us to fund our hobbies or for recreational purposes. Hindi po masama na gumastos for wants for as long as meron tayong prioritize na nauuna. A lot of investment gurus, a lot of finance gurus tend to, discourage you from spending for wants. Pero ako, the reason why I labeled this as sanity fund is because it makes us feel alive. Ito yung mga bagay na nagsasabi sa atin na kapag pala na budget ko ng tama yung pera ko, I can still enjoy these things without having to deprive myself of what I really want, diba? Hindi man puro seryosong bagay lang, needs, invest. That's why it's very important na meron tayong itinitira para maramdaman natin kapag budget ko pala ng tama, kapag nagtrabaho ako ng maayos, I still get to enjoy these things, no? But again, meron tayo dapat priority na susundan. That's why it's called the 30-50-20 budgeting strategy. We now go to hack number 2. Guys, don't be afraid to start small. Hindi mo kailangan ng malaking halagang pera just for you to be able to start investing. Hindi mo kailangan ng malaking halagang pera for you to be able to, run and open your business, no? It doesn't matter how little or how big you're earning. You actually become rich when you start to manage your spending. That's why inuna nating pag-usapan ang budgeting. Aanihin mo ang malaking income kung nauubos naman yan sa mga hindi importanteng bagay. Kung nauubos naman yung malaking sweldo mo sa online shopping, kung nauubos naman yung malaking sweldo mo sa mga bisyo. Again, kaya inuna nating pag-usapan ang budgeting. High income nga, pero huge expenses, that will amount to little or no savings at all. Compare that to somebody na mababa lang yung income, kakaumpisa lang magtrabaho, fresh grad, so medyo starter pa lang, no, yung rate niya. Pero sinusunod na agad yung 30-50-20 budgeting strategy natin. Meron na siyang budgeted expenses, meron na siyang budgeted emergency funding. After his emergency funds, nag-uumpisa na siyang mag-invest, no? So kahit pa konti-konti, kahit barya-barya pa lang, small regular savings, small regular investments will, at the end of the day, long term, if we're going to look at it long term, if it's done consistently, it's going to go a long way. Again, balikan natin, no? Malaki ang sweldo, pero malaki ang gastos, zero savings, zero investments. Maliit ang income, maliit ang kapital, pero sumusunod sa budget, pakonti-konti, nagdadagdag, small, regular savings and investments. They will mean a lot long term. We now go to hack number 3. Guys, not all utangs are created equal. Dito sa Pilipinas, kaya recently nauso yung mga terms natin, no, na marites because we're very easy to judge other people. Makita natin na merong pinag-uusapang utang ang isang pamilya, marinig natin na merong pinag-uusapang bayad sa utang ang isang individual, automatically iniisip natin, ay parang mahirap pala yan. Hindi pala marunong humawak ng pera. They're struggling. Not knowing that not all utangs are created equal. Hindi lahat ng utang masama. There are good types of utang. Pwede kang kumuha ng multi-purpose loan for you to be able to start investing. The intention is there. The intention to grow money is there. Not all utangs are created equal. Pwede kang kumuha ng personal loan for you to be able to afford buying a laptop. Para sa yung laptop, Andoy. If it's something that you're going to use for entertainment purposes, for Netflix purposes, it's a bad type of utang. But if it's something that you're going to give to your kids, Mondays to Fridays para sa homeschooling nila, and then Saturdays, Sundays, kapag wala kang trabaho, pwede natin gamitin for online business, that's a good type of utang because mas nagiging productive ang gamit ng laptop. A good type of utang is, for example, a home loan for you to be able to start embracing the responsibilities of home ownership. Magdagdag ka lang ng konti versus what you're paying for rent right now. Pwede na siyang monthly amortization na 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, 20 years down the line, mapupunta eventually yung ownership ng property na yun sa'yo. The good thing about owning a property, pwede mo siyang i-renovate, pwede mo siyang i-remodel, pwede mo siyang gawing ancestral property, pwede mo siyang iparenta. You know, after paying off small monthly amortizations, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam that after 10 years, after 20 years, it's all yours. At naging bunga yun, no? Naging bunga yun ng pinaghirapan natin all those years. So what I'm trying to say here is, wag nating isipin na kapag nangutang ang isang tao, automatically hindi siya magaling pagdating sa pera. When benefits outweigh the cost, that's a good type of utang. If it increases the value of your money, that's a good type of utang. If you get an asset with a lifespan greater than the term of the loan, tapos na yung loan pero napapakinabangan mo pa yung bahay, that's a good type of utang. Pero syempre, we all need to make ourselves aware na meron tayong mga dapat iwasan. Kaya dapat pag-usapan din natin yung bad types of utang. For example, nangutang ka without a clear plan or source of repayment. Always remember, ang utang, it's both a legal and a financial responsibility. Umuutang ka with the promise, pumirma ka sa kontrata na magbabayad ka. Kung nangutang ka simply because kumpleto yung dokumento mo, kumpleto yung requirements mo, pero hindi mo alam kung saan mo dadalhin yung pera, hindi mo alam kung anong negosyo yung bubuksan, hindi mo alam kung anong investments ang papasukan, after 30 days na makuha mo yung proceeds ng loan, magbabayad ka na agad ng monthly amortization and you pay extra because of interest rate expenses. So if you don't have a clear plan, and more importantly, if you don't have a source of repayment, think twice because you're setting yourself up for trouble. Bad type of utang yan. Another type of bad utang, car loan, just for you to, make yourself look rich, just for you to pretend that you're rich. Grade school reunion, high school reunion coming up, gusto mong ipagyabang na meron kang bagong sasakyan without really understanding the consequences. Hindi mo alam na kailangan ganito pala on a regular basis ang ibabayad mo. Meron kang kailangang gastos sa fuel, which of course alam naman nating lahat napakataas na ng presyo ng fuel ngayon. You need to factor in maintenance, you need to factor in having a garage, you need to factor in parking. So meron ng mga phantom costs na tinatawag, no? And if you're not fully aware of the responsibilities of car ownership, then again, you are setting yourself up for trouble because friend, this is a bad type of utang. Next would be credit card purchases. As it is, hindi po masama ang gumastos at bumili ng mga bagay-bagay sa pamamagitan ng credit card. Pero, you guys have to understand that credit cards, they're more like a double-edged sword. In the world of finance, pag sinabi nating double-edged sword, if it's something that you can use to your advantage, then good. But if it's something na nagagamit natin irresponsibly, then that's bad. Kaya nga meron tayong good type of utang and meron tayong bad type of utang. Credit card purchases for you to be able to buy the things that you don't need simply because they're on sale. 6.6, 7.7, flash sale, payday sale, holiday sale, Independence Day sale. Again, it all boils down to intention. Bakit mo bibilin yun kung hindi mo naman siya kailangan? Hindi dahil meron kang sanity fund, hindi dahil meron kang fund for once, automatically that gives you the green light, no, to start spending irresponsibly. Credit card purchases for you to start, for you to buy the things that you don't need is a bad type of utang. Pero kapag responsible tayo sa paggastos using credit card, biglang nag-fail, biglang nag-breakdown yung refrigerator natin sa bahay, biglang nag-breakdown yung aircon mo sa office, no? Pwede mo siyang palitan for you to be able to continue operating, for you to be able to continue living, the life you're accustomed to. Kasi meron kang credit card na pwede mong gamitin. 12 months to pay, 24 months to pay, 36 months to pay na wala kang babayarang interest, no? So again, that is just there. I said those things to prove my point that credit cards are actually a double-edged sword. No? So again, when you talk about bad types of utang, when the cost starts outweighing the benefits, mali na yun. If it decreases the value of your money, babalik tayo dun sa pinag-usapan natin kanina, wala kang plano kung saan mo dadalhin yung pera, wala kang plano kung ano ang source ng pambayad mo, it will by default decrease the value of your money because you're paying the bank extra dahil merong interest. And if you get if you have a term of the loan greater than the item's lifespan, mali na agad yun. Kasi dapat alagaan natin yung mga bagay na inuutang natin. Kumuha ka ng 12 months to pay na tablet, hindi mo siya inalagaan, nawala, nasira, nabasag. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin sa credit card company na, ma'am, I won't be able to pay the remaining 6 months of my bill kasi nanakaw po yung tablet ko. It's your responsibility. Hanggang hindi siya fully paid, hanggang hindi siya tapos bayaran, dapat hindi mo dapat papabayaan yung asset na yon, no? So ang mangyayari doon, even though hindi mo na napapakinabangan, kahit na wala na sa possession mo yung item, you are still responsible for paying the remaining 6 months of the term of the loan, no? So that's our hack number 3, not all utangs are created equal. We're now inching our way closer and closer and closer to the more exciting part of the program. Hack number 4, knowledge is power. Budgeting, saving, they're important, but they're not enough. Kanina pinag-usapan natin to. We also need to earn extra. Pinag-usapan natin budgeting, revolving fund, 30, 50, 20 budgeting strategy. We need to, from the 30% part 1, emergency fund worth 6 to 12 times your average monthly expenses. They're very important. They're vital. Kung baga sa college, parang mga prerequisites to, minors to before you go to the majors, no? Because ang majors, ito na yung investing. Ito na yung growth fund. Ito na yung 30% part 2. 30% of your income regularly and consistently. Why? Because meron tayong tinatawag na inflation. Knowledge is power because you have to understand as early as now that not all investors are created equal because not all investments are created equal. May mga kanya-kanyang features, may mga kanya-kanyang behaviors, may mga kanya-kanyang pros and cons ang pag-i-invest. Depende sa type of investor natin, no? Meron tayong deposits, meron tayong bonds, we have funds, exchange-traded funds, stocks, and real estate investment trusts. By the way, all of them are available through First Metro Sec. They're arranged in that fashion because of their risk return and time horizon features. Risk return, the lower the risk, the lower the return, the higher you go, that means high risk, high return. There's no such thing as an investment outlet with low risk and high return. When you get approached by people, when you get approached by investment gurus promising you the moons and the stars without the risk of losing your money, red flag na dapat yun because there's no such thing. Malamang that's an investment scam. You also need to factor in time horizon. This is essentially the amount of time investors like you and me should be willing and able to let go of our money for it to pay us back. The shorter amount of time that we invest, ideally mas konti ang kikitain natin. The longer amount of time that we keep on investing on a regular basis, keep it there, ideally the higher it should pay us back. So knowledge is power. Knowing what your options are, knowing kung ano ang dapat based on our milestones, based on our goals, that's actually more than enough for you to be able to get going, for you to be able to make informed investment decisions. We now go to hack number 5. Don't you know that you can actually own a business without having to run the business? TGFI, over the course of how many years that we've been partners with TGFI, ang dami nilang ginagawang conferences, ang dami nilang ginagawang mga investment summit to inform people, to inform Filipinos both here and abroad na ito yung mga options natin. You can buy a franchise, you can do it yourself. We're going to guide you every step of the way. But here I am telling you with, of course, hack number 5, that you can own a business without having to run a business because there's such a thing as stock market investing. Stock market investing allows you to own publicly listed shares of stocks. Ang kailangan mo lang dito is an active online stock brokerage account, present First Metro Sec. it allows you to tap into publicly listed corporations, all 300 of them. If you find 300 a little bit overwhelming, masyado siyang marami for you to choose from, then pag hatiin natin yan, kunin natin yung top 10%. The PSEI, blue chip stocks, index stocks, dyan lang natin tingnan. It's also a possibility. Stock market investing allows your money to earn from two sources. You get to earn from price appreciation when you buy low and then you sell high. You also get to earn from dividends because you're not the typical investor. When you talk about putting your money in stocks, you're now a shareholder, you're now a stockholder. So that gives you eligibility to get a share from their profits, no profit sharing or dividends. And the good thing about this is you don't need to break the bank. Hindi mo kailangang mangutang just for you to be able to raise capital, because all you need to have is at least 5,000 pesos for you to open a stock brokerage account. Wala kang 5,000 pesos, pag ipunan natin 167 pesos, 30 days, then boom, you get 5,000 pesos at the end of the month. The good thing about here, again, you get to own a business without having to run a business, and you get to become an instant entrepreneur for as little as 5,000 pesos. You get to co-own the brands that you believe in, and you simply let their brilliant management teams work for you. Hack number 6, always lend a helping hand. Natural to sa atin bilang Pilipino, no? Natural sa atin na matulungin. But I'm also talking about lending a helping hand while investing at the same time. I'm talking about bond market investing. I'm talking about magpautang. Nagpapautang tayo hindi sa mga tao na mahirap singilin na kailangan pa nating paringgan sa Facebook, pero nagpapautang tayo sa Philippine National Government, nagpapautang tayo sa mga expanding corporations para matuloy yung mga project nila, para makapag-offer sila ng ibang products, ibang services, para makapag-hire sila ng maraming tao to work for them. So actually, it's a feel-good thing dahil nag-i-invest na tayo at the same time nakakatulong tayo sa recovery efforts ng Pilipinas at sa expansion ng ibang mga negosyo. So meron na tayong negosyo, nakakatulong pa tayo sa kapwa natin mga negosyante. That's bond market investing for you. It provides us with the predictable income stream, kaya tawag natin sa kanila fixed income securities. It preserves our capital, especially if you do it the right then. But this time around, you get coupon payments. When you invest in bonds, kung ano yung binigay natin day one, that's what you also get by the time the bond matures. So buo 100% ng principal mo makukuha mo after 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, depending on the maturity of the bond. Coupon payments, that's what you get on a regular basis depending on the specs of the bond. Pwedeng every month, pwedeng every 6 months, pwedeng every quarter, but that's essentially your earnings. Yun yung kita mo, yung regular coupon payment. So parang sarap sa pakiramdam na minsan gigising ka every 3 months, tapos pag-check mo ng stock brokerage account mo, merong extra cash, and then when you check the source, you get coupon payments galing pala sa bond placements mo. The good thing about this is it's a very good combo. Magandang complement to sa stock market investments mo because it helps offset volatility. And parang stocks din siya, no? For as little as 5,000 pesos, you get to start investing in bonds. From time to time, our friends from BTR, our friends from the Bureau of the Treasury, nagpapalabas sila every November, sometimes early December, ng premyo bonds. So from the term itself, premyo, nag-invest ka na, tapos you're buying yourself a virtual ticket, no, to winning their monthly, no, sa mga monthly raffles nila. Pwedeng real estate, property, condo, house and lot, brand new car, no. So that's one good thing that makes premyo bond investing very exciting. So again, 500 pesos lang. So super affordable. Next would be hack number 7. Guys, let's try to learn to outsource. Pagdating dito sa pagninegosyo sa Pilipinas, parang marami tayong pwedeng i-outsource. In fact, isa tayo sa pinaka paborito ng ibang mga bansa when it comes to the business process outsourcing industry. When it comes to the corporate world, parang it's all about delegating tasks, delegating responsibilities para at least maparamdam natin sa mga team members natin na importante yung contribution nila, that we trust them. I'm talking about outsourcing in the context of fund management. Napag-usapan natin yung stocks, napag-usapan natin ang bonds. When you get a combination of stocks, when you get a combination of bonds, when you get a combination of the two, nakakakuha tayo ng investment opportunities sa pooled funds. Mutual funds or investment companies, unit investment trust funds, or trust bank products. I'm talking about outsourcing because when you talk about pooled funds investing, something that's made possible by First Metro Securities' FundSmart facility, it provides another avenue for you to invest in legitimate outlets, no? Pwede mong i-check yung legitimacy nila sa websites ng SEC, ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. It provides you guys with instant investment diversification. Bumili ka lang ng isang UATF, bumili ka lang ng isang mutual fund, automatically, ang hawak mo na doon, 10, 20, 30, 40 different instruments. It provides us with access to high-income outlets. It's very liquid. When it comes to mutual fund investing, earnings are exempt from capital gains tax. At alam naman natin, kapag hindi tayo nababawasan ng tax, mas malaki yung take-home natin, mas malaki yung kinikita natin. At ito nga, kaya nga sabi ko, learn to outsource because you are outsourcing investment decisions to expert fund managers. Lahat tayo busy sa buhay, lahat tayo busy sa trabaho, lahat tayo busy sa bahay. Wala na tayong minsan oras para mag-check, wala na tayong oras mag-monitor ng market. Ano ba yung dapat kong bilhin? Kailan ako dapat bumili? How much am I supposed to set aside? How much am I supposed to invest? When am I supposed to sell? Those are just some of the many things that take us a lot of time, no, to even make. So the decision-making process pa lang ang tagal na. But should you guys decide to learn to outsource, which is hack number 7, you are taking advantage of the expertise of fund managers who are basically trained, licensed, certified to do exactly that. And the good thing about UITF and mutual fund investing is, similar with stocks, similar with bonds, all you need to have is at least 5,000 pesos for you to get going. Diba? Gone are the days when the rich are the only ones getting richer. Because back in the day, you need lots of money for you to be able to start investing. But ngayon, democratized na. Ngayon, for as little as 5,000 pesos, kaya na nating mag-umpisang mag-invest. And guys, we're just in hack number 7. That brings us to hack number 8. Find the best business partners. Tap the best business partners. Napag-usapan natin mutual funds, unit investment trust funds, stocks, bonds. When you combine all of them, what do you get? You get the best investment outlet there is, exchange-traded funds. And in the Philippines, there only happens to be one. Nag-iisa pa lang po ang exchange-traded fund in the Philippines, and it happens to be ours, First Metro Exchange-Traded Fund or FMETF. Why do we consider this the best? You'll know why in a little while. It's very affordable. It's super simple. It's tradable. When you buy it low in the morning, tapos tumaas ng konti, pero mo siyang ibenta afternoon because there's no such thing as, anong tawag natin doon, minimum holding period. It not only combines, sabi natin kanina, a few slides back, it not only combines the best features of stocks, funds, and bonds. The reason why I think this can be considered as one of the best outlets there is because it invests your money in the best stocks in the Philippines. Ano yung hack number 8? Find the best business partners. Tap the best business partners. Wala tayong problema sa pag solo eh. Wala tayong problema sa sole prop. Okay lang, some people actually perform better if they do stuff alone on their own. Pero hindi rin naman masama na mag-collab. Hindi rin naman masama na mag-tie up kayo, no, with other people. And this time around, you're not just tying up with any other businessman. You're tying up with the country's bigwigs. You're tying up, you're being business partners with the Philippines' biggest tycoon. For as little as what? 1,500 pesos. What am I talking about? When you buy FMETF, as we speak, June 18, 2022, When you buy FM ETF, you get to buy Metro Bank, Ayala Land, Ayala, Aboitiz Equity Ventures, BDO, BPI, ICTSI, who doesn't know Jollibee, Aboitiz Power, PLDT, URC, Alliance Global, which essentially owns McDonald's Philippines, Emperador, SM Prime, Converge, you have GT Capital, our parent firm, Metro Bank, Mega World, Meralco, Monde, Nissan, JG Summit, you have PLDT, AC Energy, Mega World, SM Investments, San Miguel, Pure Gold, Wilcon Depot. Right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, are 30 of the best performing, consistent, stable, dividend-paying companies. And you get to own all of them simply by buying FM ETF. Again, for as little as 1,500 pesos. That's why hack number 8, let me remind you yet again, find the best business partners. How can you go wrong by partnering with the people running Robinson's Land Corporation? The people who brought you GT Capital, Alliance Global, Jollibee, San Miguel Corporation, diba? Find the best business partners. Hack number 9, parang ganun lang kabilis, nasa hack number 9 na tayo, earn from property rentals. If you're going to look at the portfolio of the magnates, again, the top tycoons, the richest people here in the Philippines, look it up, Forbes, top 10. Halos lahat sila mayroong exposure sa properties. Lahat ng yan, merong mga development corporations, may mga real estate firms, nagbebenta ng condos, nagde-develop ng properties. That's why hack number 9, I'm strongly encouraging all of you to start earning from property rentals. But before we go any further, of course, responsibility namin, no, na alam nyo kung ano yung papasukan nyo. Kanina pinag-usapan natin sa car loan, meron tayong phantom costs. It's one thing that you get to acquire a car, it's another that you get to maintain it. Change oil, tune-up, registration, gas, parking, car wash, di ba? Pag may nasira, kailangan palitan. Ganun din when it comes to properties. For you to be able to earn from real estate, dapat maintindihan natin how it works. Mataas ang demand for real estate. Lahat ng tao, if I'm going to ask all of you right now, all at the same time, guys, gusto niyo ba magkaroon ng sariling bahay? Kung meron na kayong sariling bahay, next level niyan would be papalakihin, ipaparemodel, paparenovate, or gusto nyong magkaroon ng farm lot, gusto nyong magkaroon ng rest house. Natural, ganun yung nagiging progression eh. Again, because mataas ang demand. The problem is, mababa ang supply kasi hindi naman nanganganak ng vacant lots. That's why tumataas ang presyo ng real estate. Naturally, tumataas siya. The good thing about real estate investing is, hindi mo kailangang i-give up yung ownership just for you to be able to make money off of it. You get to keep the possession, you get to keep ownership of the property, pero kumikita ka sa pamamagitan ng rent and lease income. But here comes the phantom costs. Pag-uusapan natin yung phantom costs. For you to be able to maintain your real estate properties, tip-top condition, every time it needs repairs, syempre dapat gumastos ka. Nasira yung bubong, nabutas, nagkaroon ng leak, nabasag yung tiles, kailangan ng konting retouch sa pintura. Gagastos ka from time to time for repairs and maintenance. Kailangan mong gumastos for insurance, especially if nag-housing loan ka, parang it's imperative that you get an insurance coverage. Merong MRI, tapos meron ding insurance na para sa fire, earthquake, and flood. So again, may yearly, may annual premium yan. Talk about annual expenses, meron kang amilyar, property tax. No? So pro tip, if you're if you want to save on cost dito sa property tax, pay early. Usually mga November or December, for example, 2022, pwede ka na mag-umpisang magbayad for 2023 for you to be able to enjoy about 15 to 20% discount depending on the LGU. No? If you'd like to pass it on to the next generation, gagastos ka for donor's tax. Kapag namayapa yung may-ari ng property tapos gusto nang i-transfer nung beneficiaries, nung heirs, no, yung pangalan nung property sa kanila, they need to pay estate tax. At syempre, from time to time, kapag luma na yung property, it needs a little bit of renovation, remodeling, kailangan din natin gumastos. So I'm not, guys, don't get me wrong, I'm not discouraging you from venturing into this type of business. All I'm really saying is dapat handa tayo dun sa mga repercussions. Handa tayo sa mga bagay na dapat nating pagkagastusan. Because again, acquiring a real estate property is one thing, being able to maintain it is another. So I go now to the actual meat of this hack. Hack number 9. How are you supposed to earn from property rentals without having to break the bank? This is the time I introduce you guys to real estate investment trusts or REITs. Etong REITs, para siyang combination ng bonds at property investing. It allows you and me to buy shares of a real estate investment trust corporation and earn off of its income generating real estate assets like malls, hospitals, office buildings, factories, warehouses, industrial complexes, no? Every asset na pwedeng magbigay ng rental income, pwede yan for as long as, of course, it's being declared naman every so often. But that's how real estate investment trusts work. So with that, nakikita natin, minimal naman pala ang capital requirement. So no need for me to borrow. It minimizes the need for you to borrow. Instant property diversification. All you need to have is an account with an accredited online broker. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, First MetroSec happens to be one of, I think, 7 or 8 accredited online brokers which can facilitate REIT investing. No need for you to spend on insurance, no need for you to spend on amilyar, no need for you to spend on maintenance, none of those things. So very, very budget friendly. It's professionally managed. Kanina pinag-usapan natin, learn to outsource fund management sa UITFs and mutual funds. This time around, learn to outsource. You're actually outsourcing 3 times. You're actually outsourcing 3 different responsibilities when you start investing in real estate investment trusts. Because apart from fund managers, meron ding nagtatrabaho for you na admin managers at property managers. So ang lakas makasosyal nitong real estate investment trust investing. It's very liquid, very easy for you to buy, very easy for you to sell. And the most important thing here is meron tayong guaranteed dividends. Merong batas under the REIT law which says 90% of the income of real estate investment trust corporations should be distributed to investors by way of dividends. So for REIT investors out there, I think you can perfectly relate to this because every 3 months, you get to wake up to the tune of dividend payments from your REIT investments. Makikita nyo doon, cash. Meron kang extra cash. It's from your REIT investments. Every 3 months, you just get used to that. And the good thing about that is since you're receiving your dividends in cash, you now have the option to either withdraw it, panggastos, or you might want to keep it and reinvest, either by buying more REITs, by buying different REITs, or perhaps by buying different sets of outlets for you to keep on diversifying your portfolio. Tapos ito pa, we're not done yet, no? For you to be able to start investing in REITs, ang pinakamurang REIT sa Pilipinas, pwede nating bilhin for at least 3,000 pesos. Di ba? Hack number 9, this is the most convenient, this is the cheapest, pero legitimate pa rin way for you to earn from property rentals. Invest in real estate investment trusts, and you can do just that for as little as 3,000 pesos. So kung meron sa inyo dito, no, madalas kasi I get messages, I get questions, especially from people who tend to lose hope. Andoy, baka naman masyado na akong matanda to start investing. Baka parang mag-i-invest ako pero para sa anak ko na. Parang makikita mo, masisense mo dun sa question nila, sa line of questioning nila, sa line of thinking nila, parang gumive up na sila. Parating iniisip na nila for other people, for their relatives na not for them. But again, guys, don't lose hope. There's always a rainbow after the storm. They keep on saying there's light at the end of the tunnel. And if there's no struggle, there's no progress. If we're going to look at it, every major crisis, economic crisis, health crisis, say political crisis, they're always followed by a major economic boom. That's why I now go to hack number 10. 10th and final hack. Look long term. If we're going to look at this chart, 1987 to 2022, this is the performance of the Philippine Stock Exchange Index, the barometer of the Philippine stock market. 1998-1999, Asian financial crisis. Bumagsak ang stock market, bumagsak ang ekonomiya. But what happened next? We recovered. Filipinos showed how resilient they are. And lots of people made money. 2008-2009 global financial crisis. Bumagsak ang stock market, bumagsak ang ekonomiya. What happened next? We recovered. We showed how resilient we are. 2020, 2021, 2022, you have, combination of, left and right jabs, hook, COVID-19 pandemic, Russia-Ukraine tensions, ang dami. But what are we actually seeing? We're seeing slowly, kahit papano, signs of recovery. Bumagsak ang stock market, bumabagsak pa konti-konti ang ekonomiya. But again, if we're going to look at it from a long-term perspective, from 1987 to 2022, including the pandemic, we're actually seeing a long-term growth trajectory. If you don't start investing now, again, and if history will keep on repeating itself, the people who are investing during times of crisis are actually the people who are going to eventually make money. Again, that's why hack number 10 is always look long term. So if there's anything that we're able to get from the hacks that I shared with you, I think it's the fact that number one, when you talk about investing, you don't need that much for you to start investing. When you talk about investing, you're not just investing for yourself, you're also investing for your future. And again, there's a feel-good story in the mix. Because when you invest, you're also helping the Philippines' nation-building efforts. Nakatulong tayo sa progression, nakatulong tayo sa recovery, nakatulong tayo sa pagpapatayo ng infrastructure projects, nakatulong tayo sa pagbibigay ng negosyo sa ibang mga Pilipino. That's why it's not a bad idea. Again, if you'll agree with me, it's never a bad idea to actually consider investing now, for you to be able to start investing now. So again, to recap, I just shared with you 10 startup hacks for newbies. Create capital by following a budget. 30, 50, 20 budgeting strategy. Don't be afraid to start small. Hindi natin kailangan ng malaking halagang pera. Kailangan lang natin consistency. Kailangan lang natin regularity. Not all utangs are created equal. Dami natin pinag-usapang examples of good and bad types of utang. Knowledge is power. Alam natin na ngayon, not all investors are created equal because not all investments are created equal. Meron tayong risk, return, at time horizon na kailangan i-factor in. Number 5, own a business without having to run a business by investing in the stock market, by buying shares of stocks of listed corporations. Lend a helping hand, hack number 6. Lend a helping hand by lending money to the Philippine national government, by lending money to corporations who are trying to expand, we're trying to grow. 7, learn to outsource decision-making, investment decisions to licensed individuals, licensed expert fund managers by investing in unit investment trust funds and mutual funds through First Metro Securities' Fund Smart facility. Hack number 8, find the best business partners. First Metro Exchange Traded Fund allows you to invest in the best stocks in the Philippines for as little as 1,500 pesos. Hack number 9, earn from property rentals. Pinag-usapan natin kanina, real estate investment trusts. And again, lastly, look long-term. So here I am trying to remind all of you guys, you can create something out of nothing. You only get multiple streams of income if you create multiple sources of income. And First Metro Sec, just so you know, can help you get started the right way, because simply by opening a First Metro Sec account, you get access to stocks, mutual funds and unit investment trust funds, exchange traded funds, the only ETF in the Philippines, corporate and government bonds, and of course, earn from property rentals by being able to invest in real estate investment trusts. All right? The thing here is, guys, we can only do so much. Hindi pwedeng puro sipag lang. Kasi kung sipag lang ang batayan sa pagiging mayaman, dapat lahat ng Pilipino mayaman na. We need time to rest. Again, kudos to you guys for devoting day 1, your Friday with Team TGFI. Ngayon, day 2, for devoting your weekend with us. We guys need to rest. From time to time, we need to relax. Kaya nga meron tayong mga weekend breaks, meron tayong lunch break, meron tayong mga bakasyon. Because even though we're well-rested, kahit na nakakapag-relax tayo from time to time, minsan we still get sick. We still fall ill. Simply because we can only do so much. Tao lang tayo. So what I'm trying to say here is, if we get to unlock the true potential of money, once you unlock the true potential of money by understanding the importance of budgeting, by understanding the importance of setting up an emergency fund, by understanding the importance of regularly investing, by building your growth fund, you guys will realize soon enough, you guys will realize that if I get to make my money work, it's just going to keep on working 24/7. It doesn't need time to rest. It won't ask for days off. It won't ask for, Andoy, time out, Sabado ngayon. Huwag muna akong pagtrabaho. No, it's going to keep on working. And no matter how hardworking your money is, no matter how consistent you are when it comes to investing, your money just won't get sick. That's why I'd like you to, unlock that potential. And you can only do that by investing. I also want you to understand, I want you to appreciate, that right now, investing is super, super easy. Back in the day, you need to go out of your way. You need to file a vacation leave just for you to be able to open an account. Kasi kailangan ng physical appearance. Kailangan mag-half day, kailangan whole day na VL just for you to be able to, open an investment account. Kailangan mo ng physical forms. Kailangan mo mag-fill out ng napakaraming documents. A lot of them parang medyo repetitive, no? Pare-pareho yung mga information na kailangan. So it tends to be very taxing. At ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, back in the day, you need huge initial investments. 25,000, 50,000, 100,000. There even came a point na parang kalahating milyon just for you to be able to open a stock brokerage account. But again, these are things of the past. What I'm trying to say here is with First Metro Sec, for example, if you'd like to open your very own individual account, you just need to download First Metro Sec Mobile Go app. Whether you're running on Android or iOS, you can download this app for free. All you need to do is to accomplish the online form. Take a selfie. Itong selfie na to, hindi lang to for social media purposes. It's actually evolved, to becoming a requirement for you to be able to start your investing journey. You just need to upload the required documents and send an initial investment of just 5,000 pesos. This 5,000 pesos is not a maintaining balance requirement. This is consumable. Pwede mo agad, the moment you get to activate your First Metro Sec account, that 5,000 pesos is reflected there and you can start investing in stocks, mutual funds, unit investment trust funds, exchange traded funds, bonds, real estate investment trusts, all of them. That's the power being given to you by First Metro Sec. So if you'd like to open an account, just scan the QR code in front of you. Again, you can visit www.firstmetrosec.com.ph, complete the registration form, upload the required documents. But the most important thing here, especially for you guys, mga ka-TGFI, when you get asked either by the app or our platform in the website, how did you learn about us? Just click seminar or event and type in either my name, Andoy Beltran, or perhaps our seminar code TGFI. Hindi na natin papahabayan. Wala ng Finlit, wala ng Finlit Summit, wala ng 2022. Just put in there TGFI for us to be able to exempt you from the video interview requirement. So di ba parang ang dali ng mag-invest, mas papadaliin pa natin ang pag-open ng accounts simply because you guys are ka-TGFI. So again, when you get asked by the system, how did you learn about us? When you get asked by the mobile app, how did you learn about us? Hanapin nyo lang doon, seminar or event, type in my name, Andoy Beltran, or perhaps TGFI or the Global Filipino Investors. If you'd like to invite us over for customized, exclusive, and even gamified financial investment literacy programs, that's me and my team. We're just an email away. I am just a DM away. You may just email marketeducation@firstmetrosec.com.ph. We're everywhere on social media. do like us on Facebook or perhaps join our official Facebook community. Kung meron kayong mga words of wisdom na nakuha dito, if ever there are, may mga screenshots kayo na nakuha, please do share them sa Facebook community namin para kung ano yung natutunan nyo, baka makatulong sa ibang community members namin, which I think right now we're 37,000 strong. Please do follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to our official YouTube channel, and of course, you guys may also join our official Viber community. So again, on behalf of Team First MetroSec, this has been Andoy Beltran leaving you with this. You don't need to be the best to start. You just need to start and work your way to become the best. Hindi pwedeng magaling ka agad, okay lang. Hindi naman inaasahan na magaling tayo agad. Let's work our way from there. Okay lang naman maging rookie, okay lang na maging beginner, okay lang na nagkakamali tayo from time to time. The most important thing is we learn from our mistakes. And lastly, always remember that if you keep on spending and spending and spending money, you're going to keep on losing and losing and losing money. But if you make your money work for you, if you unlock the true potential of your money by investing, no matter how small the amount is, for as long as you do that regularly, for as long as you do that consistently, you guys will realize that it's going to get you 1 year closer, 1 month closer, or perhaps one payday closer and closer and closer to your life goals. So again, maraming salamat po sa mga ka-TGFI natin. Maraming salamat for devoting your times, for spending your Saturday, essentially Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon with us. And before we go to the closing ceremonies of TGFI Finlit Summit 2022, I think we can still devote a few minutes of our time to answer some of the questions that you may have. So again, on behalf of Team First MetroSec and TGFI, thank you. And I think it's about time for us to transition to the next part of the program, which is the Q&A portion. There you have it. So I think it's about time for us to start reading questions from our attendees. Let's look at them. Let's try to answer all of them. Of course, we have one question here. So obviously, this is from a beginner. This is from a student. No? So I'm assuming na beginner to. So question dito is, Sir Andoy, what advice can you give to those students naman po who are interested to start building their portfolio? So I think let's go back to hack number 4, if I remember correctly. Hack number 4: knowledge is power. Not all investors are created equal because not all investments are created equal. Hindi dahil estudyante ka, automatically pwedeng i-assume natin na hindi, estudyante pa lang yan, conservative investments muna. In order for us to scientifically answer this question, you guys need to undergo what we call a very simple exam na tinatawag nating investor personality test. The goal, the intention behind that exam is for us to understand you as investors. Anong klaseng investor ka? Ano ang goals mo? Ano yung regularity ng pag-i-invest mo? Saan ka natatakot? Kasi yun yung mga tanong na magbibigay sa atin ng sagot, anong klaseng investments ang bagay sa'yo right now. The good thing about that is, kung ano ang classification mo today, that does not automatically mean, that does not necessarily mean na yun na yung classification mo forever. So if today, the result of the exam says hindi ka pa pwedeng mag-invest sa stocks, given experience, given exposure, and given more investment knowledge, baka sa Finlit 2023, mas marami tayong maintindihan, no? Mas marami tayong ma-experience, tapos makapag-start na tayong mag-invest. By 2023, baka pwede na. Because again, experience is the best teacher. No? So again, ang advice natin sa mga estudyante, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So in as much as I'd like to give you a concrete, investment plan, it's going to be very unprofessional for me to do that because I need to know you first. I need to know you better. Parang kung pupunta ka sa isang car dealership na naghahanap ka ng sasakyan para sa pamilya, tapos ang ibibigay ko sa iyo yung pinakamaliit na sasakyan na hindi kasya ang 5 tao simply because it's on sale, simply because naka-promo, di ba parang mo-offend ka because hindi na-factor in yung requirement mo. And that's essentially how we do things. Dapat alam namin, kilala namin kayo for us to be able to recommend it. The good thing about First Metro Sec, before you even start investing, especially with funds, UITFs and mutual funds, you are going to be required to undergo our online investor personality test for us to be able to classify what type of investment you are and for our system to shortlist your investment options. So again, maraming salamat dito sa student attendee natin no, na ngayon pa lang, even as students, hindi pa siya nagtatrabaho, wala pang source of income, naghahanap na agad ng opportunity to start investing. We have several others. No? So again, thank you for sending over your questions. What are some low-budget investment businesses to start for a person in his 20s? So again, that's how I designed my presentation. No? Parang in-relate natin ang personal finance to business finance. When you talk about running businesses, regardless of your age, babalik tayo dun sa unang sagot ko. It all boils down to specifics. Baka naman nag-o-offer ka, baka naman gusto mong magbubukas ka ng water refilling station pero napakarami ng water refilling station sa area nyo. What I'm trying to say here is dapat meron din tayong appreciation ng competition. Dapat meron din tayong appreciation ng type of neighborhood. Dapat meron tayong appreciation sa market. Ano ba yung gusto nating itap na target market? Ano ba yung passion natin? Ano ba yung saan tayo magaling? Kasi minsan, yung mga simpleng tanong na yon ang magbibigay sa atin ng sagot kung dapat ba nating umpisan ang pagnenegosyo ngayon o baka pwedeng sa susunod na lang kasi hindi pa sapat na hindi pa tama ang panahon. Kasi wala pa tayong enough na knowledge. No? I think perfect na example yung pinag-usapan natin kanina about utangs. Kapag nangutang ka na hindi mo alam yung intention, meron ka ng pera, meron ka ng kapital, pero hindi mo alam kung paano mag-execute kasi wala kang plano, that perfectly answers this question. Dapat meron ka ng plano. Dapat you are one step ahead of the game. Alam mo kung ano yung gusto mong patakbuhin. Alam mo kung ano yung pwedeng maging hit dun sa area nyo. Alam mo kung ano yung kulang. Diba? For example, masyado nang marami yung water refilling station pero wala pang laundromat. Medyo maraming mga apartments doon, maraming mga malapit ka sa isang condo unit, condo tower na medyo busy yung neighborhood, wala nang oras na maglaba. Gusto lang nila magbigay ng labahan nila tapos babalikan nila na washed, dried and folded na. Baka it's a perfect opportunity for you to open a laundromat. So it really depends on the situation. It depends on the budget. It depends on your capacity to start. But ganun din yung line of answer ko eh. Parang maraming dependencies. So whether you start investing or whether you're about to start running a business, marami tayong dapat i-factor in. All right. We have another question. Hello, so hi. Can you please compare the fees in stocks, ETFs, mutual funds, and REITs? And aling investment ang may pinakamurang fees? No? So it's actually good that you guys are concerned about fees. No? Pagdating sa stocks, ETFs, and REITs, pare-pareho lang ang fees nila because they're all traded in the stock exchange. So when I say pare-pareho ang fees, stocks, REITs, and ETFs, 0.25% when you buy, more or less 0.75% when you start selling because meron ng tax implication yun. When it comes to mutual funds and unit investment trust funds, depende sa complexity ng ipinapatrabaho mo dun sa fund manager. No? Habang mas nagiging komplikado ang mutual funds at unit investment trust funds na minamanage nila for you, remember, hack number 7, learn to outsource. We are outsourcing the decision making. We are outsourcing the investment decisions to them. Kung mas komplikado, meaning meron kang exposure sa real estate sa Singapore, meron kang exposure sa US stock market, no? So in order for them to make key important decisions for you, dapat meron silang oras na dinedevote to understand the Singaporean real estate market. Dapat natutulog na tayo sa gabi pero sila gising kasi minomonitor nila yung stock market sa ibang bansa, no? So the more complex the responsibilities are, mas mataas ng konti yung fees. And to give you an idea, hindi naman ganoon kalaki. We're just talking about a range of about 0.5% to about 2%. So very manageable, especially if you are going to consider the amount of time they're devoting to make sure that they are managing your investments the best way they can. So yun. We're now down to our last couple of questions. So let's answer this question next. What steps can one take to start creating wealth while living paycheck to paycheck? Again, napag-usapan natin to kanina, no? It all boils down to budgeting. That's why hack number 1 is for you to be able to start creating capital, whether you'd like to start investing or capital for business purposes, regardless if you're living paycheck to paycheck, budgeting will do wonders. Kasi kapag sinunod mo yung budget, sasabihin mo sa sarili mo na, oy, no matter what happens, I'm going to devote 10, 20, 30% of my income for emergency funding, 10, 20, 30% kapag tapos na ako sa emergency fund, I'm going to start investing this. No matter how small the amount is. No? So, actually, hindi excuse yung living paycheck to paycheck. Ang excuse dito, ang problema dito is hindi kasi tayo marunong mag-budget. Again, when it comes to budgeting, I'm even giving you the leeway. I'm even giving you the green light to spend on your wants. For as long as uunahin natin the more important stuff, 30% emergency fund, 30% growth fund, and of course, 50% for your needs. So ang first step talaga dito to answer this question, for you to start creating wealth, start with a budget. It may not be glamorous, baka boring yan kasi hindi ka pakikita dyan, but yung budgeting, it paves the way. It sets a very solid foundation for you to be, confident, for you to have the right mindset, before you even think about investing. So budget, saving for emergency funding before you start creating wealth by investing. All right? So, galing. We're now down to our last question for the day. And again, excited na ako sa closing ceremonies natin. So, last question before I leave you guys, Last question is, what should I do to overcome the loss in the stock market? Wow. Sana merong perfect way to answer this, but usually before you even go, this in this particular situation, before you find yourself in this particular situation na meron ka ng lugi sa stock market, which is by the way normal, because when you talk about investing, sabi nga natin, high risk, high return. Dapat handa ka na, if naiintindihan mo talaga kung ano yung pinapasok mo at alam mo na ito yung perfect investment for you based on your investor personality, dapat handa na tayo. Alam na natin dapat to. But meron tayong tinatawag na risk management. The fact na alam natin na merong risks involved in investing, dapat meron tayong risk management protocol. And that's what we call cut loss. Rule of thumb is, kapag medyo -3 up to about -5% ka na, benta mo na. Kahit lugi ka, benta mo na. Bakit? Kasi ayaw mong mas lumala. Gawin mo ng cash para makahanap tayo ng iba pang investment opportunities. Or perhaps, naka-cash lang siya. Hindi pa muna siya naka-invest. We're going to wait for another opportunity for us to invest. At least, nung nalugi ka ng 3% or nung nalugi ka ng 5%, literal na nag-cut loss ka na. Move on to the next outlet. So, kaya ko sinagot yan in that manner is because if medyo sumobra ka na sa 5%, 3%, tapos parang masyadong malaki na yung lugi mo, baka ito yung mga panahon na dapat nating pabayaan na lang muna. hawakan na lang muna natin. Long term, yun yung sinasabi natin. No? Parang pag hindi naging successful yung isang trade natin na supposedly short term lang, long term na lang, hawakan na lang natin. And again, the important thing there is dapat natuto tayo. Kung hindi natin na-set yung cut loss, well, susunod na trade, dapat iset na natin. And again, the good thing about First Metro Sec is meron kaming conditional orders. Our conditional orders are there to help you guys maximize your gains and minimize your losses kasi meron kaming automatic cut loss, meron kaming buy on breakout, meron kaming sell on breakdown, and many others na available whether you use your mobile app, your mobile phone, or you use First Metro Sec New, or for our day traders, no, our heavy traders, First Metro Sec Go. So lahat po ng yan, yung mga bells and whistles, the stuff, no, algorithm, artificial intelligence for charting, fundamental analysis, yung mga research reports namin, all of those are available to First Metro Sec account holders. So again, balikan po natin yung sinabi natin kanina. If you'd like to start your investing journey now with the country's best stock brokerage firm, all you need to do is download First Metro Sec Mobile Go app, take a selfie, complete the online form, fund it with 5,000 pesos, readily investable. And when you get asked by the system, how did you learn about us? Click seminar or event and type in our special event code TGFI. So let me check again if meron pa tayong mga questions, but it looks like yung mga attendees natin are equally excited to attend our closing ceremony. So parang wala na tayong nakukuhang questions so far. But then again, if you'd like to get in touch, I'm on social media. Follow me on Instagram at Andoy Beltran. We also want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, Let's Invest PH, so that we can, of course, get in touch. No? So there you have it. No more questions from the audience. And once more, on behalf of Team First Metro Sec, Let's Invest PH, and Team TGFI, this has been Andoy Beltran, thanking all of you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. And of course, nakadalawang araw na tayo, TGFI FinLit Summit 2022. All right? Maraming salamat, and see you in our next webinar.
And thank you for that insightful talk, Sir Andoy. We hope to see you again at our next event. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, mga ka-TGFI. Thank you to all of our speakers for joining us today. Sobrang dami po nating natutuhan dito sa ating Day 2 ng ating Financial Literacy Summit. And again, we would like to acknowledge the presence and give thanks to our sponsors, BDO, First Metro Securities, and Sun Life. And our official media partners, CNN Philippines, the Manila Times, and the Inquirer Group of Companies. And our official community partners, TikTok for Business, Kumu, Financial Literacy PH, Junior Confederation of Finance Associations Philippines, and the Bright Millennial. And again, we would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to our upcoming event. That would be the OSHDAP Affordable Housing Summit, uplifting the lives of everyone. So join us on September 9 and 10 for an incredible 2-day free summit hosted by the Organization of Socialized and Economic Housing Developers PH and the Global Filipino Investors. Learn from the experts as they discuss topics about housing construction, home financing, best housing solutions, policy regulations, industry developments, and more. Register for free at www.tgfiph.com/AHS2022. And again, we'll also announce all the winners on our Facebook page. So make sure to like and follow our social media accounts. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TGF Investors. And again, please do use our official hashtags, FinLit Summit 2022, hashtag Financially Literate PH, and hashtag TGFI sa lahat po ng mga tweets ninyo, comments, no, sa Facebook and Instagram stories. And that concludes the last day of our Financial Literacy Summit 2022. Sana po nag-enjoy at marami kayong natutunan. And again, on behalf of the Global Filipino Investors, we would like to thank you all, especially for those who actively participated. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat mga ka-TGFI, and we'll see you again at our next event for another remarkable learning opportunity. Keep safe, everyone. See you soon, and God bless.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot, a lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have. With a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.
BJ, 30 years. Aabot ka ng 30 years sa showbiz. Uumpisa pa lang yan. Sa simula ng career mo, maninibago ka pa sa schedule ng taping, sa stress, sa puyat. Pero have faith. Sobrang niyang fulfilling. Basta sabak lang. Go lang ng go. Grab every opportunity. Marami kang ma-accomplish. Hindi lang bilang artista at producer, pero bilang anak, kapatid, At oo, bilang tatay, never stop pursuing your passions. Pero take care of yourself. Maraming umaasa sa'yo. Kasi tatanda ka rin. Kahit paulit-ulit na sinasabi sa'yo na, PJ, ba't parang hindi ka tumatanda? Kasi pag hindi mo alagaan yung sarili mo, just like that, isang medical emergency lang, pwedeng mawala lahat yung pinaghirapan mo. Protect your health and finances with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. Kapag Sun Life ang partner mo in health, tuloy lang. Yung passion mo to do more and to accomplish more in life. Maniwala ka, it's worth it.
Life is unpredictable. That's why I decided to get life insurance as a safety net to protect myself and my family. With BDO, I can protect them in case I can't do it myself. BDO nag-advise sa akin na mag-invest. My investments are growing while I'm still working. That's an incredible feeling of security, of having my investments in a bank that I trust the most.
What is TGFI Premium? A premium access on e-learning like no other. As a Premium Plus member, our exclusive rewards guarantees stock market index fund, savings with access in online banking, insurance coverage, and access to top-tier educational courses. Get it first class with Premium Plus.
News and information should be balanced, fearless, and seamless, no matter when or where you are.
We put your future first. Backed by the Metro Bank Group, First Metrosec provides the best service through different tools and platforms. You can invest in multiple assets in pesos and US dollars. Diversify your portfolio with the country's leading managed funds through FundSmart, and gain access to the country's best trading platforms through web or level up with Pro. Plus trade anywhere with First Metrosec Go. All this and more through the trusted and multi-awarded First Metrosec. Easily open your account today.
President of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Hotel.
I, Maria Leonor Heronero, having been appointed to the position of Chair.
For richer or poor, in sickness and in health. Bro, ang saya maging bachelor. You're happy and definitely you are free. But you know what? When you meet that special someone, you'll know she's the one. Always keep an open mind and open heart, bro. There'll be a lot of adjustments along the way. Mag-share kayo ng lahat ng mga bagay. I mean, bahay, kwarto, banyo, kumot. A lot of things. But you know what? You also share your goals and dreams together. That's what's beautiful. for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Kaya while you're young, you need to secure your health and your finances. And not just for yourself, okay? Just like what I have, with a Sun Life Health Protection Plan. With Sun Life as your partner in health, you can be sure you'll be ready for forever. And I'm telling you, it's worth it.